This audiobook is a non-profit fan adaptation of the web novel Comprehension Ability, creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. All credit goes to the original author. Comprehension Ability, creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 1. Choosing rewards, different species, please subscribe, _2. You have the qualifications to cultivate the ancient God evolution path, and with my guidance, there's a great hope you can step into the 6th rank. What about Lin Yuan? He's likely to be stuck at the 6th rank bottleneck forever. At that point, you can beat him up again to vent your anger. The bearded old man consoled. In fact, if he had a choice, he really wished he could switch his heir. Lin Yuan wasn't bad at all. But once an heir for the ancient God evolution path was determined, it couldn't be changed. This meant that the bearded old man could only stick to this path until the end. Thus, he could only comfort Feng Qing, this inadequate successor. Right. What's it matter if you're stronger than me now? What I want is the future. What I want is later on. Being able to step into the 6th rank, travel the Starry Sea, and strike down a fallen star. Wouldn't that be far more exhilarating than now? Feng Qing took a deep breath and suddenly felt that his future was bright. Time passed. The process of the Kanglin Star Tournament was quickly spreading to the surrounding life planets. This time, Kanglin Star had produced a 4th rank evolver, a phenomenon not seen in hundreds of thousands of years. For a middle-grade life planet like Kanglin Star, the probability of a 4th rank evolver emerging before the age of 100 was almost zero. Only those higher-grade life planets, even Star Domain's main planets, had a higher chance of producing a 4th rank under 100 years old. Kanglin Star's spacecraft landing area. A beautiful woman stepped out. In the interstellar era, regardless of gender, appearances were never bad. Not to mention genetic correction, even the cosmetic medical treatments available could easily and safely alter appearances. However, this beautiful woman was not only stunningly beautiful but also possessed a unique charisma that made men uncontrollably wish to conquer her. Who would have thought that such a remote planet could also produce a 4th rank under 100 years old? As soon as the beautiful woman stepped off the ship, a special hovercar came to pick her up. The task for this trip is to seduce this 4th rank genius, get him to join our race, and influence him as much as possible. The beautiful woman thought quickly. A direct assassination would be too costly. After all, to assassinate a 4th rank, you'd need at least the ability of a 5th rank. If it were another 4th rank and they couldn't kill instantly, allowing the target just a second or two to fight back, the planetary defense system's energy cannon would arrive. Only a 5th rank was reliable. And after assassinating a target, a 5th rank would certainly be shredded by the subsequent planetary defense systems, as well as the arriving human race's powerful warriors. That is, wanting to assassinate a 4th rank human genius required the sacrifice of a 5th rank warrior. And this 5th rank warrior also had to infiltrate the human race internally, possessing a complete and legal identity. Otherwise, it would be impossible to enter Kanglin Star or get close to the target. Achieving this would probably be 100 or 1,000 times more difficult than cultivating a 5th rank strong warrior. The human race's 3 goddesses were not to be trifled with. To escape their information blockade, no matter which different species, would require a great sacrifice. Therefore, unless it's those founders of high-grade evolutionary paths, different species would not easily attempt assassination. Assassination is a desperate choice. Besides assassination, there are myriad other methods available. Shuiwei Residential Complex. House number 32. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, the content of the Pagoda evolution path continually surfacing in his mind. The Pagoda evolution path, a 6th rank evolution path, originated from a high-grade life planet called Pagoda Star. This evolution path, precisely the one Lin Yuan chose for the tournament. Truly profound. Lin Yuan comprehended the evolution path. Your against heaven's understanding is refining the understanding of the Pagoda evolution path, continuously perfecting the martial path evolutionary path. Your against heaven's understanding is refining the understanding of the Pagoda evolution path, continuously perfecting the martial path evolutionary path. Your against heaven's understanding is refining the understanding of the pagoda evolution path, continuously perfecting the martial path evolutionary path. With his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan was progressing every moment, exploring other advanced evolution paths, significantly speeding up the process. What a pity! Even with such a splendid evolution path, there's still no surpassing the 6th rank limit. Lin Yuan sighed. From 6th rank to 7th rank is a huge bottleneck, a huge shackling. The same goes for evolvers and evolution paths. Forget it. Let's go outside, take a walk, and clear my mind. Lin Yuan stood up and left the underground training ground, planning to stroll through the garden at Shuiwei Residential Complex. As a high-end luxury residential area, the garden at Shuiwei Residential Complex was planted with seasonal flowers year-round, delighting the eyes of those who walked through it. Since it was early morning, the garden was relatively empty, which made it feel more intimate.
Suddenly,
a beautiful woman approached from the opposite direction. She seemed to be a resident of Shuiwei Residential Complex too. Lin Yuan felt as if he was being watched, so he couldn't help but take several more looks at the beautiful woman. One look, another look, yet another look. Lin Yuan even stopped walking and stared at the beautiful woman's retreating figure. Typical of men. Although the beautiful woman didn't look back, she felt Lin Yuan's gaze on her. She had deliberately encountered him during this time to make a few appearances in front of Lin Yuan. Her race practiced a special charm technique that could naturally evoke a favorable impression from the opposite sex. Just now, as she walked by, she had subconsciously deployed this charm technique, and that 4th-rank genius was so bewitched that he stopped in his tracks. This gave the beautiful woman even more confidence in her next actions. Wearing down the fighting spirit of these young human geniuses was the best way to defeat them. It was much easier than directly assassinating them, and also gave her a greater sense of achievement. Your understanding is against heaven. You have observed an unknown life form and comprehended an unknown charm technique. Unknown charm technique. Lin Yuan thought for a while and immediately realized that this charm technique was not something the human race could perform. If it's not a charm technique that the human race can perform, how did that woman use it? Lin Yuan was puzzled. He could affirm that the beautiful woman had used this unknown charm technique when she passed him by. Otherwise, his against heaven's understanding wouldn't have perceived and completely understood it. When in doubt, consult the goddess. Lin Yuan didn't bother to think further and, once he returned to his residence, directly connected with the goddess of wisdom. He uploaded this unknown charm technique there. In no time, he received a reply from the goddess of wisdom. Respected citizen Lin Yuan, this charm technique comes from the floral deity race, a high-level charm technique formed by leveraging the race's special talents inherent in their bloodlines, combined with secret techniques capable of beguiling the mind. The goddess of wisdom explained clearly. Floral deity race? Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. This species, a plant-based life form, was one of the enemies of the human races. Because they were adept at camouflage and familiar with bewitching minds, they often infiltrated human civilization, acting as covert spies. That woman must be from a different species, the floral deity race. Lin Yuan thought of the beautiful woman he had just encountered in the garden. With so many life planets in the Cosmic Human Alliance and many high-end residential areas, this different species appearing near Lin Yuan was likely targeting him. Is it because of the exposure from the arena match? Lin Yuan silently pondered. In the arena match, displaying 4th-rank combat power was a decision Lin Yuan had made after consulting the goddess of wisdom. The explanation from the goddess of wisdom was that while a 4th-rank human genius under 100 years old would attract the attention of different species, it was only attention and would not lead to assassination list. At most, he would face attempts to corrupt or sway him, but as long as Lin Yuan was prepared, nothing would happen. And displaying 4th-rank combat power could possibly catch the Chikuan Star Lord's attention, potentially bringing great opportunities and benefits. The risk was small. The opportunity was great. Taking everything into consideration, Lin Yuan had chosen to reveal his strength and overwhelmingly dominate the past. I've actually discovered a different species. Lin Yuan's thoughts churned. Well utilized, this different species could bring many benefits to Lin Yuan. For instance, by following the traces of this different species, more of them might be revealed. And since different species infiltrating human civilization would certainly carry many treasures, Lin Yuan fishing in troubled waters would certainly yield some results. Forget it. No need to mix up with these rats from the gutter. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and directly connected with the goddess of wisdom. Goddess of wisdom, I have something to report. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 2. Why did you take me away when I did nothing? The Cosmic Human Alliance, as well as the 3 digital goddesses, all encourage citizens to report. The reporting here includes anything: unfair officials discovering other citizens committing crimes, corporate tax evasion, different species information, and so forth. And it wasn't a report without compensation. Afterwards, the goddess would determine the impact of the report and then provide rewards. The rewards included cash, positions, cosmic rare treasures, Starry Sea spiritual objects, merit points, and so on. As for the method of reporting, it was extremely simple, with no need for any complex procedures. One could connect directly with the goddess of wisdom. Theoretically speaking, even a first-class citizen had the power and ability to report a planetary governor. Of course, the goddess supported reporting, but did not support reckless reporting. If the investigation afterwards found that the report was completely fictitious and fabricated, it would lower the citizen's evaluation in the eyes of the goddess. If this citizen insisted on their report, then they could release their privacy permissions, allowing specifically illusionary realm evolvers to review their memories. Lin Yuan reporting that beautiful woman as a member of a different species to the goddess of wisdom was the most trouble-free method. With his current status, there was absolutely no need to have any contact with those shady different species. He simply left it to the goddess of wisdom to handle. He would also receive a reporting reward. Citizen Lin Yuan, please speak. Upon hearing Lin Yuan wanted to report, the voice of the goddess of wisdom became slightly more solemn. I was out for a walk just now and encountered a woman. I think she might be from a different species. Lin Yuan did not explain the real reason for his suspicion, nor did he list any evidence. This would involve his against heaven's understanding. Moreover, with Lin Yuan's current citizen rank, even if he were talking nonsense, the goddess of wisdom would still investigate several times. Furthermore, that beautiful woman truly was from a different species. How could she withstand such scrutiny from the goddess of wisdom? Is this the person citizen Lin Yuan is referring to? In front of Lin Yuan, an ethereal screen appeared, showing a video of Lin Yuan walking in the garden from earlier. A tall, beautiful woman walked past Lin Yuan in the footage. The video zoomed in and paused, focusing on the tall, beautiful woman. It is her. Lin Yuan nodded. No sooner had the words left his mouth than all information about this beautiful woman, from her birth till now, including generations of her ancestors, was pulled up. Name: Yao Qingqing. Age: 92-year-old. Strength: second layer, 7th rank. Birth planet. After minutes of massive computational power investigation by the goddess of wisdom, a suspicion about this Yao Qingqing soon arose. At the age of 28, she appeared to have been switched. Subsequently, behavior analysis began to diverge from before she turned 28. Suspicion chain closed. Evolvers have been dispatched to capture Yao Qingqing. Since Lin Yuan was the reporter and his citizen rank reached 4th level, the goddess of wisdom did not avoid him. Floral deity race. Just as the goddess of wisdom was taking action, Lin Yuan's mind was flooded with information related to the floral deity race. The floral deity race belonged to the insect race, a member of the Strength of the Insect Race Alliance. For over 2 million years in the Starry Sea era, human civilization spanned all directions, forcing neighboring different species to unite. Among them, the Insect Race Alliance was a coalition of different species headed by the insect race. The strength of the insect race was very strong, by no means weaker than the human race. This group was too united. At the bidding of the hive, all insect race warriors fearlessly faced death. Wherever the swarm passed was a disaster for all life. In the early stages of expansion, human civilization also suffered at the hands of the insect race a few times, but later adapted and mostly gained more victories than losses. A coffee shop outside the Shueiyue residential complex. Yao Qingqing was sitting there in a good mood. Through the recent contact, she judged that Lin Yuan probably had no resistance against her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped to stare at her silhouette. What a pity it has to be done slowly otherwise. Yao Qingqing glanced at the nearby Shueiyue residential complex, as she had almost stopped walking and directly approached Lin Yuan just now. This mission should be a sure shot, an accidental meeting a few more times, and I can officially get to know him, then I can firmly grasp this genius human race evolver in my hands. Yao Qingqing mused to herself, her expression involuntarily revealing a hint of self-satisfaction. She had undergone many missions, but such an easy one like the current was rare. Yao Qingqing surmised that mainly because Lin Yuan was too young and inexperienced, which is why he couldn't resist her. To quietly lead a genius of the human race to fall, I wonder what rewards I can obtain. Yao Qingqing thought with a pleased mind. At this moment, most of Yao Qingqing's attention was on the nearby Shueiyue residential complex. Therefore, she did not notice that the coffee shop she was in had become deserted. No staff were to be seen. Yao Qingqing felt suddenly alarmed. She scanned around without leaving any trace. Upon finding not a single person, her face immediately turned ugly. Damn it! How was I discovered? As a seasoned spy, Yao Qingqing never believed in coincidences. When she entered, the coffee shop was still quite crowded, but now it was completely empty, clearly indicating that her whereabouts had been exposed and discovered by human officials. Considering this, Yao Qingqing steadied herself and prepared to leave. For now, Yao Qingqing hoped that human officials were merely suspicious of her, or perhaps had underestimated her strength, so the forces deployed against her wouldn't be substantial. On the surface, Yao Qingqing was a second layer, 7th rank. But in reality, Yao Qingqing had already evolved to 3rd rank, 11th level. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 2. I didn't do anything and you took me away? _2. As long as Human Alliance officials didn't dispatch a 3rd rank, level 12 evolver or even a 4th rank evolver, Yao Qingqing still had a chance to escape. However, Yao Qingqing had hardly taken a few steps when a man, whose smile was as bright as the sunshine, walked into the entrance of the coffee shop. Hello. The man smiled at Yao Qingqing. In an instant, Yao Qingqing felt the world spin around her. Is this a 5th rank evolver or a soul illusion type of the 5th rank? Despair filled Yao Qingqing's heart. A 5th rank evolver was already considered one of the strongest life forms on the surface, and on a middle-grade life planet like Kanglin Star, there were only about 3 or 4 5th rank evolvers. These 3 or 4 individuals held important positions and couldn't easily make a move. And now such a 5th rank evolver had come looking for her? Moreover, this 5th rank evolver was of the soul illusion type. In front of such an evolver, Yao Qingqing didn't even possess the ability to kill herself. A mere glance was enough to trap her in an illusion, unable to extricate herself. As her consciousness began to sink, Yao Qingqing's mind was flooded with everything that had happened since her arrival on Kanglin Star. She had come to Kanglin Star under the guise of a business trip. All her actions had been inconspicuous, even when she entered Shueiyue residential complex under the pretext of buying a residence, allowing the staff to take her inside. After accidentally encountering Lin Yuan, She hadn't spoken a single word to him. At most, she just secretly deployed a seductive charm, but this secret technique of the floral deity race could only induce a favorable impression and wouldn't leave any traces. How was she discovered? Could it be that Lin Yuan noticed something unusual about her? Even so, having reported by this human genius, the goddess of wisdom surely wouldn't need a fifth-rank evolver to capture her, right? As her thoughts drifted, Yao Qingqing had already sunk into sleep. Done. At the entrance of the coffee shop, the man whose smile was like sunshine snapped his fingers, and immediately a group of people walked in and carried Yao Qingqing out. Such a small fish. Why did the goddess of wisdom want me to make a move? This fifth-rank evolver was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that she has some other value? After some thought, the man still didn't understand and decided to turn around and leave. Shuiwei Residential Complex. The 32nd house's balcony. Lin Yuan leaned on the balcony, looking into the distance. This mental fluctuation. Lin Yuan was startled. Just then, he had faintly felt an extremely profound mental fluctuation. This mental fluctuation was far beyond the fourth rank. Respected citizen Lin Yuan, we have completed the capture of that different species spy. The solemn and cold voice of the goddess of wisdom came through. Oh. Lin Yuan appeared contemplative. He guessed that the mental fluctuation he just felt must have been during the capture of Yao Qingqing. Is this Yao Qingqing very strong? Lin Yuan asked curiously. Merely based on the mental fluctuation he had remotely sensed, Lin Yuan was certain that the capturer's strength was at least at the fifth rank. From what we can see, she has hidden some of her strength. Her true strength is at the third rank. The goddess of wisdom replied. A third rank of a different species, using a fifth-rank evolver? Lin Yuan was astounded. Is the Cosmic Human Alliance now so abundant with powerful beings? Respected citizen Lin Yuan, your importance to humanity justifies this action. The goddess of wisdom responded earnestly. For the goddess of wisdom, Lin Yuan's fourth-level citizenship or his genius talent as a fourth-rank evolver under 100 years old, none of that mattered much. What truly impressed the goddess of wisdom was the martial path evolutionary path that Lin Yuan had created. A martial path evolutionary path, which had a high probability of advancing to the sixth rank. Encountering a member of a different species had instilled a certain sense of crisis in Lin Yuan. Although according to the goddess of wisdom, as long as Lin Yuan did not reveal his identity as the founder of the martial path evolutionary path, a fourth-rank human genius under 100 years old wouldn't be worth the price a different species would pay to target him. At most, it would be a covert seduction and guidance, just like what Yao Qingqing had done. But what if? Lin Yuan was not willing to risk his life on the different species. Move. Move now. Although the Shuiwei residential complex was a high-end area, it was only so for ordinary citizens. For the current Lin Yuan, it clearly was no longer suitable. After winning the individual championship of the ring competition, the officials of Kanglin Star had gifted the top 10 evolvers with a manor each, free of charge. The manor was located at the highest point of the central mainland, right in the core of the Kanglin Star planetary defense system. It could be said that living there, even if a fifth-rank different species came to assassinate him, it would be useless. The moment they made a move, they would be locked on by the planetary defense system, without needing any reaction time. Furthermore, there were specific evolvers patrolling around the manor all the time, making it impossible for outsiders to get in. At his parents' house, Lin Yuan, Lin Xiuqing, and Lu Qiong stood outside the house. His sister, Lin Yi, was also there, looking eagerly at the house before her. This was the house the Hu family had gifted, and since Lin Yuan had chosen to move, he naturally planned to bring his parents with him. After all, the residence in central mainland was very spacious, enough to accommodate dozens of people. A moment later, two men in uniform walked over, bowed to Lin Yuan, and then respectfully said, "Mr. Lin, we are here to help you move." "Thank you," Lin Yuan said with a nod and a smile. In fact, there wasn't much to move, mainly the memorable items his parents had accumulated over the past decades. As for other things like furniture and appliances, the manor was already well equipped. What's the matter? Can't bear to leave. Lin Yuan glanced at his sister Lin Yi and casually said, I am a bit reluctant. Lin Yi nodded. Although she hadn't lived here for very long, compared to their old home, this place was undeniably like heaven. Let's go, the new house will be even better, Lin Yuan said, then turned and sat in the aircraft. From Dongning City to central mainland, it was almost half a planet apart, naturally requiring a spaceship for transportation. Of course, with Lin Yuan's capabilities, he could have flown there himself, but there was no need. Half a day later, the aircraft landed at the highest point of central mainland. This is your future residence, Manor number 66, said the uniformed man as he walked ahead and introduced. The entire manor covers 100 acres and includes a main building and 6 auxiliary buildings, and there's a specialized training ground underground. Other areas can also accommodate some orchards and flower gardens. Lin Yuan had already seen videos of the manor beforehand and was not surprised, but his parents and sister couldn't blink their eyes away. Especially his sister Lin Yi, who swept her previous reluctance away and looked around with shining eyes. This manor, it's bigger than a regular residential area, isn't it? Lin Shoqing exclaimed, considering central mainland as the core of Kanglin Star. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that every inch of land was like gold. And yet such a huge manor was built here? This was simply... Lin Yuan walked alongside his parents. This manor was a symbol of status, something that couldn't be bought even with a lot of money. It was specifically reserved by the Kanglin Star government for enticing evolvers like Lin Yuan with boundless potential. Not just Lin Yuan, even the other 9 evolvers who were young but already had 3rd rank capabilities, with good prospects of entering the 4th rank and not without hope for the 5th rank, it would be foolish not to entice them. After moving into the manor, it was undeniable that Lin Yuan would reside in the main building. No matter how modest he tried to be, Lin Shoqing and Lu Qiong wouldn't accept otherwise. His sister Lin Yi, seeing Lin Yuan and their parents arguing, cheekily suggested that neither of them should fight and that she would move into the main building. Resultantly, she was slapped by Lu Qiong and went off to sulk on her own. The next day, Lin Yuan just finished his training. The robotic butler then entered, dragging a half-human height alloy box. It's the ring match prize. The Cosmic Human Alliance does not include the Ancient God evolution path among the publicized paths because the risks of cultivation are too great. With other evolution paths, at worst you die if you fail in cultivation. But with the Ancient God evolution path, any mishap directly makes you an incarnation for the Ancient God. Of course, the human civilization of the universe merely prohibits the widespread dissemination of the Ancient God evolution path. It doesn't completely eradicate it. The reason being, many ancient gods in the depths of the starry skies have either perished or disappeared over the long course of history. Cultivating the Ancient God evolution path carries certain risks, but also potentially allows one to inherit the authority and everything of that ancient god. In short, since Feng Qing dares to cultivate the Ancient God evolution path, he must possess detailed guidance for this path, and perhaps even a dedicated intelligent life form constantly correcting any issues during his cultivation. But I know nothing about the test in the 7-star cave. Feng Qing came to share information, and logically, Lin Yuan should share information with him, so he had to make excuses.
No worries.
We are both from Kanglin Star, and we should help each other. Feng Qing waved his hand, stating that information could be considered priceless or worthless since it doesn't require any follow-up costs. However, before we talk, Brother Lin, please let the Goddess of Wisdom stop monitoring, as information about the 7-star cave is explicitly forbidden by the Alliance. Feng Qing seemed reminded of something and hurriedly spoke. This manor was Lin Yuan's territory, so only he had the privacy rights to dismiss the Goddess of Wisdom. All right. Lin Yuan nodded, then connected with the Goddess of Wisdom to make her temporarily ignore what was happening here. Having done all this, Feng Qing started to talk about the information concerning the 7-star cave trial. Actually, the 7-star cave trial rarely occurs. It generally opens only when the Qikuan Star Lord is in a good mood, said Feng Qing wistfully. The Chiquan star domain has 8 major star systems. After each arena competition, the Chiquan Star Lord selects one star system and tests the top 10 from each life planet within it. The majority of the trials are standard affairs, just to fulfill the requirements of the Cosmic Human Alliance. Only when a true genius appears do they consider opening the 7-star cave. But this is also our opportunity. Once the 7-star cave trial begins, the 12 disciples of the Chiquan Star Lord will start paying attention. Just by passing through the 7 caves, you have a chance to be accepted as a disciple of one of these 12. Feng Qing paused briefly before continuing. Don't underestimate these 12 disciples. The weakest among them are at the 6th rank fallen star level, and the strongest 2 or 3 have even surpassed the 6th rank. Surpassed the 6th rank. Lin Yuan was slightly shaken. Let alone surpassing the 6th rank, even a 6th rank was still quite far away for him. According to Lin Yuan's estimate, he would need 2 to 3 more shifts, around a few hundred years, to break through to the 6th rank. Of course, these few hundred years referred to time spent traveling to other worlds. The passing of time in the main world should not be very long. Even so, to the current Lin Yuan, the 6th rank fallen star level was still something to look up to. So, during the trial, you must try your hardest to show your best, because every action of everyone is being watched by those 12 disciples. Even if you fail the 7-star cave trial, as long as you impress those 12, you can still join the Red Kuan lineage. Feng Qing spoke in a lowered voice. This information was so confidential that many fallen star-level forces were not aware of it. It was a closely guarded secret. Even his teacher had spent a lot of effort to find it out during his lifetime. I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly and firmly memorized it. But so far, we haven't talked about the content of the trial. Realizing something, Feng Qing grinned and said, Actually, the trial of the 7-star cave is not complicated. It consists of 7 caves. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 5 Starry Sky Wander Kun. Subscribe please. _2. Every star cave is a test. As for the specific content of the test, it constantly changes, but in summary, it is a test of the physical body, speed, willpower, soul, and wisdom. Feng Qing spoke. I see. Lin Yuan suddenly understood. No wonder the other evolvers who took the test asked him which star cave was the most difficult. Whether Lin Yuan answered that the 1st-star cave was the hardest or the 7th-star cave was the hardest, both answers were wrong. In reality, which star cave is the most difficult and which is the simplest is entirely subjective. For example, if an evolver excels in speed, then the star cave that tests speed would be the simplest for him. If an evolver's soul is the weakest, then the star cave that tests the soul would be the hardest for him. So the specific answer to this question is, there is no hardest or weakest. However, in my view, what the Chiquan Star Lord values the most in evolvers is their wisdom. As for the other aspects, talent, bloodline, and so on, these can only determine one's lower limit. To truly reach the peak, to step into the 6th rank, to surpass the 6th rank, wisdom is the most important, Feng Qing said earnestly. This statement wasn't actually his own. It came from his teacher, who had already perished long ago. That's because the Chiquan Star Lord himself possesses one of the most peak bloodlines in the cosmic starry sky, Lin Yuan said with a smile. There were many rumors related to the Chiquan Star Lord, the main one being that when he was at the 5th rank, he explored unknown star domains in a battleship and randomly discovered a planet. The creatures on this planet had already gone extinct, and even the planet itself was about to be devoured. The reason was that this planet had become a breeding ground for a special life form, the Starry Sky Wanderer Kun. The Starry Sky Wanderer Kun is one of the most powerful special life forms in the universe, extremely rare, with adults being at the 6th rank and as large as a normal planet. Generally speaking, When an adult starry sky wanderer koan is about to have offspring, it will choose a planet and inject the offspring, still in their eggs, into the core of the planet. It uses the geothermal heat for incubation. During this period, the larva of the starry sky wanderer koan begins to slowly devour all the energy of the planet. By the time the starry sky wanderer koan is close to adulthood, the planet would have been essentially devoured. At that time, the Chikuan Star Lord, who was at the 5th rank, discovered a planet being slowly devoured by the larva of a starry sky wanderer koan. However, it must have been the early stage of the devouring process, as the starry sky wanderer koan larva only had a vague consciousness and acted on instinct. Realizing this, the Chikuan Star Lord immediately knew an opportunity had come. In the vast universe, with countless planets, encountering a planet incubating a starry sky wanderer koan larva was a probability less than 1 in a trillion. Once he confirmed his suspicion, the Chikuan Star Lord immediately used the seizure, secret technique of the Cosmic Human Alliance to take over the body of that starry sky wanderer koan larva. This special life form can be called the favorite of the cosmic starry skies, reaching the 6th rank upon maturity, and moreover it is at the peak within the 6th rank, with its size evident. Comparable to the size of a regular planet, how much energy does it contain? It would probably be enough to make a regular 6th rank fallen star warrior despair. The Chikuan Star Lord became known as Chikuan because his true form was a starry sky wanderer koan. Of course, after seizing the starry sky wanderer koan, the Chikuan Star Lord, secretly cultivated for thousands of years, successfully broke through the 6th rank, stepped into the 7th rank, and then returned to the Cosmic Human Alliance. It was then confirmed by the powerhouses of the Cosmic Human Alliance that the soul of the Chikuan Star Lord was from the human race, not a different species in disguise, which allowed him to firmly establish himself among the human race. All in all, the experience of the Chikuan Star Lord was like he had cheated his way through life. That's the starry sky wanderer koan, the peak bloodline of the universe, and the lower limit is the goal that countless members of the human race look up to for their whole lives. There's some truth to that. Feng Qing was stunned, then nodded in agreement. Compared to the Chikuan Star Lord, his own adventures were nothing at all. By the way, when you first entered the 7-star cave world, did you change your appearance or body shape? Feng Qing looked at Lin Yuan, his tone showing concern. I changed it, Lin Yuan nodded. When he heard this prompt, Lin Yuan took the initiative to change. After all, it wasn't a waste of anything, so there was no need not to listen. That's good. Feng Qing breathed a sigh of relief. For the 7-star cave test, although we are not competing against each other, it's still best not to expose our real identities, Feng Qing explained. After all, the video of the arena match will be broadcasted far and wide. If by any chance we encounter some lunatic with hostility towards us who is also participating in the test, it could be troublesome. This kind of trouble comes without cause. So it's best to change one's appearance and stature, keeping everyone unrecognizable. And if no one interferes with each other's interests, they are unlikely to take action easily. After informing Lin Yuan about all the information on the 7-star cave test, Feng Qing didn't ask further, nor did he probe into what Lin Yuan looked like in the 7-star cave world. He then got up and left. After all, if Lin Yuan knew what Feng Qing looked like, would he help or not if Feng Qing encountered any trouble during the test period? Feng Qing proactively informed Lin Yuan of this information, which was entirely a kind of investment. If she inquired about Lin Yuan's appearance after the fact, it would seem like she was using a favor to gain something in return. Returning to his estate, Feng Qing connected to the virtual world, appearing within his personal space. Whoosh! A palm-sized, white-bearded old man appeared on Feng Qing's shoulder. Not bad. The white-bearded old man nodded and praised. That Lin Yuan, there's a high possibility he'll be a 6th-rank fallen star warrior in the future. By taking the initiative to provide information when he needed it, you should have made a connection with him. The white-bearded old man said with satisfaction. The strong are lonely, but they also flock together. In the vast and boundless cosmos, the strongest are never individuals but the human race, the insect race, and many other peak clans. It is these clans that occupy the most fertile territories of the universe, continuously nurturing countless strong beings. The white-bearded old man's former master, the one who passed down the ancient god evolution path, heritage, was a naturally reclusive person, which resulted in not having a single friend come forward when he was being hunted by enemies. That was why the white-bearded old man strongly encouraged Feng Qing to make every effort to form ties with Lin Yuan. I wonder how many star caves Big Brother Lin will be able to get through. Feng Qing said with a tone of curiosity. If my guess is correct, with your Big Brother Lin's talent and identity in the 7-star cave world, he should be marked with a gold stripe. The white-bearded old man glanced at Feng Qing. Gold stripe. Feng Qing took a deep breath, understanding that a gold stripe was not only a matter of identity, but also recognition from the Qikuan Star Lord. Getting through the 7-star caves shouldn't be a problem. For your Big Brother Lin, what's important is choosing which disciple of Qikuan Star Lord to follow. The white-bearded old man spoke up. Even among the 12 disciples of Qikuan Star Lord, there is a hierarchy of strength, with the top 3 naturally being the best. They were entities that transcended the 6th rank. The remaining 9 were also not bad, all being of 6th rank fallen star level. If one really had to pick, the top 3 would definitely be better. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 24 hours had gone by. Lin Yuan's mind stirred, and he connected to the virtual world, appearing on White Jade Plaza in the 7-star cave world. At that moment, the plaza was scattered with a large number of evolvers. These evolvers were either standing alone or gathering in pairs and small groups. Most of the evolvers, unaware of the content of the test, would subconsciously stick together. Just then, a towering figure appeared. He looked down at the many evolvers and declared in a booming voice, "Time is up. I assume everyone is almost ready. Next, I will repeat the rules of the 7-star cave test. The 7-star cave test is divided into 7-star caves. Your goal is to pass through these 7-star caves. Each person can spend up to a month in each star cave. If you still haven't passed after a month, you will be considered a failure. If you die during the attempt, that too will be deemed a failure." After the towering figure finished speaking, he waved his hand, and over 1 million evolvers on the White Jade Plaza quickly disappeared. At the same time, in a mysterious space in the 7-star cave world, 12 figures appeared. These 12 figures were seated in 2 places. The 3 figures were higher up, while the 9 figures were seated further down. Based on the aura and pressure, it was evident that the 3 figures above were superior to the 9 figures below. These 12 figures were naturally the 12 disciples of the Qikuan Star Lord. At the start of every 7-star cave test, they would each send a sliver of their consciousness to choose their disciples. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 6. The First Star Cave. Subscribe, please. The teacher has finally opened up the 7-star cave world. When was the last time the teacher opened up the 7-star cave world? I remember it was 300 years ago. The 12 silhouettes were chatting with each other, all appearing quite leisurely. Normally, these fellow disciples each had their own business to attend to, and it was rare for them to gather together like this. This time's test has produced quite a few promising candidates, or else the teacher wouldn't have opened the 7-star cave world. They say there's a member of the Tri-Human clan. If the eldest senior and the second and third seniors aren't interested, then I'll reserve that Tri-Human in advance. The Tri clan holds a special status within the human alliance. To take a disciple from the Tri clan is equivalent to forming a connection with other higher-rank members of their race. I want to compete for it, too. The 12 silhouettes all began to speak. There were few Tri clan members, but their talents were extremely powerful. At present, the number of the Tri clan within human civilization didn't exceed 100,000, and they were scattered across various territories. Therefore, even without direct bloodline connections. There was a peculiar sense of closeness between members of the Tri clan. It was like meeting fellow countrymen in a foreign land. With the aptitude of the Tri clan, it was easy for them to produce high-rank evolvers. Taking in a disciple from the Tri clan was akin to establishing relations with these high-rank evolvers. It would make anything in the future negotiable. Of course, even without this relationship, the 12 silhouettes would still be very keen to take them in as disciples. After all, their qualification was evident. A member of the Tri clan, with careful cultivation, could easily step into the 6th rank. I'm not interested in the Tri clan, but that Ling is mine. At this moment, the foremost figure among them slowly spoke up. Ling was the woman with silver hair. The Chikuan Star Lord had commented that her space talent was not bad, one of the 3 red patterns, the #1 existence among the hundreds of thousands of evolvers this time. Since the eldest senior has spoken, then she's yours. Ling has considerable space talent. Only our eldest senior is capable of cultivating her. Indeed, indeed. Having said that, the remaining 11 silhouettes began to discuss other evolvers. Among the hundreds of thousands of evolvers, only the 3 with red patterns and a few with gold patterns were worth their active competition. As for the rest of the evolvers, they would wait until they made it to the 7-star cave. So, this is the 1st-star cave? Lin Yuan began to observe his surroundings. According to the information provided by Feng Qing, the 1st-star cave's test likely pertained to the physical body. Of course, it wasn't absolute, but if not the physical body, then it would be the soul, or perhaps mental consciousness, insight, and so on. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Lin Yuan was observing, one evolver after another was transported over from the White Jade Plaza. Many evolvers looked around nervously. The nearby scenery wasn't complicated, resembling a wilderness, with a black racetrack, tens of miles wide in the middle. Once all the evolvers had arrived, that towering figure appeared, once again. The trial of the 1st-star cave is very simple, just walk to the end of this black racetrack. The towering figure raised his hand, pointing to the black racetrack. Within 1 month, as long as you reach the end, you can enter the 2nd-star cave. After speaking, the towering figure vanished. Instantly, the venue erupted into a huge commotion. The problem wasn't that the test was too difficult. It was too simple. The black racetrack was tens of miles wide and at most 100 miles long. Therefore, within a month, to walk 100 miles. Even an ordinary citizen could cover 100 miles in just a day or 2 at most. Let alone the lowest among those present were 3rd-rank evolvers. Reached the end point. Lin Yuan didn't rush into action but stood still and observed. He believed the test wouldn't be so simple, as the elimination rate in the first trial of past 7-star cave challenges was terrifyingly high. Let others go ahead and try first. Lin Yuan was in no hurry. One could stay in each star cave for a month. Even if he lingered here for a month, there would be no impact as long as he entered the 2nd-star cave at the last moment. Someone is bound to be too impatient. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the surroundings. After just a short while, a few of the silver pattern evolvers seemed to get restless. Among the hundreds of thousands of evolvers, the silver pattern evolvers were the most numerous, with the red pattern and gold pattern evolvers combined numbering a little over 100. It was precisely for this reason that the 7-star cave challenge was particularly stimulating for the silver pattern evolvers. Imagine that every silver pattern evolver was among the top 10 existences on their respective planets, esteemed and sought after by many forces. But upon arriving in the 7-star cave world, they found that there were more than 1 million others just like them. This gap between their former and current perception made a minority of the silver pattern evolvers undergo a change in mentality. Someone here wants to see just what's so extraordinary about this 7-star cave challenge. A burly man with a wild appearance strode forward. As this burly man, who exuded a 3rd-rank vibe, stepped out, over 1 million evolvers turned their gaze on him. Damn, this pressure is pretty intense. The burly man began to sweat coldly on his forehead. Knowing that these millions of gazes came from 3rd and 4th-rank evolvers was no small matter.
Boom.
Under the watchful eyes of everyone, The burly man stepped onto the black racetrack. Huh. There was a slight change in the burly man's expression. He then took another step. 2 steps. 5 steps. After covering about 100 meters, the burly man finally stopped. It's gravity. As soon as you enter into the area of the black racetrack, you're placed in a gravitational field. The further you go, the stronger the gravity becomes. At this distance, the gravity I'm facing is approximately 5 to 7 times that of a normal planet. The burly man announced openly. He wasn't lying because the other evolvers would quickly realize the same truth with just a little testing. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 6. The First Star Cave. Request for subscription. _2. A gravity area? This test is for the physical body. What a coincidence, my specialty is the physical body. Countless evolvers murmured softly, their eyes on the 100-mile black racetrack, each with a different expression. Merely 100 meters in, and the gravity has reached 5 to 7 times? Near the finish line, won't the gravity reach thousands of times? A gold pattern evolver said thoughtfully, the closer to the finish line of the 100-mile black racetrack, the stronger the gravity. The gravity in the finishing area is at least 3,000 times. Just this fact alone can eliminate 70 to 80% of the evolvers. Another gold pattern evolver glanced at the eager silver pattern evolvers around him and thought silently. For a third-rank evolver, tens or hundreds of times the gravity poses no challenge. But once the number exceeds 1,000, it changes things. The range of gravity's effect extends to the organs and even to the cellular level. If one's physical body is only superficially strong, or if their skin is just tough, facing such gravity is practically useless. So, it's a test of gravity. Lin Yuan looked contemplative. This indeed is an excellent way to test the physical body. Compared to merely testing for strength or endurance, the challenge of gravity works from the outside in, eliminating many evolvers who rely solely on extreme physical strength. However, the furthest anyone has gone so far is less than a kilometer. I'm not in a hurry yet. Let's see how the gravity intensifies further along. While Lin Yuan was pondering, over 1,000 evolvers had already voluntarily entered the black racetrack. Dozens of them had reached positions between 7 and 800 meters. And through communication, it was learned that in the 7 to 800 meter area, the gravity had already reached dozens of times. Half an hour later, 90% of the evolvers had stepped onto the black racetrack. Seeing this, Lin Yuan, finding nothing unexpected and confirming that the black racetrack was only influenced by gravity, also stepped onto it. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yuan had walked 10,000 meters. This was approximately 1/5 the length of the 100-mile racetrack. Or in other words, 20-mile area. I'm finally starting to feel it, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The cultivation system of the Divine Arms world, though peculiar, did a fine job in tempering the physical body, from skin refinement to blood refining, organ refinement to bone refinement. One could say it had forged every part of the physical body. Thus, the gravity zone in the black racetrack did not exert much pressure on Lin Yuan. It was only after the first 10,000 meters that Lin Yuan grew slightly more solemn. And the gravity in that first 10,000-meter area had already exceeded 1,000 times. 1,000 times gravity, enough to instantly crush an ordinary citizen into dust. Ordinary first and second layer evolvers would not last a few seconds under such gravity. To Lin Yuan, however, this was nothing. Up to this moment, he had relied entirely on his corporal body, without resorting to any techniques, like deploying the Taiji domain, or secret techniques to temporarily enhance the strength of his physical body, etc. At the 20,000-meter mark of the black racetrack, I was one of the first evolvers to step onto the racetrack, having covered nearly half the length of the Black Path in several hours. This pace should rank me among the top few dozen, right? Chui Sita took a deep breath, stopped, and decided to rest for a bit. As a fourth-rank evolver under 100 years old, Chui Sita's strength was unquestionably the strongest on his planet. In both this and all past competitive bouts, there had been very few fourth-rank evolvers. On a middle-grade life planet like Kanglin Star, no fourth rank had appeared in tens of thousands of years. Initially, Chui Sita was quite confident. He came from a prominent family, familiar with the tests of the Chikuan Star Lord and the Seven-Star Cave tests. But in the end, when he was drawn into the Seven-Star Cave world, Chui Sita was unexpectedly given a silver pattern? The same silver pattern as those third-rank evolvers? This was unacceptable to Chui Sita. He did not dare to hope for the highest crimson pattern, but at least a gold pattern should have been within reach. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 9. Reap the benefits first. Please subscribe. So fast. The 12 silhouettes were somewhat surprised. Although the Mountain Mystic skill is the introductory secret technique of the Red Kuan lineage, grasping it is not an easy task, especially for third-rank and fourth-rank evolvers. But how long did Lin Yuan take? Half an hour? To be precise, it was 23 minutes. All of the 12 silhouettes were at least 6th-rank fallen star warriors, with powerful awareness. With a mere recollection, they confirmed the time Lin Yuan took from sitting down to being teleported to the 5th star cave. Didn't expect this golden pattern challenger to possess such strong comprehension. Indeed, he performed ordinarily in the first 3-star caves, then burst forth in the 4th star cave, leaving the 3 red pattern examiners behind. Kawu, how do you feel now? Are you regretting it a bit? One of the 9 silhouettes below teased. Kawu frowned. In the 2nd star cave, he had already taken notice of Lin Yuan. The yin-yang attribute rules that Lin Yuan was pondering had areas of overlap with his own rules of light. A senior brother had suggested he take Lin Yuan as a disciple. But at that time, Kawu felt that taking a disciple wasn't a matter to be taken lightly and planned to continue observing him to see his subsequent performance. Now, he had certainly seen Lin Yuan's performance. But what a pity! Kawu sighed internally. 23 minutes to grasp the Mountain Mystic skill, without speaking of anything else. Just in terms of comprehension alone, he was definitely the strongest among all the challengers in the 7-star cave this time. He even surpassed the 3 red pattern examiners. But he knew this, and the other senior brothers knew as well. If it had been during the time in the 2nd star cave, and Kawu had spoken up to take Lin Yuan, the other senior brothers wouldn't have contended with him since at that time, Lin Yuan's performance was standard, in line with a typical golden pattern challenger. There were over 100 golden pattern challengers available for the 12 of them to choose from, so if Kawu wanted an ordinary golden pattern challenger, none of his senior brothers would have objected. But now, Kawu glanced at the 3 figures above. He could feel that these 3 superiors beyond the 6th rank had taken an interest as well. With this, his hopes were completely dashed. The 3 figures above were also observing Lin Yuan. Compared to the 9 figures below, these 3 were much calmer. As beings who had transcended the 6th rank, the 3 figures were well aware that, compared to other aspects such as lineage, physique, strength, etc., comprehension was much harder to measure precisely. The simplest example being, some evolvers had a strong comprehension of wind system rules, yet in other rules, their comprehension was quite ordinary. Golden pattern challenger Lin Yuan, from Kanglin Star, a middle-grade life planet in the Dawn star system, born to a normal family, 20 years old. The 3 figures began to browse through the information on Lin Yuan. What they could access was mostly public information, and as for more in-depth data, their permissions were insufficient. Permission insufficient? Is he a citizen under the covert attention of the three goddesses? Looks like his background checks out. With the goddesses' attention, he definitely can't be an alien in disguise. It was no surprise to the three figures. At their level, they naturally knew that within the Cosmic Alliance, the three goddesses also evaluated every citizen. If a citizen exhibited something special, he would catch the eyes of the three goddesses. Though they wouldn't directly help, they would take measures to block his information. Of course, blocking information could attract the attention of those with intentions. For instance, if everyone else's information isn't blocked, only yours is, wouldn't it be a giveaway? But one must know, the standards that the three goddesses use to judge special talent are not limited to the realm of evolution but also include the arts, science, gastronomy, and more. Additionally, the information blocking isn't permanent. For instance, if after a while the goddesses no longer consider you a special talent, they would also lift the block. Probabilistically, there will be 1 or 2 citizens on every planet whose information is blocked by the three goddesses. This prevents the chance of alien strong ones specifically targeting citizens with blocked information for assassination. After all, you don't know exactly what kind of person you're targeting. What if, after the aliens have spent untold resources and sacrificed many important pieces, they ultimately kill an expert in the culinary arts? Even looking at only the public information, this golden pattern challenger Lin Yuan must have had some adventure. After all, a normal family can't afford to support a third-fourth rank evolver's cultivation. Regardless of whether or not he has had any adventures, just the fact that he comprehended the mountain mystic skill in 23 minutes indicates an exceptionally high level of comprehension. Now let's see his performance in the 7-star cave. The three figures conversed with one another. So-called adventures were nothing out of the ordinary for them, as every challenger who entered the 7-star cave world, even the lowest ranked with a silver pattern, had experienced adventures. Indeed, the 4th-star cave tested comprehension, which is a preliminary direction, but it is the 7-star cave's trials that will truly determine suitability for our Red Kuan lineage. The three figures looked at Lin Yuan with satisfaction. They had even decided that even if Lin Yuan's comprehension was unsuitable for pondering the many secret techniques of the Red Kuan lineage, they would personally intervene to take him on. After all, Lin Yuan's feat of grasping the mountain mystic skill in 23 minutes was too terrifying. If not fit for the Red Kuan lineage, then they would procure the cultivation secret techniques from other forces, one by one, to test him. Such a talent must not be let go. The 4th-star cave. All the evolvers who were pondering the statues suddenly exploded with chatter. When Lin Yuan left, the statue illuminated and a beam of light appeared. This was clearly not the usual log-off process. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed the story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 9. Reap the benefits first. Subscribe, please. _2. And the characteristics of those who pass the test. Less than half an hour had passed, and the test had been accomplished. Many examiners only felt that they had lived in vain. Teacher once said that my aptitude is the strongest he has ever seen, but it is precisely because of this that I need to join a more powerful force. In the distance, the silver-haired girl was thinking silently to herself. Joining a powerful force is not only to gain a higher platform, but also to meet other geniuses. Only then can you avoid becoming arrogant due to talent and continue to move forward. The silver-haired girl took a deep breath. At this moment, she profoundly realized that her teacher was right. Seeing Lin Yuan pass the 4th-star cave test in much less time than she had, the silver-haired girl immediately felt motivated. I am close too. Just a bit more. The silver-haired girl once again looked at the statue in front of her, immersing herself in deep contemplation. Really want to smash the statue with an axe. A nearly 3-meter-tall brute was somewhat anxious. Originally, he was contemplating somewhat restlessly, but seeing someone pass the test made him even more so. especially since the person who passed wasn't one of the other two red pattern examiners, but a gold pattern he hadn't taken seriously. My three-eyed clan is naturally adept at comprehension, yet I didn't expect to be overtaken. The man with the blood-colored fine line on his forehead thought to himself. But I'm also close. The bloodline man looked up at the statue, the bloodline on his forehead faintly spreading open. The fifth star cave. Lin Yuan's figure appeared here. I was actually teleported directly to the fifth star cave. Lin Yuan felt a bit regretful in his heart. Originally, after comprehending the mountain mystic skill, he didn't plan to rush off, but instead wanted to stay in the fourth star cave and see what else he could comprehend from the other statues. Although all statues were identical, and in the interest of fairness, supposedly contained the same secret techniques, what if they didn't? The mountain mystic skill is truly extraordinary. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Yuan began to keenly sense the changes within his body. When operating the mountain mystic skill, his blood and chi solidified, and his entire being seemed like an immovable mountain. Lin Yuan could feel his physique and flesh body slowly improving. Although the extent was almost imperceptible, it was indeed advancing. After a while, Lin Yuan began to look around. The fifth star cave. According to the information provided by Fong Qing, the first 3 star caves tested the physical body. Whether it was the gravity of the first star cave, the speed of the second star cave, or the reaction time of the third star cave, and so on. All were aimed at the physical body, whereas the fourth star cave tested comprehension. Following the fourth star cave, the fifth and sixth star caves tested the soul. Cave test. Ascend to the mountaintop along the mountain path to pass. Hint: there is no danger to life in this cave test. Reach the mountaintop. Lin Yuan looked up and saw a mountain standing not far away. The mountain was roughly 100 meters tall, and at its base was a narrow mountain path entrance. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly solemn. Even without thinking, he knew the ascent would not be so simple. No danger to life. Lin Yuan took another glance at the hint on the stone tablet. The rules of the 7-star cave test had 2 premises for elimination. One was spending over a month in the world of a particular star cave. The second was death. First, try climbing the mountain. Lin Yuan approached the base of the mountain, paused for a moment, and stepped his right foot onto the path. Hum! An invisible force suddenly descended. Inside the Naiwan Palace at his forehead, the black and white Tai Chi force in the form of a star system suddenly began to vibrate. This suddenly descending force, ignoring Lin Yuan's many defenses, directly attacked the soul. Boom, boom, boom. The black and white Tai Chi grinding disc slowly began to spin. Soon it ground the intangible force to nothing. This is soul attack. Lin Yuan suddenly understood the content of the test of this star cave. It was soul defense. Each step would bring about a soul attack. If one withstood it, they could step onto the next stair. If they could not withstand it, they would fall into a brief unconsciousness and tumble down from the stairs. Lin Yuan finally understood why this star cave was said to hold no risk to life. Given the strength of a 3rd or 4th rank evolver's physical body, even tumbling down from the mountaintop, a 100-meter fall wouldn't cause any injury. Of course, during the climb, all soul defense weapons are unusable. Lin Yuan's soul-suppressing bell is also included in this list. Just as Lin Yuan was deep in thought, another wave of soul attacks descended. Hum, hum, hum. Inside the Naiwan Palace at the center of his brows, the black and white Tai Chi grinding disc slowly turned. Before long, it crushed the soul attack to smithereens. Suddenly, your innate understanding is defying the heavens. Enduring soul attacks, you are perfecting your own soul defense. In a trance, Lin Yuan sensed that inside the Naiwan Palace at the center of his brows, the black and white Tai Chi star system seemed to become a bit more stable. Is there also this benefit? A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. An innate understanding that defied the heavens not only allowed Lin Yuan to comprehend martial techniques, evolution paths, various secret techniques, and even rules far beyond other evolvers, but it also improved Lin Yuan's adaptability. This adaptability had a wide range. For example, in the dragon-tiger world, when Lin Yuan's consciousness descended upon an infant, on the brink of death from freezing and starvation, he comprehended a method to resist the cold and hunger. Now, as Lin Yuan endured soul attacks, the black and white Tai Chi star system in the Niwen palace of his brows was shaken. Thus, he comprehended a method to stabilize the soul. Of course, this kind of adaptability has its limits. At the end in the Divine Arms world, when Lin Yuan entered the spatial rift, he was instantly turned to dust, with no time to grasp any understanding. But the soul attack at the first step clearly couldn't crush Lin Yuan's soul defense rapidly. Good. Joy filled Lin Yuan's heart. He naturally knew the importance of the soul. The stronger the soul's defense, the safer he was. Boom. Yet another soul attack descended. And this time, inside the Niwen palace at the center of his brows, the black and white Tai Chi star system was much more stable, merely accelerating its spin to erase the soul attack. Your innate understanding is defying the heavens. Enduring soul attacks, you are perfecting your own soul defense. Instantly, the black and white Tai Chi star system became even more stable. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yuan simply decided to stay on the first step and not move, allowing wave after wave of soul attacks to fall, then stimulating the black and white Tai Chi star system inside the Niwen palace of his brows to slowly transform. 10 minutes later, the soul attack from the first step had already lost the ability to shake the black and white Tai Chi star system inside the Niwen palace of his brows. The descending force of the invisible, unable to even approach the outermost edge, dissipated on its own. Only then did Lin Yuan somewhat reluctantly step onto the second step. The soul attack from the second step was somewhat stronger than the first, but to Lin Yuan, it wasn't much of a challenge. Unless it could crush him rapidly, any damage he suffered could only serve to make him stronger. By the time Lin Yuan reached the sixth step, whoosh, a figure once again appeared inside the fifth star cave. It was that red pattern examiner, the silver-haired woman, Yin Ling. The fifth star cave. The silver-haired woman caught sight of Lin Yuan climbing the steps at first glance. At the same time, she also understood the content of the trial. So much time has passed, and he's only climbed that many steps. The test must be very difficult. Yin Ling now regarded Lin Yuan as an opponent from the red pattern challenge. Although in the seven-star cave trial, everyone was not in competition, and as long as one passed through the 7 caves, they could join the red Kuan lineage. There was no limit on the number. But seeing Lin Yuan's performance in the 4th star cave, Yin Ling subconsciously compared herself to him. I'll try as well. Yin Ling walked to the foot of the mountain and, without any hesitation, stepped onto the first step. Not difficult. The descending soul attack merely shook Yin Ling's outer soul a bit before being blocked. The second step, the third step, the fourth step, the fifth step. Yin Ling continued her ascent towards the summit. Before she knew it, Yin Ling had already climbed the 40th layer of steps. The mountain was 100 meters high, with roughly 300 steps. At this point, the soul attack that descended was serious enough for Yin Ling to treat with caution. Her gaze instinctively glanced below, seeing Lin Yuan still dawdling on the 7th step. This guy. A strange expression crossed Yin Ling's face. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 10. Pagoda of the Mind. Please subscribe. Yin Ling painstakingly climbed up step by step. She naturally knew that the first 20 steps posed no difficulty for 3rd rank and 4th rank evolvers. They could basically withstand it. After all, Lin Yuan was a gold pattern evolver. If he had begun to comprehend the rules, how could he possibly linger on the first 20 steps for such an extended time? Could there be some sort of mystery? A thought flickered through Yin Ling's mind. She felt that Lin Yuan's progress to this point definitely wasn't due to foolishness. Every move he made was profound. With this thought, Yinling also stopped moving on the 40th step. Boom, boom, boom. Wave after wave of soul attacks descended. Even though Yinling could completely withstand soul attacks of this level, she ultimately found it was a total waste of time. What kind of damned mystery is this? Yinling's face soured, feeling her actions were foolish. This lengthy halt, while not weakening her strength, was definitely of no benefit whatsoever. With this realization, Yinling once again began her climb toward the summit. Soul defense has increased by 20%. The stability of the black and white Taiji star system within the Naiwan Palace has fortified by 1.5%. At the 7th step, Lin Yuan felt quite pleased. These soul attacks were, for him, far more efficient than practicing in solitude. Whether or not I can join the Red Kuan lineage, it's best to take advantage of the situation first. Seeing that the soul attacks at the 7th step posed no threat to him, Lin Yuan stepped onto the 8th step. His stay in the 5th star cave wouldn't affect his ultimate passage through the 7-star cave challenge, so long as the time spent in each star cave didn't exceed a month. In the 7-star cave world, within a layer of the mysterious space, Lin Yuan's actions also caught the attention of 12 silhouettes. What exactly is Lin Yuan doing? Why isn't he hurrying to the 7-star cave to pass the final test instead of wasting time in the 5th-star cave? Could it be that his soul is his weak point, and he is struggling with those soul attacks, which is why he is dawdling? The 9 silhouettes below whispered among themselves and speculated. The trial of the 7-star cave, set by the majestic Chikuan Star Lord, was something not even the 12 disciples could interrupt. They could only select disciples based on the performance in each test. If Lin Yuan's performance wasn't intentional, then it meant he was not adept at resisting soul attacks. And the intensity of the soul attacks in the 5th-star cave was tailored according to the foundational strength tier of each challenger. For instance, if you were a 3rd-rank evolver, you would face soul attacks of 3rd-rank intensity, at most reaching the peak of 3rd rank. Lin Yuan, being a 4th-rank, Section 10 evolver, was subject to soul attacks of at least 4th rank, so if he wasn't skilled in soul defense, it wouldn't be surprising for him to find such attacks strenuous. Not skilled in soul defense. The 9 silhouettes looked at each other incredulously. The issue is not major. The 3 silhouettes above were unconcerned. Soul defense could be improved later. If Lin Yuan was deficient in that area, they could simply bestow a few soul defense treasures upon him later. At this pace, can he truly get through the 5th-star cave within a month? The silhouette on the left spoke, a hint of worry in his voice. He was called Gu Zhe, the 3rd disciple of the Chikuan Star Lord, and also a being beyond 6th rank. Among the 3, Gu Zhe was most optimistic about Lin Yuan. Take your time. Gu Zhe thought to himself. Even if Lin Yuan didn't pass the 7-star caves, he had the ability to bring him into the Red Kuan lineage. However, in that case, Lin Yuan's status would certainly not be as high as other challengers who had passed all 7-star caves. Moreover, without testing his specific talents in the 7-star cave, Gu Zhe didn't know how to formulate a subsequent cultivation plan for Lin Yuan. The 7-star cave trial set by the Chikuan Star Lord wasn't always open. The implication was that activating the trial came at a certain cost. The effectiveness of the trials within the 7-star cave was also extremely precise. The 7 differing trials essentially allowed for an assessment of each challenger's potential. On the mountain steps, Lin Yuan took a step forward and paused with each step. This incessant soul attack isn't something one comes across easily, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Soul attacks are a very special method of assault, as they severely drain the soul power of the attacker. And the recovery isn't as quick as that of vital energy or stamina. Generally speaking, a soul-type evolver who unleashes 10 or 20 full-power soul attacks would likely be drained and need to rest for some time. Thus, Lin Yuan could hardly find a soul-type evolver who would be able to continually assail him. As for higher-tier soul-type evolvers, Lin Yuan was somewhat apprehensive, fearing that if one suddenly struck with full force, wouldn't his life be in danger? However, the pace of improvement is noticeably slowing down. Lin Yuan clearly perceived a decline in the enhancement of his soul's strength. If the enhancement brought by the initial step was 10, it was now 8 or even 5. Mainly because the soul attacks now have an increasingly weaker effect on me. Lin Yuan thought. Only when he felt threatened could he stimulate his against heaven's understanding to perfect his current physical and soul condition so as to better cope with the impending crisis. But now, Lin Yuan barely felt threatened. It was just like in the first star cave, walking along a 100-mile black track. Even without relying on other means such as the Taiji field and so forth, Lin Yuan could easily complete the track simply with his physical body. Therefore, from beginning to end, the against heaven's understanding hadn't devised a way to enhance his physical capabilities. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 10, Tower of the Mind. Please subscribe. _2. There's still plenty of time, Lin Yuan said. He stopped on the 20th step. By now, he had completed nearly 1/10 of his journey to the peak. Lin Yuan looked up towards the summit and noticed that the silver-haired woman had reached the very top few steps. However, it was clear that her complexion had turned somewhat pale. The final few steps seemed to cause her considerable discomfort. It's a pity I didn't go all out to exert my strength, and just resisting spiritual attacks doesn't really reveal much. Lin Yuan felt a slight regret. He had hoped to continue gleaning insights from her, as realizations about space are quite rare. But to achieve any understanding, she would need to make a move. Like when the silver-haired woman employed the spatial step, Lin Yuan saw it and started to gain insights into that aspect. If it were just about watching the person, then Lin Yuan's gains could be in other areas, like how to turn his hair silver or how to transform into the opposite sex. Utterly meaningless epiphanies. Friend, what are you looking at? Just as Lin Yuan was contemplating, a voice came from beside him. She was also a golden pattern challenger, a prodigy born from 1,000 life planets. But at the moment, this golden pattern challenger was somewhat out of breath. Climbing 20 consecutive steps in a short time was equivalent to withstanding 20 spiritual attacks, each stronger than the last. The experience was quite unpleasant. Nothing much. I'm watching that red pattern. Looks like she's about to pass the 7-star cave challenge. Lin Yuan found a casual excuse. Yin Ling. Huh? I know her. Her mentor is the renowned 6th rank fallen star warrior. This time, she's participating in the 7-star cave challenge, hoping to become a disciple of those 3, said the golden pattern evolver with a grin. If you stay on a particular step, you will continue to face the soul attacks of that step. But the time interval is at least 1 to 2 minutes and the intensity is consistent, so as long as you survive the first wave, there isn't much problem afterward. Those 3. Lin Yuan knew of whom she spoke. They were the 3 strongest disciples of the Qikuan Star Lord. Each was a being exceeding 6th rank. It seems that the Qikuan Star Lord is quite adept at teaching disciples. Lin Yuan remarked. Each being that surpassed 6th rank needed to carve out their own path. External help wasn't much use. The Qikuan Star Lord being able to mentor 3 disciples of such caliber showed he was quite skilled in this area. That's indeed true. Not just that. The Star Lord's strength is commanding. In the war against the insect race, the Star Lord manifested his true body and downed an insect race hive in one gulp. The golden pattern evolver spoke with obvious admiration for the Qikuan Star Lord. He knew very well of the Qikuan Star Lord's many feats of valor. An insect race hive. Lin Yuan's expression grew slightly solemn. Each insect race hive was under the watch of an insect queen, and a queen capable of forging her own hive would surpass the 6th rank according to the strength classification of the human race. An insect race hive could continuously spawn insect race warriors. 1st rank, 2nd layer, 3rd rank, 4th rank, 5th rank, and even 6th rank could be produced in large quantities. For other races, Reaching 5th or 6th rank was a matter of countless years, with perhaps one emerging for millions. But for the insect race, as long as there was sufficient energy, the queens could create without limit. A 6th rank insect race warrior might not match a human race 6th rank evolver in direct combat power, but the sheer numbers are overwhelming. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000 6th rank insect race warriors. Can they not defeat a single 6th rank evolver? This is the terror of the insect race. With their sea of insects tactics, they stand nearly at the peak of the cosmic starry sky. The humans' war with the insect race didn't start off very smoothly, but luckily, humanity had an edge in peak combat power over the insect race. That's how the current situation was formed. The Chikuan Star Lord swallowing an insect race hive on the battlefield was a tremendous achievement, indirectly saving the lives of countless human race evolvers. Of course, as the source of the insect race, the hives would be protected to the highest degree and were not an easy target. Many evolvers exceeding 6th rank often disappeared under the overwhelming tide of insect race warriors before even finding the hive. And the hives weren't defenseless. They had their own means of survival. The Golden Pattern evolver chatted with Lin Yuan for a while. Then she went offline to rest. Lin Yuan continued to stay on the step for a little while. After a while, he climbed a few more steps. Then he also disconnected from the virtual world and returned to reality. Somewhat tired, Lin Yuan rubbed his brow. In fact, once reaching the level of a 4th rank evolver, the physical body hardly felt any fatigue. With the circulation of qi and blood, inhaling the pervasive power of Taiyin and Taiyang between heaven and earth, they resembled a weakened version of a perpetual motion machine. But while the body wasn't tired, the mind certainly was. Especially when subject to spiritual attacks, even with against heaven's understanding slowly bolstering the soul's defenses, prolonged strain still led to exhaustion. Time to sleep. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. He had not slept for a long time. Now was the perfect time to have a good sleep. One day later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. He felt completely refreshed, with all fatigue swept away. Because of your against heaven's understanding, having suffered a great amount of soul attacks, you have comprehended the soul defense secret technique, Mind Palace. Within the Niwen Palace, in the center of his forehead, a great amount of soul power began to surge, and the black and white yin-yang taiji, star system, also started to vibrate. Ultimately, a translucent 5-colored pagoda took shape, enveloping the entire Niwen Palace within. Soul Defense Secret Technique. Lin Yuan's heart was filled with joy. He could feel that, outside the Niwen Palace, the invisible pagoda constructed from his own soul power had defensive capabilities that even surpassed the soul-suppressing bell. What was this concept? The soul-suppressing bell is a weapon for soul defense, capable of guarding the soul. And now Lin Yuan, without relying on the soul-suppressing bell, could achieve the same thing? Or even surpass it. From now on, even if I shuttle through worlds, I probably don't have to worry about soul defense. Lin Yuan was in a good mood. When shuttling through the door to the Myriad Realms, unless his physical body passed through, Lin Yuan couldn't bring the soul-suppressing bell with him when only his consciousness descended. But now, with the soul defense secret technique, even without the aid of the soul-suppressing bell, Lin Yuan had enough confidence in his soul defense. Keep going, keep going. Lin Yuan was full of motivation and reconnected to the virtual world, entering the 7-star cave world again. Whoosh. 5th star cave. Midway up the mountain, Lin Yuan's figure suddenly appeared. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. The moment he appeared, the soul attack belonging to this level of the stairways descended upon him. However, this soul attack hadn't even reached the Niwen Palace before it was blocked by the invisible pagoda. Mind Palace. Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel. The soul attack from this level of stairways was capable of shaking the outer defenses of Lin Yuan's soul. But now, faced with this soul defense secret technique, it couldn't shake him, let alone affect him. Disperse. With just a thought from Lin Yuan, the invisible mind palace began to dissipate. Since it was a soul defense secret technique, it was naturally controllable. To continue benefiting from the soul attacks of the Star Cave, Lin Yuan would certainly not allow the Mind Palace to block his path. Boom, boom, boom. As time passed, Lin Yuan increasingly felt the enhancement from the soul attacks slowing down, until eventually they had no effect at all. Because even if Lin Yuan stood motionless, the descending soul attacks could no longer threaten him. It's about time, Lin Yuan thought to himself. At this moment, he had reached the last step. On to the next star cave. Unknowingly, Lin Yuan had spent more than half a month in this star cave already. Although he had quite a bit of time left in the month he could stay, since he couldn't glean any more benefits, there wasn't any reason to continue lingering. There are still quite a few evolvers. Lin Yuan glanced downward. At the foot and mid-levels of the mountain, numerous evolvers were scattered about. These evolvers, mostly with silver patterns, passed the 4th star cave's challenges and arrived at the 5th star cave, where they were struggling hard against the soul attacks. Let's go. Lin Yuan's figure flashed, and he directly reached the mountain's summit. A slight spatial fluctuation was transmitted. The next moment, Lin Yuan had already disappeared from the mountaintop, heading towards the 6th star cave. Mysterious space. Upon seeing Lin Yuan pass through the 5th star cave, the 12 silhouettes breathed a sigh of relief. He finally made it past. The difficulty of the 6th star cave isn't great. Having passed the 5th star cave, it's just a matter of time for the 6th. Among the 3 figures at the top, Guze looked towards Lin Yuan, his face expressing anticipation. He was very curious to see how Lin Yuan would perform in the 7th star cave. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed the story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 11 7 Star Cave. Please subscribe. 6 Star Cave. Lin Yuan's figure appeared. Walk to the opposite side, and you can pass. Reminder, there is no risk of losing your life in the Star Cave. Lin Yuan glanced at the stele next to him. It described the method to pass through this Star Cave. The opposite side? Lin Yuan looked up. The so-called opposite side was about 10 steps away. Lin Yuan looked around. Within these 10 steps, dozens of testers were scattered about. Even without combining it with Taiyin, the ultimate power of Taiyang was terrifying, adept at slaying and fighting. Just as Lin Yuan was about to head to the next statue, buzz! Not far away, a statue suddenly started glowing. The figure standing beneath the statue disappeared in an instant. Has someone comprehended an evolutionary path? Is it a gold pattern evolver? Sigh. We continue to strive. The numerous evolvers all ceased their contemplations, whispering among themselves. Although they only needed to comprehend an evolutionary path within a month to pass the trial of the 7-star cave, there was no need to compare rankings or compete. But seeing others leave smoothly made the remaining evolvers slightly complex in thought. It's just like during an examination. When seeing someone submit their paper ahead of time, even if that person's grades might not be very good, it would still put some pressure on the other students still taking the exam. He left so easily? Lin Yuan was slightly startled. He then realized that others were different from him. With against heaven's understanding, the 7-star cave was an unprecedented treasure trove for Lin Yuan. The longer he stayed, the more he could improve himself. But to those other examiners, after painstaking efforts, they finally comprehended the evolutionary path within the statue. Lacking the energy and ability to comprehend a second one, they naturally chose to leave without hesitation. It seems the evolutionary paths beyond the 6th rank are much more difficult than those of the 6th rank. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted slightly, looking towards the silver-haired girl and the other 2 red pattern examiners. The first one to pass the Star Cave trial was a golden pattern challenger. His early comprehension didn't mean his understanding was stronger than the 3 red patterns, but the evolution path contained in the statue he contemplated was merely 6th rank. Those 3 red pattern examiners were contemplating paths that surpassed the 6th rank. The difficulty of the two was not on the same level. I continue. Lin Yuan pondered for a while, then once more walked towards the next statue. Time passed. 2 days later, Lin Yuan arrived at the central peak, in front of the 12-meter-tall giant cube. Merely by gazing from afar, Lin Yuan felt spatial fluctuations rippling. Although nowhere near the spatial rift in the Divine Arms world, the space power it emitted was complete and orderly. An evolution path beyond the 6th rank. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly grave. This was the first statue over 10 meters tall he was contemplating. The other statues, 2 to 3 meters in height, looked like mere pebbles compared to the cube. Begin contemplation. Lin Yuan steadied his mind, lifting his head to gaze at the massive cube before him. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 13 Gradual Departure. Please subscribe. Beneath the gigantic, magic cube, Lin Yuan observed carefully. Compared to those stone statues that were 2 to 3 meters tall, the magic cube was not still, but slowly rotating. Lin Yuan could see with his eyes that the 6 faces of the magic cube intersected with each other, the space flowing like water, continuously encircling the 6 faces until the magic cube completed a rotation, at which point all the space flows collapsed and started anew, repeating endlessly, without end. Space. Lin Yuan stood under the magic cube, his expression somewhat captivated. Space is infinitely large, and yet infinitely small. This huge magic cube, although far from explaining all the mysteries of space, contained enough essence for Lin Yuan to comprehend. In mysterious space within the 7-star cave world, 12 figures breathed a sigh of relief as they saw Lin Yuan finally stop under the giant, magic cube to contemplate. Since entering the 7th-star cave, he had been aimlessly wandering for a full 3 to 4 days. Though each candidate could stay in the 7-star cave for a month, Lin Yuan's idle manner still caused the 12 figures a fair amount of worry. Now, at last, he had stopped. And the stone statue heritage he chose was not bad either, one of the 16 surpassing 6th rank evolution pathways, and even within those surpassing 6th rank evolution pathways, it could be ranked near the top. The magic cube statue. If he truly fits this evolution pathway, it will save a lot of trouble in the future. Among the 3 figures above, Guze nodded slightly, showing a look of approval. The other 6th rank evolution pathways were certainly good. But for the candidates who chose these evolution pathways, if they were lucky enough to cultivate to the peak of 6th rank and wanted to surpass it, they would need to switch to cultivating other similar evolution pathways. Switching isn't starting from scratch, but it does require the evolver to pay a significant price. Now, Lin Yuan had directly chosen a broad and smooth path, which made Guze happy at heart. But can he really comprehend it? A hint of expectation appeared on Guze's face. Choosing is one thing. Being able to do it is another. Of the more than 100 evolvers in the 7-star cave, who didn't know that the 16 statues contained evolution pathways far surpassing the others. But most evolvers still chose the 2 to 3 meter tall statues. The reason was that they simply couldn't comprehend them. Or rather, they weren't confident they could comprehend them within the given month. A bird in the hand is worth 10 in the forest. Although Lin Yuan had wasted a few days, with the imperceptible talent he displayed in the 4th-star cave, as long as the chosen statue matched him, there shouldn't be any problem comprehending it, even if it was one of the 16 statues. Time passed. Just like that, most of a day went by. Lin Yuan stood there all the while, observing the giant, magic cube. Every moment, under the perception of his against heaven's understanding, he reaped a vast amount of insight until the quantitative changes culminated in a qualitative transformation. So that's how it is. Space has neither form nor substance, but is present everywhere. Even a newborn infant can feel the existence of space, but feeling it doesn't mean one can control it. Lin Yuan felt a sudden sense of enlightenment. Your understanding defies the heavens. By observing the magic cube statue, you've comprehended the eternal space evolution pathway. The eternal space evolution pathway. Lin Yuan's brow twitched. Hung, standing for eternity. Yu representing space. Hingyu meant eternal space. This evolution pathway mainly expounded on the eternal aspect of space. It's just a pity that I have only comprehended the pathway, not fully grasped it yet, and for now, I have only deciphered the first-tier chapter and the second-layer chapter of the eternal space evolution pathway. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Comprehending and fully understanding are two different things. The challenge of the seven-star cave was not to fully comprehend a certain evolution pathway, but merely to comprehend it. For a statue containing a sixth-rank evolution pathway, one needed only to fully grasp the third-rank chapter and the fourth-rank chapter to comprehend it. While the statues containing evolution pathways surpassing sixth rank required just the first-tier chapter to be fully grasped in order to comprehend the whole pathway. Compared to using text to record evolution pathways, using statues as a medium offered greater and more comprehensive insight to an evolver. After all, some things and feelings are difficult to describe with just words. Of course, to record an evolution pathway on an object like a statue, one had to be an evolver who had reached the end of that particular pathway. It also required a great deal of energy and effort. For example, Lin Yuan could replicate his own martial path evolutionary path on a statue. Other evolvers would only need to ponder the statue to comprehend the martial path evolutionary path. But to achieve this, Lin Yuan, the founder of martial Tao, would have to give up everything and spend decades without sleep just to make it possible. And that's just for the present nearly fourth-rank martial path evolutionary path, let alone sixth-rank or higher pathways, which would require much more time and energy. Let's take a break. Lin Yuan forced himself to stop understanding the eternal space evolution pathway. Now that he had acquired the pathway, the remaining comprehension could be pursued later. The current priority was to comprehend other evolution pathways contained within the statues. Lin Yuan had a feeling that the reason the seven-star cave world was not always open was key to these statues. Maintaining the mysterious operations of these statues and correlating them with reality, even in a virtual world, was no simple task. It required the Chikuan Star Lord to bear a significant cost. If he didn't take this opportunity to take away all the evolution pathways contained within the statues, it would probably be difficult to have such a chance in the future. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed the story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 13 Leaving one after another. Subscribe please. _2. At least Lin Yuan wouldn't get a free ride. Proceed to the next statue. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, beginning to plan his route. By the time Lin Yuan left, from under the massive Rubik's Cube, the silver-haired woman, Ling, who had been meditating beside him, opened her eyes. Not suited for this statue? Ling glanced at Lin Yuan's departing figure. Ling was still quite attentive toward Lin Yuan. To be precise, Ling paid attention to every evolver who surpassed her. In the fourth star cave, Ling had struggled to comprehend for several days, yet Lin Yuan had passed it in just over 20 minutes upon his arrival. This incident had somewhat impacted Ling. Although in the next star cave, Lin Yuan turned mediocre. Ling still didn't underestimate him. Of course, Ling did not know how Lin Yuan had managed to get through the sixth-star cave. Since Lin Yuan had been delayed in the fifth-star cave, by the time he got to the sixth-star cave, Ling had already reached the seventh-star cave. 22 days left. Ling once again looked toward the massive Rubik's Cube. After 8 days of arduous comprehension, Ling barely grasped the superficial aspects of the statue of Rubik's Cube. She estimated that another 20 days might barely allow her to comprehend the first-tier chapter contained within. This was because she, Ling, possessed an exceptionally high spatial talent and was in harmony with the vast space. Otherwise, if it were another evolver, let alone a month, even a year, or 10 years, might not suffice to understand the first-tier chapter. And once she comprehended the first-tier chapter, obtaining the complete evolution path within, Ling would be considered to have passed the 7-star cave's test. The 136 statues within the 7-star cave had 2 standards. One was to contain the 6th rank evolution path. The 2 to 3 meter high statues required understanding the same rank evolution chapters as one's own. For example, a 3rd rank evolver needed to comprehend the 3rd rank chapter to obtain the complete evolution path. 4th rank evolvers needed to understand the 4th rank chapter. That was one standard. The second standard was for those 6 statues that were over 10 meters tall. Whether 3rd rank or 4th rank evolvers, they only needed to comprehend the first-tier chapter of the evolution path contained within the statue to pass. Mysterious space. The 12 figures saw Lin Yuan leave again, looking somewhat stunned. This time, among over 1 million challengers in the 7-star cave, what caught their attention the most was not those 3 with the red patterns, but Lin Yuan, who had the golden pattern. His impressive performance in the 4th-star cave, his strong will in the 6-star cave, and the perplexing behavior in the 7-star cave. Can't waste any more time like this. Gu Zhe's brows were tightly furrowed among the 3 figures above. He had already decided to step forward and remind Lin Yuan to quickly choose a statue to comprehend. Even if it was those 2 to 3 meter tall ones, containing the 6th rank evolution path. If this dragged on, Lin Yuan might fail to pass the 7-star cave. Though it was said that even if Lin Yuan didn't pass, he, Gu Zhe, still had the authority to let him join the Red Kuan lineage. But that way, many powers, perks, and treatments would be lost. Gu Zhe, are you going to ask the teacher? Another figure beside him inquired. During the 7-star cave test, the 12 of them were merely observers, without the authority to intervene in any part of the test process, let alone give reminders. The only way Gu Zhe could step forward to remind Lin Yuan was to ask the Qikuan Star Lord. The Qikuan Star Lord was the founder of the 7-star cave world. If he permitted, it would naturally be possible to intervene. It seems I must, Gu Zhe responded, simultaneously sending a strand of consciousness to contact the Qikuan Star Lord. Seeing this, the other 2 figures did not show much reaction. The 3 of them, being beyond the 6th rank, were favored students of the Qikuan Star Lord. Asking for a personal favor wasn't a big deal. The Qikuan Star Lord was not one of the 3 ultimate intelligent goddesses who are absolutely selfless. Even powerful evolvers still had their own emotions.
Moments later. Gu Zhe's brow furrowed.
What happened? What did the teacher say? The 2 figures beside him asked curiously. The teacher is in retreat. I couldn't see him. Gu Zhe shook his head as he spoke. In retreat. There's nothing to be done then, he said. The teacher is in seclusion. Unless something significant occurs, such as an invasion by the different species or the 3 goddesses exercise the civilization order, he won't make an appearance for other matters, they added. The 2 figures sighed. As the earliest disciples to follow the Qikuan Star Lord, they knew their teacher very well, especially understanding that during his seclusion, he generally wouldn't respond to anything. No matter how urgent, it had to wait until he came out of seclusion. Gu Zhe remained silent. The 2 figures were correct. Unless it was a truly significant matter, the Qikuan Star Lord definitely wouldn't leave his seclusion. As for the valuable challengers strolling around, not to mention it was just one golden pattern challenger. Even if all the million-plus challengers of the 7-star cave were taking a stroll, for the Qikuan Star Lord, it would still be a trivial matter. The so-called 3 red patterns were merely enough to warrant a second glance from the Qikuan Star Lord, much like an ant on the ground, differentiated only by its color. That was it. Even giving those 3 red patterns 100,000 years or 10,000 years, they likely wouldn't even reach the Qikuan Star Lord's level. Every Qikuan Star Domain competition, the Qikuan Star Lord provided a challenge, merely as a formality to satisfy the duties set by the human alliance. Specifically, the Chikuan Star Lord never paid attention to the challenges himself. It was always their group of disciples who watched and selected. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, another 12 or 13 days went by. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yuan had been in the seven-star cave for nearly 20 days. As for his achievements, they were delightful. Of the 136 statues in the Star Cave, Lin Yuan had already passed 121 of them. That is to say, Lin Yuan had already discerned 121 evolution paths, starting from the 6th rank, with more than 10 surpassing it. Lin Yuan turned around. He looked at the many statues he had passed. His gaze mostly lingered on the giant statues over 10 meters tall. There was a slowly rotating giant Rubik's Cube. There was a blazing hot sun. There was an entirely black, frightening black hole. There was a giant eye, lacking a pupil. There was a giant water droplet, rippling with waves. There was an incomprehensible mirror, whose surface seemed to connect to another world. The statues with evolution paths beyond the 6th rank were bizarre, with the Rubik's Cube being the most normal among them. These statues haven't given me any sense of kinship. Clearly, they aren't suitable for me. Under the against heaven's understanding, suitability hardly matters, Lin Yuan thought quietly to himself. In the Dragon Tiger world, the Sword Tomb experience, the true martial sword actually hadn't chosen Lin Yuan. It was merely forcibly attracted by the Supreme Induction Imperial Sword chapter. Lin Yuan had discerned and had surrendered unwillingly. As time went by, with Lin Yuan's strength becoming unfathomably deep, the true martial sword finally began to behave. Another person has left? Lin Yuan stopped, noticing a nearby evolver who excitedly stood up and reached out to touch the statue in front of him. All of a sudden, the statue began to glow. Clearly, this evolver had passed the test and was randomly being transported away. A 3rd rank silver pattern evolver too? Lin Yuan noticed the pattern on the side of the evolver's face was silver. In the 7-star cave, 3rd rank challengers even held some advantages, as they only needed to understand the 3rd rank chapter to pass the test. As for 4th rank evolvers, they needed to understand the 4th rank chapter. The difficulty was naturally different. Of course, with a higher realm, seeing from above, discerning the 4th rank chapter wasn't much harder for 4th rank evolvers than it was for 3rd rank evolvers. Overall, it was considered fair. At least it was better than setting a uniform standard, like having all evolvers understand the 4th rank chapter. If that were the standard, likely none of the 3rd rank evolvers would pass. To not have completed the 3rd rank and expect to understand the 4th? Especially from within the 6th rank evolution paths? Quite a few evolvers have already left. Lin Yuan looked around and thought to himself. The quite a few evolvers referred to those who had entered the 7-star cave before Lin Yuan. These evolvers, having been in the 7-star cave for more than 20 days, nearly a month, if they had merely contemplated statues 2 to 3 meters tall, most had already passed the test. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability, Creating and Teaching the Tao in Various Worlds. Chapter 14, 10,000 Years. Please subscribe. Now in the 7-star cave, besides those 3 red pattern examiners, the least numerous are actually the golden pattern challengers. Those who occupy the majority are instead the silver patterns who came afterward. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted. He looked toward the initial location where one is transferred from the 6-star cave to the 7-star cave. A young man suddenly appeared, evidently having just passed through the 6-star cave. Fang Qing? Lin Yuan immediately recognized the other person. Early on during the previous Star Cave challenges, Lin Yuan had identified Fang Qing. After all, Lin Yuan was quite familiar with Fang Qing. No matter how many times Fang Qing changed his appearance or altered his stature, Lin Yuan could easily recognize him. Indeed. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. It was no surprise to Lin Yuan that Fangqing could make it to the seven-star cave. The challenge of the seven-star cave mainly lies in the word challenge. Fourth-rank evolvers might have some advantages, but not much, and especially in the seven-star cave, fourth-rank evolvers are actually at a disadvantage. Continue. It's almost over now. Lin Yuan no longer paid attention to Fangqing and walked towards the stone statue in front of him. What a massive mountain! As soon as Fangqing arrived at the seventh-star cave, he was immediately attracted by the mountain beneath his feet. After all, a mountain standing in the middle of the cosmic starry skies is quite a rare sight, and other evolvers seeing it for the first time would surely be shocked. Lin Yuan, when he first arrived at the seventh-star cave, was also shocked by this mountain.
Soon,
Fangqing's attention shifted from the mountain to the many stone statues atop the summit. To comprehend the evolution path contained within the stone statues. Once Fangqing understood the rules, he looked up at the summit again. 136 stone statues came into sight, and instinctively, Fangqing was drawn to two of them. Those two. Fangqing immediately walked towards the two stone statues. Time passed. Another 3 or 4 days went by. Lin Yuan had already reached the last stone statue. This statue was a huge mouth, 13 to 14 meters wide, as if it wanted to swallow everything. Swallowing. Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. Under other statues, there were usually several examiners comprehending them. Especially those with simpler entry-level statues, there were even more than a dozen examiners sitting cross-legged. But not a single challenger was before this strange statue. Just as Lin Yuan was about to start his comprehension,
buzz.
A faint spatial fluctuation came. In the distance, below the colossal Rubik's Cube, a silver-haired woman showed joy on her face and reached out to touch the cube.
Suddenly,
the Rubik's Cube stopped spinning. It radiated a soft glow. The silver-haired woman disappeared. This scene caught the attention of most evolvers on the field. After all, the silver-haired woman was one of only 3 red pattern examiners among a million. Moreover, the silver-haired woman was also the first who comprehended a stone statue over 10 meters and then passed the challenge as an evolver. In the mysterious space, 12 figures saw the silver-haired woman leave and immediately started talking. That's the everlasting cosmic evolution path. Just 27 days to comprehend the first-tier chapter. Well nurtured, she might even surpass 6th rank in the future. Too bad, such a genius has nothing to do with us. What's wrong?
You want to take her in?
Do you even understand the everlasting cosmic evolution path? The 9 figures below casually chatted. At this point, they no longer paid attention to Lin Yuan. 23 days, a whole 23 days. While other examiners labored in comprehension and gained a lot during those 23 days, it all came to Lin Yuan, who just idly wandered for 23 days. If it weren't for the fact they had no authority to interfere with the trials, some would probably have gone to ask Lin Yuan what exactly he had been doing those 23 days. Lin Yuan. Among the 3 figures above, Guze silently looked at Lin Yuan. At that moment, Lin Yuan was sitting under the giant mouth statue. The swallowing sky evolution path is not so easy to comprehend. Guze still had a faint hope for Lin Yuan, but this kind of faint hope had already appeared more than 100 times. Half a day later, swallowing sky evolution path. Eat, 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 devour everything to fulfill oneself. The cosmic starry sky will become my sustenance. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and steadied himself. He had to admit, this statue was truly strange. The evolution path it contained could actually affect one's mind. I can draw lessons, but I cannot follow this path. Lin Yuan gazed at the giant mouth statue before him. The swallowing sky evolution path discerned from the statue emphasized one key aspect: consumption. To consume everything, planets, even galaxies. Of course, following this evolution path to the end would lead to losing human form, with spiritual wisdom gradually diminishing. Finally done. 136 stone statues, comprehended all. Lin Yuan was in good spirits. It was the first time he had seen so many evolution paths at once. Each evolution path, Lin Yuan had only comprehended parts or even small parts of it. To comprehend as many evolution paths as possible, he almost gobbled them up whole. As soon as he met the standard of comprehension, he would immediately turn to the next statue. Of course, Lin Yuan's standard was the upper limit for other challengers to pass this star cave. I should rest for a bit. Lin Yuan left the giant mouth statue and sat down casually on a clearing at the top of the mountain. Even with against heaven's understanding, furiously comprehending statues, embracing sixth rank and beyond evolution paths for half a month had left Lin Yuan somewhat exhausted. It's been 23 days. It's time to pass. Lin Yuan braced himself with his right hand on the ground and glanced at the numerous statues. It would be extremely simple for him to pass the 7-star cave, just randomly choose a statue and then touch it with his hand. The statue would naturally sense whether Lin Yuan's body contained the trace of the evolution path it encompassed. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 14, 10,000 years. Please subscribe. _2. Lin Yuan had figured out all the stone statues, and he only needed to touch any of them to pass through. Choose one of those 16 statues, she said. Lin Yuan looked towards the 16 huge statues that contained evolutionary pathways surpassing 6th rank. The 7-star cave was a test, naturally involving a ranking. Comprehending evolutionary pathways beyond 6th rank, compared to those of the 6th rank, would naturally receive different evaluations in the eyes of the Red Kuan lineage. Lin Yuan had no intention of hiding his abilities. Having decided to join the Red Kuan lineage, he certainly wouldn't be worse than those 3 red pattern examiners. According to what Feng Qing had said, joining the Red Kuan lineage meant becoming a disciple under one of the 12-star lords. And the strongest 3 among these 12-star lord disciples had all surpassed 6th rank. Which one should I choose? Lin Yuan's gaze lingered on the 16 statues. This one it is, he declared. Lin Yuan looked towards the terrifying stone statue of the Taiyang that was more than 10 meters tall. This statue, containing an evolutionary pathway surpassing 6th rank, was utterly firm and positive, complementing Lin Yuan's Taiji Dao. Hold on. Once you touch it, you have to leave this treasure land. Before making a move, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a reluctance to leave. Throughout these 20-odd days, even though he hardly rested, the gains had left him immensely satisfied. There shouldn't be anything I've missed. Lin Yuan's gaze swept back and forth across the summit, reviewing all 136 statues. Dividing the 136 stone statues into strong and weak was naturally done by size. For example, the statues 2 or 3 meters high contained 6th rank evolutionary pathways. Those over 10 meters tall contained pathways surpassing 6th rank. In fact, even among the 6th rank evolutionary pathways, there was a distinction between statues 2 meters high and those 3 meters high. Those statues nearly 3 meters tall, though also containing 6th rank evolutionary pathways, were definitely stronger than those 2 meters tall. The same was true for those surpassing 10 meters. Among the statues containing evolutionary pathways beyond 6th rank, some were only 11 meters high, while others nearly reached 15 or 16 meters. The evolutionary pathways contained within these 2 types of statues, of course, meant that the latter was a bit stronger. Did I miss anything? Did I miss anything? Lin Yuan scanned all 136 statues and then looked over the entire summit, even beginning to observe the mountain beneath his feet. The mountain peak? Lin Yuan was slightly taken aback. Inside the 7-star cave, the cosmic starry skies were merely the background. Visible but untouchable, what the examiners could come into contact with were only the 136 stone statues and the towering mountain peak underfoot. If one were to talk about size, merging all 136 stone statues together, would still be far from matching the magnitude of the mountain underfoot. The peak of the mountain? Lin Yuan fell thud onto the ground, laying completely flat, his awareness slowly spreading out, beginning to sense the mountain pressed against his back. Imposing, majestic, substantial. Can this mountain also be comprehended? Lin Yuan couldn't help but immerse himself in it. In just a moment, Lin Yuan sensed the vastness and inclusiveness of the mountain beneath him, as if the entire world existed within this mountain, be it sixth-rank evolutionary pathways or those surpassing it. All were merely a part of this mountain. How perfect! Lin Yuan's heart trembled. On this mountain, he saw everything, including the Taiji Dao he had established himself. Why? Why have I only noticed this mountain now? Lin Yuan closed his eyes. What is the most noticeable thing within the seven-star cave? The cosmic starry sky? The 136 stone statues? Neither. The most noticeable was the mountain peak beneath their feet. Standing against the background of the cosmic starry sky, the mountain peak was the first thing all the evolvers saw upon entering the seventh star cave. Only afterwards did they notice the 136 stone statues. But such an obvious mountain peak. Why did nobody pay attention to it? Is it due to a lack of realm? After figuring out the 136 evolutionary pathways, my cognitive realm has greatly improved. When I focus on the mountain, I then have an epiphany. Compared to the 136 stone statues, the mountain underfoot was too vast. Just like the cosmic starry sky, even if Lin Yuan gazed at it for a long time, he wouldn't gain much, because the difference in their levels was too great. Against Heaven's understanding was not omnipotent. It depended on the height Lin Yuan had achieved. Time slowly passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. In the mysterious space, the gaze of 12 figures fell upon Lin Yuan once more. What is he doing? Lying on the ground to rest? The 12 figures were dumbfounded. They had already more or less gotten used to Lin Yuan's wandering for more than half a month. But now Lin Yuan had become even more extreme, forgoing wandering altogether and simply lying down listlessly. Is it because he did not find a statue suitable for himself? One of the figures below guessed. In the past 20-odd days, Lin Yuan had circled through all 136 statues, finally sitting down to rest at the end. If Lin Yuan had found a suitable statue, he would have been eager to comprehend it. The scene now could only indicate that among the 136 statues, none contained an evolutionary pathway suitable for Lin Yuan. He's giving up just like that? Among the 3 figures above, Gu Zei's eyebrows furrowed once again. He too thought that Lin Yuan might not have found a suitable statue. But even if they were unsuitable, one could still forcefully comprehend them. The pathways contained within the statues merely facilitated comprehension speed if they matched one's own. Even if they were unsuitable, forcing comprehension would still yield gains. The 16 statues that contained pathways surpassing the 6th rank were too difficult to forcibly comprehend, but one could still try to comprehend the other statues containing 6th rank pathways. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 14, 10,000 years. Please subscribe. _3. Even if he still hadn't figured out the evolution path in the end, at least he had tried and had not given up easily. Thus, Gu Zei would have a reason, after the test ended, to include Lin Yuan in the Red Kuan lineage. However, now, seeing Lin Yuan lying on the ground having completely given up, Gu Zei began to doubt his own judgment. Junior brother. Let it be. This person's perseverance is too weak. Even if they possess strong comprehension, their future achievements would be limited. 2 figures beside him tried to persuade Gu Zei. They even felt that Gu Zei did not need to take Lin Yuan as his disciple anymore. After all, Nurturing a disciple in the Red Kuan lineage requires resources, especially in the early stages. So be it.
Gusha shined internally.
He also felt that Lin Yuan's perseverance was lacking. To become strong, aptitude is one aspect, comprehension another, but strong perseverance is equally necessary. Encountering any issue, without even attempting to address it, surrendering proactively, such a person would achieve nothing. Time slowly passed. Another couple of days went by. This day was Lin Yuan's 29th in the 7-star cave. According to the rules of the 7-star cave test, if Lin Yuan hadn't figured out the evolution path by the next day, he would be expelled from the 7-star cave world. Why is that person lying there? I don't know. Maybe they are tired? Lin Yuan's actions also drew the attention of other test takers. However, these test takers just took another look, as their main goal at the moment was to pass the 7-star cave. No test taker had the time to meddle too much. Just then, Lin Yuan, who had been lying motionless on the ground for nearly 10 days, suddenly opened his eyes. So that's how it is. In the depths of Lin Yuan's eyes, a vast starry sky was faintly reflected. An extremely profound aura began to condense within Lin Yuan's body. Because Lin Yuan was lying on the ground, parts of his skin were in contact with the mountain peak beneath his feet. At the moment this profound aura appeared, the entire mountain peak began to tremble. For a time, the remaining dozens of evolvers were thrown into panic, abruptly stopping their contemplation and standing up to look around. The tremor of the mountain didn't stop. It even seemed to intensify. Mysterious space. Shock appeared on the faces of 12 figures. The main peak of the 7-star cave trembling was something that hadn't happened in nearly 10,000 years. What is this? Among the top 3 figures, the one in the lead, as if realizing something, had his expression suddenly change. The final test. Someone has passed the final test. The other 2 figures quickly caught on. The 9 figures below all stood up, looking towards the 7-star cave again, as if searching for something. In a vast grand hall, an old man dressed in a red robe was sitting on a throne, his eyes half closed, dozing off. Star Lord, Star Lord. It was then that the voice of an intelligent assistant came, waking up the red-robed old man. What is it? Don't you know I'm in seclusion? The Chikuan Star Lord did not open his eyes, but frowned and muttered. Speak. Chikuan Star Lord spoke again, knowing that something capable of interrupting his seclusion must be no small matter. In the 7-star cave world, someone has passed the final test. The intelligent assistant quickly said. The final test. Upon hearing this, the Chikuan Star Lord's eyes silently opened.
Boom.
A terrifying heat quickly spread thousands of miles. The Chikuan Star Lord's eyes shone like 2 constant stars illuminating in all directions. The Chikuan Star Lord connected his consciousness to the virtual world, overlooking the whole 7-star cave world, his gaze directed towards the continuously trembling mountain peak of the 7-star cave. Immediately, he returned to reality, sitting on the throne in the center of the palace, slowly closing his eyes, isolating light and heat. 10,000 years. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 15 Xian Huang Evolutionary Path. The 13th Disciple. 7-star cave. The mountains shook and swayed. The most affected were undoubtedly the challengers who were still comprehending the stone statues. Among the numerous challengers in the 7-star cave, only 3 or 5 were golden pattern challengers, and all the rest were silver pattern. As for those 3 red pattern examiners, they had already passed the test and left the 7-star cave several days ago. The majority of golden pattern challengers had also left. What's happening? Why do I feel like the ground is unstable? An earthquake? Can virtual worlds even have earthquakes? The challengers looked at each other, puzzled. They were all third or fourth rank evolvers, not one to lose their balance due to such tremors. But what place was this? The seven-star cave world, a test world opened by the great Chikuan Star Lord. To ensure the fairness of the challenger's comprehension of the stone statues, the entire seven-star cave was incredibly stable, with no chance of any unexpected variables.
But now?
Why do I feel that the statue in front of me is trembling? At that moment, a challenger seemed to discover something, staring in disbelief at the stone statue he had been contemplating for half a month. This statue, nearly 3 meters tall, was one of the top statues among the many containing 6th-rank evolution paths. And, with the attention of the other challengers, it was immediately discovered. Under the trembling of the ground, not only the 2 to 3 meter tall statues were affected. Even those over 10 meters tall that contained evolution paths surpassing 6th rank were also affected. The specific manifestation was the originally motionless giant statues of over 10 meters. For example, the huge Rubik's Cube, whose 6 faces slowly rotated, creating waves of spatial ripples. And that gaping mouth statue, which seemed like an abyss within, with an indistinct whirlpool swirling. Every one of the giant statues containing evolution paths surpassing 6th rank was releasing its own aura as much as possible, influencing and assimilating its surroundings. But at this moment, all the giant statues over 10 meters tall were as if dead. The 6 faces of the huge Rubik's Cube stopped turning, and the eerie breath of the gaping mouth statue had completely subsided, as if it were just an ordinary statue. Something special has definitely happened. Feng Qing also stopped contemplating the statue in front of him. What the old man with the white beard had told him about the seven-star cave was very clear. That was, this star cave tested the enlightenment of each evolver. What's with him? Feng Qing observed his surroundings. He noticed that the challengers sitting beneath the statues all showed puzzled and shocked expressions. Only in a distant corner, a challenger lying on the ground resting remained unchanged. While everyone was conversing anxiously, this challenger was lying on the ground motionless, paying no heed to the continuously trembling ground. Golden pattern. Feng Qing had noticed this peculiar golden pattern challenger early on. Without rushing to comprehend the statues and pass the seven-star cave, he was just lying there resting. Mysterious space. 12 figures experienced a surge of emotions. Those challengers did not know what the trembling mountains meant, but these figures were different as disciples of the Star Lord. They knew much more than the outside world. Has someone passed the final test? Who on earth was it? The difficulty of the final test is so high, even if I were to comprehend it, I might not succeed. How did these 3rd and 4th rank little ones manage it? A momentous event. Something my red Kuan lineage hasn't encountered in 10,000 years.
The
12 figures were immensely shaken, precisely because their greater knowledge made them acutely aware of the difficulty of passing the final test. That was not meant for the normal challengers. It's Lin Yuan. It must be Lin Yuan who has passed the final test. The 12 figures glanced over each challenger. In the end, their gaze stopped on Lin Yuan. They had no choice. Compared to the shock, anxiety, and unease of the other challengers, only Lin Yuan remained unchanged from beginning to end. Moreover, the 12 figures could feel that the trembling of the entire mountain emanated from Lin Yuan, rapidly spreading in all directions. Lin Yuan, wasn't he just loitering around before? Could it be that he wasn't just loitering but was secretly comprehending the final test? It must be so. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that Lin Yuan could bring us such a big surprise? The 12 figures rapidly exchanged thoughts. Little junior brother. Inside a manner, Guze looked at Lin Yuan with a smiling face. 3rd senior brother. Lin Yuan's expression was solemn. Among the Chikuan Star Lord's 12 disciples, 3 had surpassed the 6th rank. This 3rd senior brother was one of them. This is the virtual world of our red Kuan lineage. The 3rd senior brother, Guze, got up and brought Lin Yuan to the front of a vast continent. This continent was 100 times larger than Kanglin Star, with a massive peak rising in the center. Around this central peak, there stood 13 slightly smaller peaks. That over there will be your residence, little junior brother. The third senior brother, Guze, came to one of the 13 peaks. Seen from a distance, this peak indeed did not look large, especially when compared to the central peak's grandeur. But as Lin Yuan approached, he discovered that the size of this peak was nearly half that of Kanglin Star. As a peak master, you have the highest authority over this mountain. You may recruit disciples and servants, of course. This is the virtual world, so it's not of much significance. When you come to Chikuan Main Star one day, I will introduce everything in detail to you, said the third senior brother, Guze, as he brought Lin Yuan to the summit of this mountain and continued. Moreover, as the disciple of the teacher, you may peruse any evolution path recorded by the Red Kuan lineage. Any evolution path. Lin Yuan was inwardly stirred. A virtual screen appeared in front of him, flashing through numerous evolution paths. So many? Lin Yuan was slightly excited inside. Although he had gained a lot at the 7-star cave, all the evolution paths added together amounted to just over 100. But now, the evolution paths recorded by the Red Kuan lineage numbered at least 1,000, including not a few surpassing the 6th rank. The Xian Huang evolutionary path is not among them. Lin Yuan glanced through them and did not find the Xian Huang evolutionary path. Also, every time you break through, you may apply for Scarlet Spirit Liquid, said the third senior brother, Guze, with a smile. Scarlet Spirit Liquid? Lin Yuan was puzzled. The Scarlet Spirit Liquid is a unique resource of our Red Kuan lineage, not to be found outside, explained the third senior brother, Guze, with a smile. The use of Scarlet Spirit Liquid is to transform into the purest energy, replenishing oneself. If you, junior brother, are to break through from the 4th rank 10th level to the 11th level, there is no need to slowly absorb external energy to transform yourself. Just 1 drop of Scarlet Spirit Liquid is sufficient, the third senior brother, Guze, explained. I see. Lin Yuan understood. This meant that, as a disciple of the Chikuan Star Lord, Lin Yuan did not need to spend extra time on the most basic accumulation of energy. As long as his realm was prepared, he could break through without any restrictions. This was of significant meaning for Lin Yuan. Every time he shuttled back, Lin Yuan had to spend a large amount of money to buy rare treasures and spiritual objects from the universe to restore his full strength. Now, this would no longer be an issue. He could simply apply for the Scarlet Spirit Liquid. Since you are still weak right now, junior brother, the teacher has specially selected a guard troops for you along with 3 life-saving tokens. Third senior brother Guze paused, then continued to explain. The so-called guard troops are the personal forces of a Red Kuan lineage's peak master, led by a 6th rank evolver as the captain, with more than 10 5th rank evolvers as members. They are the close-range defense forces that protect the peak master. This guard troop is absolutely loyal, handpicked by the Chikuan Star Lord himself, and harbors no thoughts of rebellion. As for the 3 life-saving tokens, they are unique to Lin Yuan. The other 12 senior brothers never had such treatment. The 3 life-saving tokens were personally refined by the Chikuan Star Lord, and they would activate on their own once Lin Yuan encountered danger that he could not resist. Kanglin Star. Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. This is too exaggerated. Lin Yuan's expression was one of astonishment. Through third senior brother Guze's introduction, Lin Yuan had roughly understood the treatment afforded to a disciple of the Chikuan Star Lord. It mainly divided into 5 aspects. 1. Status. As one of the 13 peak masters, Lin Yuan's status within the Red Kuan lineage was second only to the Star Lord. Equal to the other 12 peak masters, he could mobilize the Evolver army of the Red Kuan lineage, provided that he met the conditions. 2. He could browse through the many evolution paths collected by the Red Kuan lineage. This was the most important thing for Lin Yuan, as with the collection of the Red Kuan lineage, he wouldn't lack evolution paths for comprehension before reaching the 6th rank. 3. He could apply for Scarlet Spirit Liquid. It saved Lin Yuan a considerable amount of wealth. 4. He owned a guard troop led by a 6th-rank evolver. 5. 3 life-saving tokens. I've made a huge profit indeed. Lin Yuan felt joy in his heart. No wonder the goddess of wisdom had advised him to give his all in the contest on the arena. The reward indeed far exceeded the effort. What Lin Yuan didn't know was, the goddess of wisdom had not predicted that he would become the Qikuan Star Lord's disciple. If he was merely the disciple of a peak master, the treatment and status would naturally be greatly reduced. The guard troop should have already set out by now, from the Qikuan main star to Kanglan Star. Even through wormhole shuttle, it would take at least a month or 2. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Since the guard troop was to protect Lin Yuan, naturally they would be wherever Lin Yuan was. Becoming the disciple of a Star Lord, as long as I don't say anything, the Star Lord doesn't say anything, the few senior brothers don't say anything, and the 3 goddesses don't say anything, then no one will know. Lin Yuan changed his appearance and physique before participating in the 7-star cave trial. Even Fong Qing did not recognize him. A few days later, Fong Qing came looking for him, excited. Brother Lin, I have been accepted into the Red Kuan lineage. Fong Qing's tone was exhilarated as he shared the good news with Lin Yuan. Shortly after Lin Yuan left the 7-star cave, Fong Qing had successfully comprehended the evolution path within the stone statue and passed the test. In fact, every session of the 7-star cave trial would have quite a few silver pattern challengers passing. Of course, compared to the huge number of over 1 million silver pattern challengers, the probability of finally passing the challenge was naturally extremely low. Although Fong Qing was a silver pattern challenger, as a successor of a fallen 6th-rank power, he was very close to the standard of gold pattern in many aspects, at least stronger than the vast majority of silver patterns. Plus, he had an intelligent life form devising strategies for him in the background, so passing the 7-star cave trial was not an inconceivable feat. Congratulations, Lin Yuan nodded and said. In a few days, the 7-star cave trial will end. By then, I will meet with the various peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage along with the other evolvers who have passed the test, just to be accepted as a disciple by one of the peak masters. Fong Qing couldn't help but fantasize. The peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage all had combat powers far surpassing those of the same rank, not to mention that 3 of them were even beyond the 6th rank. Even when his teacher was alive, he wasn't nearly as powerful as the peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage. Various peak masters? Lin Yuan fell into a brief contemplation. He now should also count as one of the peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage, right? Thinking this, Lin Yuan's gaze towards Fong Qing became somewhat peculiar. Fong Qing, in his wildest dreams, could not imagine that the Red Kuan peak master he looked up to with reverence was far in the sky, but also close at hand. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 17 Continuous Breakthroughs. Subscribe, please. The Red Kuan lineage, overseen by 12 peak masters who stood high above, looking down upon the entire Qikuan star domain. Even among the surrounding star domains, the Red Kuan lineage was extremely dominant, and the Qikuan Star Lord's strength was formidable among those of the Star Lords. As long as Fong Qing could become a disciple under any of the peak masters, he could freely traverse within the Qikuan star domain. What Fong Qing didn't know was that there were no longer 12 peak masters in the Red Kuan lineage, but 13. However, Lin Yuan's becoming the 13th disciple of the Qikuan Star Lord had not yet been announced. For now, only the Star Lord and the 12 peak masters were aware of it. Lin Yuan estimated that before reaching the 6th rank, even if it were announced, it wouldn't be under the identity of Lin Yuan. Right. Big Brother Lin, how is your challenge going? Fong Qing asked curiously. He had been so caught up in expressing his excitement that he had forgotten to ask Lin Yuan about his progress in the challenges. Me? I didn't pass, Lin Yuan said frankly. As the 13th peak master of the Red Kuan lineage, it was predetermined that he couldn't recognize Feng Qing in the early stage. It wasn't that Lin Yuan didn't trust Feng Qing. Well, actually, Lin Yuan didn't entirely trust Feng Qing. It wasn't that he suspected Feng Qing would betray him, but that some information couldn't be kept secret just because you didn't want to share it. A 6th-rank spirit illusion evolutionist could skim through your memories with just one glance. Therefore, caution was necessary. Since the Qikuan Star Lord had repeatedly warned him about this, naturally Lin Yuan knew what to do. He wouldn't reveal anything to Feng Qing, not even to his own parents. However, Lin Yuan was only concealing this one aspect of his identity. He could enjoy all the benefits that came with being a peak master. The many evolution paths gathered by the Red Kuan lineage? For members of the lineage who wished to peruse these paths, there was a cost involved. But as a peak master, he could browse them at will. 6th rank. Lin Yuan's eyes were calm. If it had been before the 7-star cave challenge, he would have doubted his ability to reach the 6th rank. But now, Lin Yuan was almost certain he could step into the 6th rank. Over 100 6th-rank evolution paths, 16 evolution paths that went beyond the 6th rank, and that mysterious yellow evolution path that no challenger had comprehended for millennia. All of these were of immense help to Lin Yuan. Feng Qing chatted idly with Lin Yuan for a while before standing up and leaving. On his way back to his manor in the central continent, Feng Qing wore a puzzled look. How could Big Brother Lin possibly have failed the challenge? Truthfully, Feng Qing would rather believe he had failed than Lin Yuan. Given their interaction and sparring over the past days, Feng Qing felt that even if he trained for another 100 years, he might still not catch up to Lin Yuan's current level. Such a genius, even if considered across the entire Qikuan star domain, would shine brightly. How could he possibly fail the 7-star cave challenge? Indeed, it is somewhat strange. The voice of the white-bearded old man rang out. However, it's not impossible, the white-bearded old man analyzed seriously. Among the past 7-star cave challenges, aside from red pattern geniuses and a very few special challengers, even those with golden patterns have been eliminated on occasion. Of course, the likelihood of a golden pattern challenger being eliminated midway was extremely low, but not non-existent. If one was terribly unlucky and died in one of the initial star caves, they would naturally be disqualified. There's another possibility. The white-bearded old man continued, and that is Lin Yuan intentionally failing the 7-star cave challenge. Intentionally failing the challenge. Feng Qing's eyes widened. Who would pass up such an opportunity? Young Feng. The white-bearded old man glanced at Feng Qing. There are advantages to becoming a disciple of a peak master in the Red Kuan lineage, but there are also disadvantages. While being protected by a peak master, you must serve the Red Kuan lineage, follow the peak master's commands, and you might even have to go to the battlefields of different species. The white-bearded old man explained. In general, since the Qikuan Star Lord spent most of his time in seclusion, not dealing with worldly matters, the entire Red Kuan lineage essentially served the 12 peak masters. Central Continent Manor. Underground training area of the main building. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, continuing to contemplate the mysterious yellow evolution path. This evolution path was too profound and vast. After nearly 10 days of contemplation, Lin Yuan had only grasped 1% of the first-tier chapter. This was far beyond any evolution path Lin Yuan had encountered before. Mysterious yellow? Lin Yuan's entire being was immersed in it. In a daze, Lin Yuan found himself on an endless expanse of land. It bore an aura that was thick, ancient, and vast. Your Against Heaven's understanding allows you to comprehend the mysterious yellow evolution path, and your grasp of this path continues to deepen. Your Against Heaven's understanding allows you to comprehend the mysterious yellow evolution path, and your grasp of this path continues to deepen. Your Against Heaven's understanding allows you to comprehend the mysterious yellow evolution path, and your grasp of this path continues to deepen. The more Lin Yuan contemplated, the more astounded he became. His incomprehensible understanding allowed him to continuously analyze the essence of things. What kind of being created this evolution path? My martial path, evolutionary path, my Taiji Dao, can it one day reach such a level? Lin Yuan pondered the mysterious yellow evolution path. 2 days later, Lin Yuan paused his contemplation. Not even 2%. Lin Yuan estimated the progress of his contemplation. This 2% was not of the entire mysterious yellow evolution path, but rather of the first-tier chapter of it. No hurry, take it slow. The one thing I have plenty of right now is time, Lin Yuan reassured himself. 4th rank evolvers can live for 6,000 years, and 6th rank evolvers from 20 to 50,000 years. Currently in his 20s, Lin Yuan was still young. Faced with such a long lifespan, he was not even a cub. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 17, Continuous Breakthroughs. Subscribe, please. _2. And Lin Yuan's time was far more than just the numbers on the surface. The shuttling through the door to the Myriad Realms, the passage of time in different worlds, none of these were accounted for. 4th rank, 11 segments. Days later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, his bodily aura having increased once more. The breakthrough in strength hadn't surprised Lin Yuan, who, under the premise of comprehending this multi-evolution path, had thought it better to hit his head against the wall if he couldn't advance. Inhale, exhale. After the breakthrough, Lin Yuan's realm improved, and his body naturally began to absorb energy from the air, slowly transforming. Calculating the time, in just over a month, the guard troops should be here. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry to purchase cosmic rare treasures and spiritual objects to promote bodily transformation. As a disciple of the Qikuan Star Lord and one of the 13 peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage, Lin Yuan had the privilege to apply for Scarlet Spirit Liquid. This time, as the guard squad departed from the Qikuan main star, Lin Yuan had applied for a pot of Scarlet Spirit Liquid in advance and had it brought along by the guard squad. 1 to 2 months later, outside Kanglin Star, a dark spacecraft stopped. Finally reached the destination. Inside the cockpit of the spaceship sat 13 silhouettes. These 13 silhouettes had profound auras, especially the leading one, who, merely sitting there, subtly solidified the surroundings. This time we come to protect the peak master of the 13 peaks. If anything happens to the peak master, there is no need for us to continue existing, understand? The leading silhouette, a bald middle-aged man, stared at the distant Kanglin star and slowly spoke. Understood. The 12 silhouettes standing behind him said in unison. They were carefully selected by the Qikuan Star Lord, absolutely loyal, otherwise they couldn't possibly serve as personal guards for the peak master of the 13 peaks. Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan had just finished his cultivation. He then received the information that the guard troops had arrived. Goddess of Wisdom, I have subordinates entering Kanglin Star. Lin Yuan connected with the Goddess of Wisdom and directly spoke. For a middle-grade life planet like Kanglin Star, the entrance of 6th rank life forms is strictly prohibited. After all, a 6th rank life form, also known as fallen star level, could cause calamity if they harbored ill intent when entering a planet, and even the planetary defense system wouldn't react quickly enough. It would be a complete disaster. Therefore, every 6th rank life form, before descending onto a planet, needs to register, otherwise, once discovered, it would lead to a star domain level manhunt. After layers of authorization by the Goddess of Wisdom, Lin Yuan's guard squad finally passed through the checkpoints and arrived outside Central Continent Manor. Main Building Reception Hall. The 13 members of the guard squad stood respectfully in front of Lin Yuan. Peak Master. The bald, middle-aged man bowed in greeting. Peak Master. The other 12 5th rank guards also respectfully saluted. Rise. Lin Yuan curiously eyed the bald, middle-aged man. This person should be the head of the guard squad, a 6th-rank evolver. To be honest, this was the first time Lin Yuan had seen a being of the 6th rank up close. "What's your name?" Lin Yuan asked. "Peak Master, I am called Ho Ming." The bald, middle-aged man spoke in a low voice. Following this, Lin Yuan asked the names of the other 12 guards in turn. "From now on, you all will be the bodyguards of this manor. Unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal your strength," Lin Yuan instructed after a moment's thought. With his current identity, even if he wasn't openly known as a disciple of the Chikuan Star Lord, he was still a tournament champion and 4th-rank evolver. Hiring some bodyguards was only natural. Of course, this was limited to ordinary bodyguards. If others knew that Lin Yuan's bodyguards were of the 5th and 6th ranks, you should know that the strongest evolvers on Kanglin Star were only at the 5th rank, and their numbers didn't exceed 5. These few 5th-rank evolvers could only be fully mobilized by the Goddess of Wisdom. As for the 6th-rank evolvers, Kanglin Star, being a middle-grade life planet, could not attract evolvers of this level. Most 6th-rank evolvers resided on high-grade life planets or even at star system and star domain main stars. Also, from now on, don't call me Peak Master, just call me Mr. Lin, Lin Yuan said. Although the title Peak Master was unlikely to be associated with the Peak Master of the Red Kuan lineage, as long as the strengths of these 13 bodyguards were not exposed, it would still be better to avoid leaving any traces. "Yes, Mr. Lin." The bald, middle-aged man Ho Ming immediately responded. "From now on, I will be stationed in the main building, and everyone else will patrol the manor." Ho Ming asked. "No problem." Lin Yuan nodded. Since the Chikuan Star Lord had appointed them as Lin Yuan's guard troops, he clearly trusted them. Therefore, Lin Yuan tried not to intervene in their protective arrangements as much as possible. "This is the Scarlet Spirit Liquid that Mr. Lin requested." The bald, middle-aged man Ho Ming took out a pot-shaped container. "This is a life-saving token that the Star Lord asked me to give to Mr. Lin," Ho Ming said reverently, taking out 3 crimson tokens. "Good." Lin Yuan put them away. "Then we'll be leaving first." The bald, middle-aged man, Ho Ming, promptly led 12 guards out of the main building. The underground training ground. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. In front of him was the pot-shaped container containing the Scarlet Spirit Liquid. Scarlet Spirit Liquid. Lin Yuan looked forward with anticipation. His 3rd senior brother had highly praised this spirit liquid, but since the Scarlet Spirit Liquid was exclusive to the Red Kuan lineage, Lin Yuan had never tried it before. "Let's test it first." Lin Yuan opened the pot, and a drop of Scarlet Spirit Liquid floated out. This drop of Scarlet Spirit Liquid emitted a red glow, and merely by gazing at it, Lin Yuan could feel the vast energy contained within.
Come.
Lin Yuan's mind flickered slightly. The drop of Scarlet Spirit Liquid then flew into his mouth.
Boom.
As the spirit liquid entered his throat, it immediately transformed into a blazing energy, starting to be absorbed by every cell in Lin Yuan's body. Although named after the word red, the energy contained in the Scarlet Spirit Liquid was extremely gentle and didn't possess the fierce heat like that of the fire system. Not to mention that Lin Yuan's own Tao of Taiji, which included the Way of the Taiyang, could easily absorb this drop of Scarlet Spirit Liquid even without it. Transformation completed. Moments later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his face showing a look of satisfaction. "This pot of Scarlet Spirit Liquid will be enough for me to reach the 6th rank." Lin Yuan looked at the pot-shaped container in front of him and solemnly put it away. 3 life-saving tokens? Lin Yuan took out 3 entirely crimson tokens and began to carefully inspect them. These 3 life-saving tokens were unique to Lin Yuan. The previous 12 disciples, or even the young disciples who had realized the mysterious yellow evolution path thousands of years ago, just like Lin Yuan, had never had them. 3 tokens, though all are meant for saving life, have 3 different uses. Lin Yuan thought inwardly as he probed into the nature of the tokens. The first token was a teleportation token. If Lin Yuan were to face an irresistible attack, this token would automatically activate, forcibly tearing through space and teleporting him randomly. The second token was an attack token. It was to be activated by Lin Yuan himself. Just crush it, and it would unleash a terrifying blow, one that a 6th rank evolver could hardly withstand. Even those surpassing the 6th rank would need to tread carefully, lest they be severely injured. The third token was a defense token. It could form a protective barrier around Lin Yuan, blocking all attacks, including mental and physical ones. This token was the most important because as soon as it was activated, the Chikuan Star Lord would instantly be notified and would come at full speed. The mentor thought of everything. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. With a guard troop of 6th rank evolvers and these 3 life-saving tokens, it would be difficult for Lin Yuan to die, even if he wanted to. Of course, it would be best to avoid using these measures if possible. Currently, Lin Yuan's public identity was merely that of a champion in a tournament, hardly worth the effort for different species to incur great costs. At most, they would secretly influence matters, just like what had happened with Yao Qingqing before. Time passed. Another month went by. The underground training ground. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. The aura around him began to rise once more. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 18. Fame spreads across the star domain. Congratulations to Shirsan, the Peak Master. Please subscribe. 4th rank, 12 segments. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a smile spreading across his face. Benefiting from the tests in the 7-star cave, Lin Yuan had hardly delayed at the 11th segment of the 4th rank. In less than 2 months, he had smoothly stepped into the 12th segment of the 4th rank. The 12th segment of the 4th rank was the pinnacle of this rank, marking the end of this stage. Next, it should be the 5th rank. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly solemn. Even though he had been confident, breaking into the 5th rank was still not an easy task. Even for evolvers who were guided by a complete evolution path, there were various risks when breaking through a great realm. Like failure? Like going mad with power? Like exploding and dying? Moreover, Lin Yuan was pioneering the path ahead, and even with his Against Heaven's understanding providing protection, it definitely wouldn't be smooth sailing. Actually, the best method would be to use the door to the Myriad Realms to traverse, completing the 5th rank progress in an alternate world, confirming there are no issues, and then have my real body in the main world catch up. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The consciousness transfer function of the door to the Myriad Realms mainly had 3 uses. One was to sense other worlds' evolution paths and the essence of cultivation. 2 was to take advantage of different time flow rates to speed up cultivation. 3 was trial and error. Life's evolution was never fixed. Even with the same evolution path, different people might achieve different effects. But once one had walked the path once, the subsequent journey would naturally become familiar. Using the door to the Myriad Realms to project consciousness into an alternate world to explore the hidden dangers in the subsequent path of evolution was what trial and error entailed. In fact, the virtual world also had a trial and error function. But it definitely couldn't compare to the consciousness descent of the door to the Myriad Realms. After all, the former was only virtual, and no matter how realistic it got, it was still fake. There's still half a month before I can undergo the 4th traverse. Lin Yuan's mind moved to the depths of a sea of consciousness, gazing at the colossal, majestic gate of light. At this moment, the outer area of this gate of light was nearly filled, with only about 1/20th remaining in silence. I wonder what the world will be like on the 4th traverse. Lin Yuan was mildly curious. The only drawback of the door to the Myriad Realms was that it didn't allow one to choose the world they wanted to traverse to. So far, the 3 worlds that Lin Yuan had crossed into were all random, not his active choice. No, that's not right. A thought suddenly crossed Lin Yuan's mind. Perhaps it wasn't that he couldn't actively choose or was limited in the worlds he could traverse to. Instead, it was that the functionality of the door to the Myriad Realms hadn't been fully developed yet. The lighting of the door to the Myriad Realms was divided into 3 levels: the outer area, the inner area, and the core area. By illuminating the outer area, Lin Yuan could carry out consciousness descent traversing. By illuminating the inner area, Lin Yuan could opt for physical traversing. As for illuminating the core area, Lin Yuan only knew that this part of the area was related to the ability to bring items from alternate worlds back to the main world. As for more, he was not very clear, as he had never illuminated it before. The core area? Lin Yuan's expression fell into brief contemplation. Lighting the core area took too long, perhaps requiring hundreds or even hundreds of years. However, he could wait until in the future when he hit a major bottleneck and could no longer make progress regardless of how much he traversed. He might try waiting hundreds of years to illuminate the core area and see the effects. Whether he could actively choose the world to traverse, or according to Lin Yuan's requirements, lock down a world that met the criteria before traversing. Having broken through to the 12th segment of the 4th rank, Lin Yuan decided to rest. Just as he was about to leave the training ground, he noticed someone was contacting him. Third senior brother? Lin Yuan glanced at the contact and found it was his third senior brother Gu Zhe calling him.
Whoosh.
Lin Yuan's consciousness connected to the virtual world, appearing in his personal space. He then agreed to let his third senior brother in. Third senior brother Gu Zhe looked at Lin Yuan with a smile. Junior brother. Gu Zhe's mood was good as he smiled and asked, "How has recent cultivation been? The guard troops should have arrived by now, right?" "Pretty good. They have arrived for some time now." Lin Yuan replied politely. "Junior brother, you really don't plan to come to the Qikuan main star? I can personally come to fetch you." Third senior brother Gu Zhe inquired. "At the main star with the teacher present, it's much safer than other places. My strength is still weak now. I'll go after reaching the 6th rank. With the guard troops and the life-saving token bestowed by the teacher, it's the same wherever I am." Lin Yuan shook his head and said. In reality, this was just an excuse for Lin Yuan. The Qikuan main star was the most prosperous place in the Qikuan star domain. There, powerful evolvers were everywhere, and 6th-rank fallen star warriors were no longer so rare. Especially since there were strong beings like the Qikuan Star Lord present. However, the more it was so, the more careful Lin Yuan needed to be. After all, he couldn't guarantee that the door to the Myriad Realms deep in his mind could escape the Qikuan Star Lord's perception. The virtual world simply couldn't replicate the door to the Myriad Realms in his mind, but in reality, it was uncertain whether the Qikuan Star Lord would be completely unaware. Of course, Lin Yuan also understood that the Qikuan Star Lord would most likely not detect the existence of the door to the Myriad Realms. But it was better to be cautious in all matters. That's true. Third senior brother Gu Zhe didn't think too deeply about it. Instead, he felt that Lin Yuan was being thorough. Given his status, if he suddenly left the Qikuan main star, it would surely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Even if he left secretly, it might not be possible to deceive everyone. If other forces became aware that he had made a special trip to Kanglin Star, Lin Yuan's true identity could very well be exposed. Compared to the guard troops secretly cultivated by the Qikuan Star Lord. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 18. Fame spreads across the star domain. Congratulations to Shirsan, the Peak Master. Please subscribe. _2. Third senior brother Gu Zhe attracts a lot of attention. There's another matter. Third senior brother Gu Zhe said, "We have already announced to the outside world that there will be a 13th Peak Master in the Red Kuan lineage. As for your identity, you are a prodigy who was serendipitously discovered by our teacher during his travels through the universe. He brought you back to the main star and nurtured you for several years before making it public. Third senior brother added. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. This narrative was entirely to protect him. By setting the timeline to several years ago, it would prevent others from making connections to this session's competitive matches. Since the Red Kuan lineage is welcoming a new peak master, naturally, we will hold a grand celebration. At that time, forces from both the Qikuan star domain and the surrounding star domains will come to participate in the congratulations. Of course, all this will take place in the virtual world. Little junior brother, remember to make an appearance and take part then. Third senior brother Guze said with a smile, speaking of which, it has been quite a while since we held any significant ceremony. Little junior brother, you can have a good experience then. Good. Lin Yuan said. Since it was in the virtual world, where one's appearance and figure could be freely altered, no one would be able to know his real identity. As the news of several peak masters from the Red Kuan lineage was made public, the news of the Qikuan Star Lord taking a new disciple spread like a hurricane, swiftly reaching the Qikuan Star Domain and many surrounding star domains. The Qikuan Star Lord was already famous and powerful, garnering the attention of countless individuals. In the Qikuan Star Domain, a high-level life world, the Guangxu Star, the Guangxu family, as the most powerful force of a high-level life planet, even the entire planet bore the family name. The Guangxu family had more than one fallen star warrior in residence. The Qikuan Star Lord has taken a new disciple, the 13th peak master of the Red Kuan lineage. Clan head Guangxu Han of the Guangxu family looked at the intelligence report before him and fell into deep thought. He remembered, 10,000 years ago, his father, a powerful fallen star warrior whose name resonated throughout the surrounding star domains, had paid a great price, taking him, who at the time was a young child displaying terrifying potential, to the Qikuan main star to ask the Qikuan Star Lord to take him as a disciple. The outcome was that they were driven out without even seeing the Qikuan Star Lord's face. This incident had caused a tremendous psychological shadow on Guangxu Han. Before that event, Guangxu Han's talent was extraordinary, hailed as a once-in-a-10,000-years genius of Guangxu Star. A celebration ceremony. Guangxu Han glanced at the time of the Red Kuan lineage's celebration ceremony. He intended to participate in person. Firstly, to see for himself what kind of person this 13th peak master who had caught the Qikuan Star Lord's eye was. Secondly, as the Red Kuan lineage was the most powerful force in the Qikuan Star Domain, holding a celebration ceremony, his Guangxu family naturally should make an appearance to show support. Chenxi Main Star. The most powerful force, the Dawn Association. The Qikuan Star Lord has taken a new disciple? Chairman of the Dawn Association tapped his right hand on the desk in front of him, his face showing signs of surprise. I had thought the Star Lord would no longer be interested in taking disciples, thought the chairman of the Dawn Association. Well, that's fine. I shall make a trip to this celebration ceremony. It will be a good opportunity to catch up with a few old friends. The chairman of the Dawn Association had his own considerations. Moreover, the emergence of a new peak master within the Red Kuan lineage could potentially alter the existing dynamics of a Qikuan star domain. He wanted to know what kind of person this 13th peak master was in order to plan for the future. Yaoguang star domain. On a prosperous main star. That old geezer Qikuan has accepted a new disciple? A mysterious entity became intrigued. Isn't he afraid his disciple will be assassinated by different species again? On saying this, the mysterious being seemed to realize something. Then again, since he dares to make it public, he must be prepared and won't repeat the tragedy of 10,000 years ago. The emergence of the 13th peak master from the Red Kuan lineage continued to spread its influence. One by one, powerful evolvers and numerous substantial forces began to partake in the celebration ceremony of the Red Kuan lineage. After all, the ceremony was held in the virtual world where, no matter how distant the congregation, one only needed to pay for transportation to attend. If it were held in the real world, many evolvers and forces, even if they wanted to participate, might not be able to due to various constraints. Do you know the origins of the Qikuan Star Lord's new disciple? Indeed, what kind of background does he have? With the Star Lord stature, he presumably wouldn't take on disciples anymore, right? I heard that he is a genius discovered by the Star Lord during his travels through the universe on some barbaric wilderness planet. TSK, to be called a genius by the Star Lord, how extraordinary must his talent be? Could it possibly be one of those legendary bloodlines or physiques mentioned in the human race's tales? Countless evolvers were discussing animatedly, speculating about the new disciple the Star Lord had recently taken under his wing. It couldn't be helped. Such an event was a rare occurrence, something that could be called a once-in-a-millennium affair. The virtual world, Chikuan main star. Peak 13 at the highest place, the Great Hall. Lin Yuan and his 12 senior apprentice brothers were seated. Below the Grand Hall were countless figures, densely packed, all evolvers from various parts of the universe who had come to congratulate Lin Yuan. Little junior brother, that person is from the Gongji family, not weak at all. He once crossed fists with me years ago. Little junior brother, the one sitting in the fourth row, isn't from the human race. He's from a different species that pledged loyalty to our human race, having submitted for 1,000,000 years. Now he's one of us. Little junior brother. From morning till now, the senior brothers periodically introduced Lin Yuan to others, for the Chikuan star domain was too vast, exceeding 1,000,000 life planets, and one could imagine the number of evolvers who came to celebrate. If it weren't for the senior brothers, who had set a series of preconditions for participating in the celebration ceremony, the number of people present would likely be 10 to 100 times greater. Lin Yuan was nodding constantly on the side. He could feel the enthusiasm from his senior brothers. The Red Kuan lineage was extremely united, and the 12 senior brothers understood that as long as Lin Yuan didn't die prematurely, for an incredibly long time to come, they would all be brothers. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, the bond between senior and junior brothers might be even higher than that of blood relatives. After all, blood relatives may die of old age, but senior and junior brothers, usually existing at the same level, have similar lifespans, capable of accompanying each other for a long time. Right now, Lin Yuan might be weak, but they believed that soon he would catch up with them and perhaps even surpass them. Below the Great Hall. The Martial Path evolutionary path originated on Kanglin star, an ordinary middle-grade life planet in the Dawn star system. When the Martial Path evolutionary path first appeared, it only had the first-tier chapter. Afterward, it updated the subsequent stages every 6 months or so. From the first-tier chapter to the present fourth-rank chapter, the Martial Path evolutionary path has not been around for more than 5 years. And yet, merely the Martial Path evolutionary path of the fourth rank holds the potential to ascend to the 7th rank evolutionary pathway? Big shot. This must be the research achievement of some high-ranking evolver scholar from our human alliance. On the plaza, numerous evolvers and high-ranking citizens, although engaged in constant debate, shared a common viewpoint. That is, the founder of this evolutionary path must be some prestigious evolver scholar occupying a high position. Here one must mention a well-known fact. Generally speaking, founders of an evolutionary path fall into 2 categories. The first type is those who forge the path as they cultivate it, like Lin Yuan, who develops the evolutionary path to the same realm that he has cultivated to himself. However, such founders are extremely rare. As for the second type, they are those high-rank evolver scholars who, from a position of great authority, develop and create entirely new evolutionary paths. The latter represents the mainstream among the evolutionary path founders of the Human Alliance. After all, for high-rank evolvers to create new evolutionary paths, they have significant advantages in both experience and efficiency. Just like teachers in schools, even those teaching at the most basic level at least have a university degree, if not a doctorate from a research institute. From a higher vantage point, it's easier to identify and solve problems. Because of this common knowledge, the vast majority on the plaza believed that the Martial Path evolutionary path was established by a seasoned evolver scholar. After all, the time interval for uploading from the first-tier chapter to the fourth-rank chapter is too short. And it is also very regular. It resembles how those well-versed evolver scholars would release their research findings on a schedule. I want to see what makes this evolutionary path, based only on the first-tier chapter to the fourth-rank chapter, crush those top-tier sixth-rank evolutionary paths. Exactly, I've purchased the complete set and am studying it carefully. I've finished reading it and decided to have my son cultivate this evolutionary path. After all, coming from the hands of an evolver scholar, it's certain to have follow-ups. In the Central Continent Manor on Kanglin's Star, Lin Yuan was exploring the Founder's virtual world. The Founder's virtual world has two modes. One is similar to the virtual world of the major planets. However, a prerequisite to entering the Founder's virtual world is to be a founder oneself. And the evolutionary path one has created must have the potential to advance to the 7th rank. In addition, even if what's created isn't an evolutionary path, but rather another significant research achievement, as long as it meets the standards, one can also enter the Founder's virtual world. If one cannot meet the aforementioned criteria, then there is no access to this world. This leads to very few people in the Founder's virtual world. Although human civilization has quite a few 7th-rank evolutionary pathways over the long years, most of their founders have died for various reasons. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed the story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability, Creating and Teaching the Tao in Various Worlds. Chapter 20 Level 5 Citizen, the 4th Shuttle _2. The number of living founders can be imagined. Moreover, most founders are engrossed in various types of research and usually can't be bothered to stroll around the virtual world in their free time. Thus, there came the second mode of the founder's virtual world, the forum mode. This mode is incredibly primitive. It's where every founder can express their views or ask questions on the forum, for later generations to ponder or answer. Lin Yuan spent most of his time browsing in forum mode. After all, he had just entered the founder's virtual world and was still a newcomer. It's too profound. Lin Yuan watched for a while and marveled. The posts on the forum were strange and varied. There was the possibility of traveling to a higher dimensional world. There was, how many ways are there for an 8th layer evolver to advance to a 9th layer evolver? There was how to transplant those peak bloodlines from the universe, such as Starry Sea, Wanderer Cohen, and others, onto the human race. After looking around, Lin Yuan felt he was still too young, having no significant achievements compared to those founders who had lived for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years. This question. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's expression changed. He stopped at a post. The description of this post was quite simple. It asked whether it was better for a high-rank evolver to fully comprehend one rule or to comprehend multiple rules at the same time. Evolvers' energy and time are limited. Comprehending one rule has its benefits, while comprehending multiple rules has its own advantages. The former allows one to understand a rule to a deeper level, while the latter's collision of various rules could bring additional surprises. Lin Yuan scrolled through the responses below the post. The earliest response was from 23,000 years ago. The gist was that it is certainly better to comprehend one rule. There were successive responses afterwards. Some evolvers believed that comprehending multiple rules holds a broader prospect. Over the past 20,000 years, people have been responding from time to time, debating with earlier comments. I can answer this one. Lin Yuan stroked his chin, and after looking for a long time, he finally found something he understood. After carefully contemplating for a moment, Lin Yuan also replied below. Comprehend a certain rule, and then use this Tao to govern all other Taos. The Taiji Tao created by Lin Yuan is based on this principle. No matter to what level Lin Yuan cultivates in the future, the foundation will always be Taiji, which is formed by the fusion of Tai-Yin and Tai-Yang. Beyond the foundation, there is no limit to the means Lin Yuan can master. Because Lin Yuan can comprehend all kinds of rules, and all the rules are supplementing the Tao of Taiji. Taiji gives birth to all things. with Taiji command all the other DAOs. After browsing a little longer, Lin Yuan exited the founder's virtual world. The fourth-ranked chapter sold so many copies. Lin Yuan glanced at the share situation and found that in just a few hours, the fourth-ranked chapter he had just uploaded had already sold nearly 100 copies. You should know, Lin Yuan had priced the fourth-ranked chapter at 50 million civilization coins. Currently, for the various stages of the martial path evolutionary path. First tier chapter, 10,000. Second layer chapter, 500,000. Third rank chapter, 5 million. Fourth rank chapter, 50 million. Are 50 million a lot? Definitely a lot. This is a fortune that ordinary citizens can only look up to. But for an evolver, it's something that can be afforded. In human civilization, evolvers cultivate the evolution path in stages. For example, a first-rank evolver would only temporarily purchase the evolution path's first-tier chapter. As for the second-layer chapter, it would be considered only after cultivating to the first-rank 12th segment. The fourth-rank chapter of the martial path evolutionary path is aimed at evolvers who have cultivated to the third-rank 12th segment. It's not difficult for an evolver at the limit of the third rank to come up with 50 million. But now there isn't even a third-rank evolver cultivating the martial path evolutionary path, let alone one at the 12th segment of the third rank. It must be the exposure from the star domain rankings. When he had just uploaded the third-rank chapter and topped the Kanglin evolution ranking, there was also a surge of purchases for the full stages of the martial path evolutionary path. Now the martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan glanced at the current number of practitioners of the martial path evolutionary path. First tier chapter, 26,783 people. Second layer chapter, 394 people. Third rank chapter, 0. Not bad. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. When the third rank chapter was uploaded, not a single person had cultivated to the second layer. In just over half a year, nearly 400 people had stepped into the second layer. Lin Yuan speculated that this might be because the martial path evolutionary path had further spread, and those citizens who were cultivating it had good innate conditions, which was why they had made such rapid progress. The martial path evolutionary path did not rely heavily on external resources or environment. But that meant even without high-quality resources and environments, one could still cultivate this evolution path. If more resources were available for use, undoubtedly, the pace of martial Tao cultivation could be accelerated. 100,000 merit points can elevate a citizen's rank to the 5th level. Lin Yuan glanced at his accumulated merit points. 149,000 merit points. And the merit points required for a 4th-level citizen to advance to 5th level was 50,000. Promote. Lin Yuan did not hesitate. He immediately chose to promote. After a few breaths, Lin Yuan successfully advanced to a 5th-level citizen. Compared to a 4th-level citizen, a 5th-level citizen had more privileges. One of them included the ability to mobilize a fleet of warships, used to ensure one's own safety. Warship fleet. Lin Yuan looked at the many new authorities he had gained. If he wished, he could at any time draw a warship fleet from the Dawn star system's main star to be stationed permanently outside Kanglin star to protect him. Forget it. No point. Lin Yuan pondered for a while and decided not to use this authority. Currently, he had a 6th-rank evolver and 12 5th-rank evolvers for personal protection, as well as 3 life-saving tokens bestowed by the Star Lord. Having a fleet of warships come over wouldn't make much of a difference. Besides, it could easily draw other people's attention. After all, the commotion caused by a fleet of warships would be much greater than when Ho Ming and the others came over. It would be impossible to hide.
Time passed.
10 days later, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. I can make the 4th traverse now. Lin Yuan felt slightly excited in his heart. At this moment, deep in his mind, the majestic gate of light on the periphery had been completely illuminated. This meant that Lin Yuan could traverse at any time now. Let's try again. Lin Yuan concentrated in front of the gate of light, while also extending a wisp of his mind beyond it. This would allow Lin Yuan to know in advance some general information about the world he would traverse to. During the third traverse, Lin Yuan had used this method to learn in advance that the world he was crossing into was related to arms, along with details such as the general flow of time in the traverse world.
Muscle-Tendon.
The wisp of consciousness Lin Yuan had sent out entered the gate of light.
Boom.
This wisp of consciousness arrived in a vast world. This world was about 10 times the size of the Divine Arms world, and at a glance, it was divided into 5 continents, each continent being the size of several Kanglan stars. Warfare. Disaster. Lin Yuan faintly sensed limitless warfare and disaster from this world. The next instant, the wisp of consciousness turned to dust. In the outside world, Lin Yuan's face sank into thought. From the brief contact earlier, Lin Yuan had received some information about the world he was about to traverse into. The first was the duration of stay. This time, Lin Yuan could stay for 200 years. Next was the time flow speed. 200 years in the traverse world would be half a month in the main world. 200 years. The duration of stay for this traverse was a bit longer than that in the Divine Arms world, but compared to the previous traverses, the increase was actually lower. Warfare. Disaster. Lin Yuan thought of the aura he had just sensed. Next, Lin Yuan informed Ho Ming, the captain of the 6th rank guard troops, that he would go into seclusion for half a month and not to allow anyone to disturb him during this period. He then approached the nutrient pod. These 3 tokens. Lin Yuan made sure to place the 3 life-saving tokens on his person, and he lay down in the nutrient pod. Immediately, his consciousness returned to the depths of his mind. New world, here I come. Lin Yuan exhaled softly, confirming there were no other omissions, and with a thought, the door to the Myriad Realms emitted a suction, drawing all his consciousness into the door. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 1. Desperate Realm. 10 years. Please subscribe. Northern Region, Great Abyss. In the harsh winter, like a prison, water droplets turn to ice. This is the place of suppression for a generation's great supervillain. Ever since the supervillain Xiahou Yuan was defeated by Tian Jianzi 5 years ago, he has been sealed here. Tian Jianzi, out of empathy for the world, even though the great supervillain Xiahou Yuan's crimes were heinous, being the leader of countless villains in the 5 domains, still did not bring himself to kill him. 18 layers beneath the great abyss, a gaunt figure sat there. His chest, pierced by black chains, his limbs also bound by those chains. Every chain was covered with dense patterns, which vaguely isolated heaven and earth, suppressing everything.
Xiahou, I'm sorry.
Qinger, why? Why did you betray me? What's so good about joining Tian Jinzi? Could he give you a status above all others? Xiahou, that's not true. I'm not the Qinger you speak of. The descendants of the Bai family have long since perished. I merely borrowed the Bai family's bloodline to get close to you. My real name isn't Bai Qing. Do you remember when you were hunted, critically wounded, and on the brink of death? It was I who saved you, who performed the marrow cleansing for you. Xiahou, that too is a lie. The ones who hunted me did it all for you to see. When your cultivation went awry, I used the fruits of heaven and earth to save your life. That was all fake. I did it on purpose to let you discover that my blood and aura were related to the Bai family, to make you believe that I was a descendant of the Bai family. I made you the Demon Queen, granting you the power to command the villains of the 5 domains, above millions of living beings. Xiahou, you are a supervillain, the source of chaos in this world. Because of you, villains from the 5 domains have gathered. If you don't die, the masses will perish. 18 layers beneath the great abyss, Xiahou Yuan sat there, the past events flickering through his mind like a fast-forwarding scene. No one knew that the supervillain Xiahou Yuan had an ordinary background, born in a regular village. At the age of 10, He stumbled into a cave and acquired a demonic Tao heritage. However, when Xiahou Yuan returned to his village, he found that everyone had been slaughtered by a passing supervillain. Since then, Xiahou Yuan completely stood against the supervillains. Xiahou Yuan had exceptional aptitude in cultivation, advancing to the fourth realm by solely relying on that demonic Tao heritage. During this time, Xiahou Yuan also dedicated himself to hunting down major supervillains. But soon, Xiahou Yuan realized that supervillains couldn't be exterminated. Even if he wiped out all the villains in the world, within 50 to 100 years, a new generation of supervillains would emerge. Because the methods of the demonic Tao, despite inherent risks, are shortcuts compared to the orthodox Tao's cultivation practices. As long as there are living beings, there will be those who can't control themselves and embark on the path of the demonic Tao. Hence, Xiahou Yuan thought of another way. If supervillains can't be killed off, then he would become the strongest among them, and lay down laws for all supervillains, thus limiting the harm they cause to the most stable range possible. However, Xiahou Yuan overlooked the righteous forces. As he was unifying the five-domain demonic path, in the eyes of the righteous forces, he became a thorn in their side. Originally, the demonic path of the five domains was scattered, posing no great threat to the righteous ones. Besides, it was civilians who died, not them. But now, with the demonic path of the five domains on the verge of unification, how could they tolerate it? Thus, the earth-shaking battle between the righteous and the demonic happened 5 years ago. Originally, with the power of Xiahou Yuan, even if he lost, he should have been able to retreat in one piece. But he had overlooked Qing'er, his companion of many decades.
Qing'er.
In Xiahou Yuan's lifeless eyes, a trace of tenderness appeared. Even though he had been betrayed by Qing'er, resulting in his current state, Xiahou Yuan never bore any resentment toward Qing'er. Just don't know, without me, will the world be as Tianjianzi wished, a land of peace? The vitality of Xiahou Yuan grew weaker and weaker. With his qi sealed and primordial spirit suppressed, on top of losing the will to live, his life force was rapidly fleeing. As he neared complete obliteration, suddenly, a consciousness descended. Lin Yuan blinked in surprise, immediately feeling endless pain surging from where his chest's breastbone and limbs were located. What kind of start is this? Lin Yuan inhaled sharply, only to feel the pain intensifying several-fold. This made Lin Yuan dare not move, his breathing even cautious. Soon, Lin Yuan quickly went through Xiahou Yuan's memories, one of the top powerhouses in the world, someone most likely to break through to the 9th realm, ending up in such a predicament after losing the battle 5 years ago. If it weren't for me, Xiahou Yuan would have been dead by now. Lin Yuan sensed his body's extreme weakness. But since I'm here, everything is different. What you, Xiahou Yuan, dare not face, I will face for you. Outside of the Great Abyss, over a dozen guards did their round and, finding no anomalies, gathered to chat. The northern region is a land of bitter cold, and the Great Abyss is even more so, a veritable no-man's land. If it weren't for the duty of guarding Xiahou Yuan, who had been sealed below, who would want to stay in such a place? In fact, to call it guarding was merely a formality. They were just confirming that Xiahou Yuan imprisoned below hadn't died. In the prison of the Great Abyss, outsiders cannot enter, and those inside cannot leave. It's just like Xiahou Yuan to have survived 5 years without dying, commented a man with triangular eyes among the guards. Although they dare not venture to the 18th layer underground, they have means to confirm whether Xiahou Yuan is dead or alive. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 1. Desperate Realm. 10 years. Please subscribe. _2. This was the contingency left behind by Tianjianzi, when he sealed Xiahou Yuan in this place years ago. I heard that 5 years ago, the battle between Xiahou Yuan and Tianjian-Zi shattered the heavens and split the earth, and in the end, Tianjian-Zi used the Tianjian sect's ultimate technique to crush the demonic Tao true body of Xiahou Yuan. Another guard whispered, "In this bitterly cold place, their only pleasure was to discuss the legendary great demon Xiahou Yuan. After all, he was imprisoned right beneath their feet." I've heard another version, saying that Qinghou, by Xiahou Yuan's side, was actually Tianjian-Zi's childhood sweetheart, and it was precisely because of Qinghou's betrayal that Xiahou Yuan was defeated and sealed. The third guard couldn't help but chime in.
Impossible.
What kind of person is Tianjian-Zi? Holding the righteous power of the world, how could he resort to such a tactic? Indeed, I also think it's impossible. Even if Tianjian-Zi defeated Xiahou Yuan back then, he did not kill him but instead sealed him here to live a lingering and miserable life. Facing such a fierce and evil demon like Xiahou Yuan, even the venerable Tianjian-Zi harbored a compassionate and reformative heart, so how could he possibly employ such despicable tactics? One after another, the guards voiced their opinions, many of them greatly admired Tianjian-Zi and naturally did not allow others to speculate like that. Compassionate. Sympathetic to the world? All bullshit. On the 18th level underground, Lin Yuan's face revealed a sneer. Tianjian-Zi hadn't killed him simply because he feared the demonic secret technique Xiahou Yuan mastered. Soul out-of-body parasitism skill. This demonic Tao secret technique is akin to the seizure technique. When the physical body dies, the primordial spirit would escape, finding a suitable carrier to parasitize. The primordial spirit, being a concentration of mental and spiritual power, is not a physical entity and thus is difficult to restrain and deal with. If Tianjian-Zi had killed Xiahou Yuan during the battle 5 years ago, it would have been difficult to stop the escaping primordial spirit of Xiahou Yuan. If he had let Xiahou Yuan's primordial spirit escape, it would be tantamount to the battle being fought in vain, as Xiahou Yuan would recover his full strength and return after decades, or even a century. So, Tianjian-Zi thought of a method. That was to seal Xiahou Yuan's body, confine his primordial spirit within his body, and suppress his body under the great abyss, seeking to literally torture Xiahou Yuan to death. This method proved effective. Just 5 years had passed, and Xiahou Yuan could no longer endure it. If it weren't for Lin Yuan's arrival, he would probably already be dead. Having observed Xiahou Yuan's situation, Lin Yuan discovered the primary culprit behind Xiahou Yuan's current plight. In fact, even if confronted with Qing'er's betrayal, with Xiahou Yuan's capabilities, there was a great chance for him to escape. At most, the price paid would be greater. It was just that at that moment, Xiahou Yuan was utterly despaired. Qing'er's betrayal had somewhat shattered his state of mind, so he did not make any resistance. Foolish. Such a strong figure, and yet to be bewildered by such low-level emotions. Lin Yuan furrowed his brows. At his peak, Xiahou Yuan was a peak powerhouse of the 9th realm. And the peak of the 9th realm is almost equivalent to a 4th rank evolver of the main world. If Xiahou Yuan had had a strong will to survive 5 years ago, it would have been impossible for him to be suppressed here, and Lin Yuan wouldn't be in his current predicament. Forget it. Lin Yuan began to ponder. The Great Abyss is an incredibly mystical place, not only a forbidden zone for ordinary people, but also to those powerful cultivators. Because the deeper one goes into the Great Abyss, the more the cultivator's mastered powers will be suppressed. 18 layers of the Great Abyss are enough to turn the powerhouses of the 7th and 8th realm into ordinary people. Of course, none of this posed a problem for Lin Yuan. What really troubled Lin Yuan were the 6 black chains that locked his body. Of these 6 black chains, 2 pierced through his sternum while 4 secured his limbs. The chains were made from deep-sea millennium fine gold, which even peak powerhouses of the 9th realm could hardly damage. On the surface of the fine gold, there were even more secret scripts from the heritage of the Tianjian sect. Just these 6 black chains alone completely restrained Lin Yuan. The slightest movement brought endless pain. Besides the chains, Lin Yuan's physical body and soul and spirit were also heavily sealed by secret techniques. The reason Tianjianzi dared to imprison Xiahou Yuan under the Great Abyss was that he was certain there was no possibility of escape. With so many sealing techniques, Xiahou Yuan indeed couldn't escape. Lin Yuan sighed. But he was not Xiahou Yuan. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan immediately thought of several methods. First was to reduce as much as possible the 6 black chains suppression on his body and soul and spirit. Only in this way could Lin Yuan have a chance to regain his strength. Once he returned to the 4th rank, even if not the 12th segment, leaving the Great Abyss would be more than possible. In the Swallowing Sky evolution path, there is a swallowing method that can transform the heterogeneous energy of the world into one's own. I use the method of Taiji to operate this technique, slowly swallowing the essence of the deep-sea fine gold within the black chains. As long as the deep-sea fine gold turns into scrap metal, the secret script engraved on it will naturally become rootless water, unable to suppress me. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The Swallowing Sky evolution path is a beyond 6th rank evolution path of the 7-star cave world. It is extremely eerie and can affect the minds of evolvers. But it must be said, this evolution path is indeed powerful, and even in such a dire situation, Lin Yuan could make use of it. Let's begin. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, slowly circulated his internal qi and blood, enduring immense pain while slowly eroding the 6 black chains. Using the most basic method of qi and blood circulation, indeed it did not trigger the backlash of the soul and spirit seal. Lin Yuan steadied his mind. His physical body and soul and spirit were heavily sealed by secret techniques. If he used even a little power, he would encounter backlash. But now, merely circulating basic qi and blood apparently did not meet the requirements for backlash. After all, the circulation of basic qi and blood is too common. As long as one is alive and breathing, the qi and blood are slowly circulating. Initially, Tianjianzi's idea was to grind Xiahou Yuan to death, but naturally left behind a way to live. Outside the Great Abyss, 2 guardians were slowly approaching the entrance. One guardian was large, and the other was small. The larger one was a middle-aged man with a face full of beard. The smaller one was only in his early 20s, his face still showing traces of immaturity. Is this the Great Abyss? It's terrifying. The smaller guardian, named Zhao Si, was a 2nd realm cultivator. His expression was heavy, as if under immense pressure. They hadn't even entered the Great Abyss yet. Just approaching it made Zhao Si feel as if his qi and blood were nearly immersing. For ordinary people, every step would involve a great pressure. One can imagine. The Xiahou Yuan suppressed at the deepest part of the Great Abyss, at the 18th underground layer. What kind of terrifying pressure he must be enduring every moment. Keep your voice down, the bearded middle-aged man said softly beside him. For some reason, the closer they got to the entrance of the Great Abyss, they felt a mental pressure in addition to the physical one. Maybe because the one held inside was that legendary demon. A person's reputation mirrors them. Even though it's been 5 years. Even though they knew this legendary demon was no longer as he was. Even though they could now trample this legendary demon under their feet. That fear instilled deep in their souls still lingered. It was like sheep encountering a tiger. Even though the tiger was about to die of old age, they dared not approach.
Moments later.
The 2 arrived at the entrance of the Great Abyss. They cautiously observed the area in front of the entrance. On the pitch-black stone lantern there, a small flame was burning slowly inside. Xiahou Yuan is alive, said the bearded middle-aged man. This lantern, left by Tianjianzi, could always sense Xiahou Yuan's life status at the 18th layer underground. If Xiahou Yuan completely died, and his soul and spirit perished, the flame inside the lantern would extinguish. As the flame was still burning, it indicated Xiahou Yuan was not dead. Not dead. Zhao Si shrank his head. He couldn't imagine how Xiahou Yuan managed to survive until now at the deepest part of the Great Abyss, without any food supply. Let's go. After confirming the status of the lantern, The bearded, middle-aged man immediately led Zhao Si back.
Just like that.
It was suddenly 10 years later. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability: Creating and Teaching the Tao in Various Worlds. Chapter 2: The Big Villain Comes Out. Please subscribe. Name: Xiahou Yuan Lin Yuan. Identity: Holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Bound Talent: Heaven-Defying Comprehension. Current Status: Consciousness Descent. Remaining Residence Time: 290 years. The 18th layer beneath the Great Abyss. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, glancing at the illusory characters below his line of sight. Unknowingly, Lin Yuan had been in this realm for 10 years through consciousness descent. In those 10 years, Lin Yuan hadn't moved at all, focusing solely on eroding the 6 black chains that surrounded him. As for why he hadn't starved to death, in this realm's cultivation system, by reaching the 7th realm, one could absorb heavenly earth vital energy to achieve fasting. Within the Great Abyss, although the heavenly earth vital energy was extremely scarce, it was not completely absent. Moreover, with Lin Yuan's consciousness descent, it was natural for him not to starve to death. Besides, Tianjianzi would not allow Xiahou Yuan to starve to death. The physical body starving to death didn't mean the annihilation of the primordial spirit. Only if Xiahou Yuan actively sought death would he truly die. 10 years. Lin Yuan sighed. Finally, Lin Yuan slowly rose to his feet. At the same time, the 2 black chains that pierced through Lin Yuan's clavicle silently turned into a fine dust. The other 4 black chains that bound his limbs,
Like a shadow in being.
10 years' time. Lin Yuan hadn't stopped eroding and devouring the black chains for a single moment. And today, at last, the 6 black chains that suppressed him were completely resolved. Freedom is good. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Having lost the suppression of the 6 black chains, Lin Yuan finally dared to breathe deeply. The 6 chains of Millennium Deep-Sea Essence surprisingly caused my physical body to shed and evolve several levels. A hint of wonder flashed across Lin Yuan's face. With the secret techniques of swallowing and conversion from the Swallowing Sky evolution path, he constantly transformed the essence from the deep-sea metal into evolution, without rest for 10 years, leading to significant enhancements in Lin Yuan's physical body. This was indeed an unexpected joy. Outside the Great Abyss, the numerous guards had not yet departed. As long as Xiahou Yuan lived, these guardians could not leave. Of course, the guards were rotated yearly, for the northern region was bitterly cold, and the Great Abyss was even worse, the northernmost of the northern region. If not for the rewards promised by the Tianjian sect and the ability to rotate back after a year, no cultivator would be willing to come here. This Xiahou Yuan hasn't died yet. At the entrance, Zhao Si, who could now handle things on his own, brought a new guardian to check the stone lantern. When he noticed that the flame inside the lantern was still burning slowly, he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. In the past 10 years, he had rotated 3 times, relying on guarding the Great Abyss to obtain the rewards bestowed by the Tianjian sect. Zhao Si had reached the 4th realm. Even so, standing outside the Great Abyss, he still felt suppressed. He could only move step by step, almost like an ordinary person. Yet, 10 years had passed, and the legendary great demon, Xiahou Yuan, was still alive. If not for the fact that this stone lantern was left by Tianjianzi, the world's strongest, Zhao Si almost doubted whether the lantern was malfunctioning. This Xiahou Yuan, in his day, was a calamity on all sides, a genuine great demon, sect leader Tianjian. Zhao Si, following routine, informed the new guardian next to him about Xiahou Yuan's utterly evil deeds. Uncle Zhao, you say that with Xiahou Yuan suppressed here, the demons of the 5 domains would behave and not cause chaos. But over these years, in my hometown, We've often seen traces of demons, and several villages have been slaughtered. This new guardian spoke with a tone of confusion. He had heard from his elders that more than a decade ago, when the great demon Xiahou Yuan was still around, the demonic Tao forces of the 5 domains were unprecedented, but such large-scale slaughter of villages rarely happened. This,
Zhao Si,
suddenly felt a bit silent upon hearing this. It wasn't just the new guardian who was puzzled. He too had heard plenty of such incidents. Having lost Xiahou Yuan, the chief of demonic Tao, it was as if the demons from the 5 domains had lost their shackles and had completely gone mad. Of course, the forces of Righteous Path, led by the Tianjian sect, constantly deployed disciples to annihilate these demons. But it hardly made any difference. Even if demons were exterminated, it was likely that within a few years or a decade, new demons would arise. And most of these new demons were once those who had set out to eliminate them. These individuals had obtained some demonic Tao heritage or techniques and eventually couldn't resist the temptation to cultivate them on their own. It couldn't be helped. The demonic Tao cultivation methods were too alluring. They were practically like cheating. Normal cultivation methods required years of arduous cultivation to break through from the first realm to the second realm, and one also needed a good natural aptitude. What about demonic Tao cultivation methods? No arduous cultivation needed, no aptitude required. One merely needed to know how to kill. The blood, energy, and souls of living beings were like great tonics for a demonic Tao cultivator. Don't think too much about it. Now that these demons are so rampant, you can imagine how much more dire the situation would be if Xiahou Yuan were still around.
Zhao Si consoled.
He was comforting the new guardian, but it was more like he was consoling himself. A bold and presumptuous thought had crept into his mind. Perhaps Tianjian Zi should have never suppressed Xiahou Yuan. If Xiahou Yuan had been around, the situation in the 5 domains, even if not alleviated, could not have worsened to the current extent, could it? The 18th layer underground. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Next, it's time to restore my strength. Lin Yuan pondered to himself. While the 6 black chains were present, both Lin Yuan's physical body and primordial spirit were suppressed. Let alone cultivating, even the slightest movement was excruciatingly painful. But now, free from the suppression of the 6 black chains, regaining strength became much easier. Even in the deepest part of the Great Abyss, where all laws withered and ordinary 7th and 8th realm powerhouses would have 90% of their strength suppressed, while here, all credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. Of course, his reluctance to act was under the condition that the weak made no other moves. If any of the guards had shown even the slightest anomaly, whether to rush forward or to flee, they would surely have been dead beyond doubt. With Xiahou Yuan emerging from the abyss, the 5 domains are about to change. Zhao Si steadied his spirit and looked towards the direction Lin Yuan had left, this thought springing up in his heart. Several days later, the news of the legendary demon, Xiahou Yuan, being released from the abyss after 25 years and returning to the world spread like a hurricane in all directions. For a time, the 5 domains were shaken. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed the story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 4, All the Demons in the World. Behold Xiahou. Please subscribe. A dark underground palace. The Muang demon lord looked at the intelligence before him, and his expression changed dramatically. Xiahou Yuan has left the great abyss. The face of the Muang demon lord turned ugly. As one of the 9 great demon lords under Xiahou Yuan in years past, he was acutely aware of Xiahou Yuan's terror. He was a being that drove every demon chief to utter despair, such that even demon lords of the 9th realm would tremble in his presence and dare not defy him. This was not to say Xiahou Yuan's strength was far superior to that of a ninth realm demon lord. Rather, it was the person Xiahou Yuan, who was born with an ability to suppress all demons, as naturally as a mouse cowers before a cat. Even if the mouse were larger than the cat, it still wouldn't dare to resist upon seeing the cat. It was a fear etched deep within the soul. 25 years ago, the Moyang Demon Lord had personally witnessed Tian Jianzi suppress and then cast Xiahou Yuan down into the 18th layer of the Great Abyss. He had breathed a sigh of relief, believing his days of good fortune were on the horizon, free from Xiahou Yuan's constraints. He could do whatever he wanted, whether it was the Tianjian sect or Tian Jianzi himself. Even if he couldn't beat them, couldn't he still escape? The 5 domains were vast. The world was vast. What could those righteous forces do to him? Worthless. Tian Jianzi, you worthless fool. I gave you an opportunity to be of use. The Moyang Demon Lord was plagued by frustration. It had been such a golden opportunity. But how did Xiahou Yuan escape from the 18th layer under the Great Abyss? Could it be that girl Yuan used some method? The Moyang Demon Lord forced himself to calm down. During the years immediately following Xiahou Yuan's suppression, he, the Moyang Demon Lord, had also secretly approached the vicinity of the Great Abyss to observe for some time. Only after he confirmed that the 18th layer's gates were like a true net of heaven and earth, and that Xiahou Yuan had no possibility of escape, did he feel at ease to leave. Never mind. Even if Xiahou Yuan has truly left the Great Abyss, the first ones he would find should be the Tianjian sect, Tian Jianzi. The Moyang Demon Lord thought to himself, after all, in terms of hatred, it was Tian Jianzi, with Bai Qing'e, who caused a rupture in Xiahou Yuan's mental state, leading to his suppression. The enmity was as deep as the sea. If Xiahou Yuan truly broke free, he would certainly go to the Tianjian sect for vengeance, sparing no expense. And they, the demon chiefs, could naturally sit back and watch the tigers fight, and perhaps take the opportunity to fish in troubled waters when necessary. The Central Region. The Tianjian sect. Lofty mountain peaks. Drifting clouds and mist. Just like a paradise. This is where the gate to the Tianjian sect resides. The place where the heavenly earth vital energy is richest in the Central Region. Practicing here, one could easily break through to the 3rd realm, the 4th realm, even without consuming elixirs, with just decent aptitude. Xiahou Yuan is out. In the grand hall at the mountain summit, a white-haired man was slightly surprised. He was Tian Jianzi. Indeed, during the battle 25 years ago, he had resorted to a despicable tactic by using Bai Qing'e to disturb Xiahou Yuan's mental state. But without the strength to stand against Xiahou Yuan, whatever he did would have been in vain. Interesting. A smile spread across Tian Jianzi's face. Ever since defeating Xiahou Yuan and suppressing him 25 years ago, he felt that destiny had favored him and his cultivation had continually advanced. Now he was just a half step away from breaking through to the 9th realm and stepping into the 10th realm, which only a handful of people had entered in tens of thousands of years. Thus, Tian Jianzi was not overly concerned with the news of Xiahou Yuan's escape. He was even somewhat pleased. He had indeed been somewhat unscrupulous when he defeated Xiahou Yuan 25 years ago. But now, Tian Jianzi was confident that he could crush Xiahou Yuan fair and square. Deep within the Tianjian sect, an exceptionally beautiful valley, a woman wearing a flowing white dress, almost celestial in her bearing, sat within a pavilion. Brother Xiahou. Bai Qing'e appeared somewhat distracted. She too had learned of Xiahou Yuan's escape from the Great Abyss. Back then, I was the one who wronged you. Bai Qing'e's expression was complex. She had masqueraded as a descendant of the Bai family, gotten close to Xiahou Yuan, and successfully won his trust. At the crucial moment, she deeply betrayed him. Logically, regardless of the perspective, she, Bai Qing'e, hadn't done anything wrong, as everything she did was to eradicate the demonic Tao and provide a peaceful world for the common people. But with the passage of time, Bai Qing'e's guilt grew. Xiahou Yuan's boundless trust, bestowed upon her over the decades, weighed on Bai Qing'e's chest, making it difficult for her to breathe. I have no regrets. Even if it were to happen 10 times, 100 times, I would have no regrets. Bai Qing'er's gaze gradually firmed up. The northern region, near the western side. Here, the temperature was higher, suitable for living beings to thrive. My lord, this stronghold is the last one I've arranged. You can rest here. Protector Yuan led Lin Yuan to a house within the stronghold. What Protector Yuan didn't say was that this stronghold was the last one over which she still had control. At the beginning of Xiahou Yuan's suppression 25 years ago, there were still many demon chiefs willing to follow her. However, after several failed attempts to rescue Xiahou Yuan, Protector Yuan's control over resources and power began to shrink. After all, Protector Yuan was not a ninth realm demon lord, and, wanting to rescue Xiahou Yuan, she was constantly targeted and suppressed by all righteous forces. When it became apparent there was little hope of rescuing Xiahou Yuan, those selfish and self-interested demon chiefs naturally realized that following Yuan would lead them nowhere. In times of great peril, it is not unusual for each to escape on their own. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He was very pleased with the environment around him, mainly because, compared to the harsh environment of the Great Abyss, this place was brimming with primordial qi, like paradise to Lin Yuan. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 4 All the Demons in the World. Behold Xiahou. Please subscribe. _2. I will enter seclusion for a period of time. Unless there is an urgent matter, do not disturb me. Lin Yuan instructed. This time in seclusion, Lin Yuan mainly prepared for his breakthrough to the 5th rank. Yes. Protector Yuan said earnestly. She thought Xiahou Yuan had sustained injuries and was now in seclusion to recuperate. After all, being suppressed in the 18th layer of the Great Abyss for 25 years, how could he not have paid any price? Lin Yuan, raising a hand to kill the peak of the 8th realm Jiang Jinka, was already incredibly inconceivable. His body must undoubtedly have many hidden issues. He walked into the room. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed. 5th rank. Lin Yuan wore a thoughtful expression. Spending 20 years on the 18th layer of the Great Abyss ground, Lin Yuan spent most of his time in enlightenment, contemplating the path of the 5th rank. The 18th layer of the Great Abyss ground, with its harsh environment and sparse heavenly earth vital energy, even if Lin Yuan could break through, he would not choose to do it there. There shouldn't be any problems. Half a day later, Lin Yuan exhaled lightly. However, this Xiahou Yuan indeed possesses extraordinary talent. Lin Yuan's thoughts shifted back to himself. Based on the memories he perused about Xiahou Yuan, this person possessed unimaginable talent in the demonic Tao. Not just that, Xiahou Yuan had an almost suppressive power over other demon lords. Continue to recover strength. Reach the peak of the 4th rank. Then break through to the 5th rank. Lin Yuan's thoughts moved, and he proceeded with his cultivation.
Suddenly,
the heavenly earth vital energy for dozens of miles around, like a funnel, converged towards the mountain village where Lin Yuan resided. The news of Xiahou Yuan emerging from the Great Abyss caused a huge uproar throughout the 5 domains. This matter couldn't be concealed, especially since the guardian of the Great Abyss hadn't died. Even if he had, there would still be inspections from time to time. The righteous forces naturally remembered the fear under Xiahou Yuan's domination. The veteran demon lords who had experienced the events 20 or 30 years prior immediately became panic-stricken. They were well aware of how terrible Xiahou Yuan was. But the demon lords born in the last 2 or 3 decades were somewhat dismissive. Demons, by nature, value freedom and independence, the newer demon lords thought. Even if Xiahou Yuan was once an unrivaled demon in the demonic Tao, he had been suppressed for 2 or 3 decades. How much strength could he have left? 10%? 20%? or 30%. Some even saw this as an opportunity. For most demon lords, Xiahou Yuan was like a demon obstacle. If they could kill him at this time, they would completely replace his status from 20 to 30 years ago. Become the leader of countless demon lords in the 5 domains? This idea spread rapidly among most demon lords, especially among the newer ones. Over the past 2 to 3 decades, they had heard too many legends about Xiahou Yuan. If they could shatter that legend, then they could become the new legend. Outside the mountain village, where Lin Yuan resided, unknown when, one figure after another appeared. These figures had dark and oppressive auras, clearly experienced demon lords. Was that the last known location of Xiahou Yuan? A sinister young man with his hands behind his back spoke faintly. This sinister young man, named Bian Mao, emerged as a prodigious talent in the demonic Tao almost 20 years ago, possessing peak 8th realm strength and known as the Minor Demon Lord. The title Demon Lord is generally used for 9th realm demons. That Bian Mao could be called a Minor Demon Lord. Obviously, there was a great possibility that he would step into the 9th realm. By then, the Minor Demon Lord would become a true demon monarch. Bian Mao, listen well. This hunt for Xiahou Yuan is a significant matter. This is a legendary grand demon from 25 years ago, nearly invincible in the world. A hoarse voice sounded. A figure emerged from a nearby shadow and spoke. If you, Yin Shilu, dare to, why wouldn't I, Bian Mao? The sinister young man Bian Mao let out a cold chuckle. Yin Shilu was also a demon lord whose reputation was not much less than his. He was best at assassination, even having severely wounded a 9th realm powerhouse. Of course, that act of severely wounding a 9th realm powerhouse involved an ambush by Yin Shilu when the opponent's mind was distracted, allowing him to strike fiercely. But regardless, being able to severely wound a 9th realm practitioner had indeed proved Yin Shilu's strength. If Yin Shilu ambushed a certain 8th realm practitioner, wouldn't the latter be doomed? All right, stop arguing. Just then, a crisp female voice came. It rang like a bell in the breeze. A young girl in a light green skirt stretched and jumped down from a large rock. She had been sitting on the rock all this while, watching the movements at the distant mountain village. This joint hunt for Xiahou Yuan by the 3 of us is a significant event. If successful, we could become the next generation leaders of the demonic path in the 5 domains. The girl's expression became rarely solemn. If we fail... She stopped there, not continuing further. Don't worry. With the strength of the 3 of us, plus hundreds of subordinates, Xiahou Yuan would definitely die unless he has regained his peak 9th realm strength. Even if he has returned to full strength, we could still abandon those subordinates, and the 3 of us might have a chance to escape. Yin Shilu spoke indifferently. As his voice fell, figures stepped out from the shadows in all directions simultaneously. These figures revealed their auras, all 7th realm demon lords. Interspersed, they formed a formation capable of killing an 8th realm practitioner outright, and even a 9th realm practitioner would be immensely troubled. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 4. All the demons in the world, see me Xiahou, seeking subscriptions, _3. Moreover, there were 3 masters at the peak of the 8th realm who could even wrestle with a demon lord of the 9th realm, such exceptional talents of the demonic Tao. It's about time. We can make a move now. The sinister youth, Bian Mao, glanced at the distant stronghold and spoke. The atmosphere feels off. Deep in the stronghold, in front of the house where Lin Yuan was in retreat. As a protector, Yuan naturally guarded him all the time, but at this moment, she faintly sensed danger. Could this place have been discovered? Yuan felt a shock in her heart. Indeed, that was a possibility. Ever since Xiahou Yuan was suppressed, The forces she could muster had grown weaker, and even the specially arranged strongholds were no longer flawless.
No.
I must see the master. I need to leave quickly. Yuan was highly vigilant, but just as she was about to knock on the door, she suddenly remembered that the master should be healing now. Disturbing him at this moment could potentially exacerbate his injuries. Would that not be a death-deserving crime? While Yuan hesitated, swish, 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 several figures clad in black swiftly retreated back. They were precisely Yuan's few remaining subordinates. What's happening? Yuan sensed something was wrong. We are surrounded. One of the subordinates spoke in a deep voice. Surrounded? Yuan's expression darkened. This fast? Tap, tap, tap. Light footsteps began to sound. Unbeknownst to them, hundreds of figures had already appeared around the house within the stronghold. These hundreds of figures, with their auras faintly connected, clearly shared a common intent and had mastered some powerful joint attack skill. Come out. Seeing this, Yuan knew she couldn't escape unscathed. So, you are one of the 36 protectors under Xiahou Yuan from years ago, Yuan Shu? A sinister youth stepped forward, looking at Yuan Shu with interest. He had not lived through Xiahou Yuan's era and thus had no fear of it. Indeed loyal. If I'm not mistaken, your master is in this house, right? How dare you? Yuan burst into rage. What status does the master hold for a junior like this sinister youth to address him directly? Bien Mao, how dare you? Yuan stared intently at the sinister youth. She also recognized Bien Mao, the most promising to ascend to the 9th realm's little demon lord. Protector Yuan, times have changed. Upon hearing this, the sinister youth Bien Mao's expression turned cold. The era belonging to Xiahou Yuan has passed, the sinister youth Bien Mao said with a cold laugh. Stop talking. Attack directly. A girl in a light green skirt appeared simultaneously with Yin Shirlu. A profound aura suddenly spread, rapidly enveloping the entire stronghold. Just as the sinister youth Bien Mao, the girl in the light green skirt, Yin Shirlu, and the hundreds of demon crowd were about to attack.
Crack.
The wooden door behind Yuan was pushed open. Such a lively scene? A gentle voice came from inside the house. Immediately, a foot stepped out. Under the gaze of the sinister youth, Yin Shirlu, and others, a tall man walked out from the cabin. Is that Xiahou Yuan? Even though they had anticipated this scene in their minds, the sinister youth and others still felt their heartbeats accelerate. This was a legend from 20 or 30 years ago. Kill. The sinister youth Bien Mao, Yin Shirlu, and the girl in the light green skirt were resolute. Even if it was truly Xiahou Yuan, how did it matter? It wasn't 30 years ago anymore, and even if he was once a legend, they dared to make a move to hunt him down. Lin Yuan stood at a distance, his lips curling into a smile.
Boom.
In an instant, within a 10 to several tens of kilometers radius, any demon practicing demonic Tao arts, be it from the 7th realm, 8th realm, or even 9th realm, couldn't help but prostrate themselves on the ground, trembling. All demons in the world, Lin Yuan, sitting in the main seat, suddenly spoke. Reporting to your eminence, subordinates are incompetent and have not found the true core of the energy vortex to this day. Moyang Demon Lord spoke with a tone of shame. The true core of the energy vortex, also known as the vitality spring, is the source of the vortex's energy. However, the vitality spring is concealed underground, surrounded by a vast abundance of heavenly earth vital energy, making it difficult to pinpoint its precise location. After Moyang Demon Lord discovered this energy vortex, he searched for it for decades without success. He then simply stopped searching, built the underground palace, and sealed the energy emitted by the vortex. After all, the vitality spring was beneath the ground and couldn't escape. He could search slowly in the future. Never mind. Today, I will find it for you. Lin Yuan stood up and walked towards the depths of the underground palace. Moyang Demon Lord and the other 8 demon lords immediately followed quickly. Your Eminence, wait for me. Yuan Shu immediately stuck close behind Lin Yuan. They walked for an indeterminate amount of time. Can your Eminence really find it? Moyang Demon Lord and the other demon lords looked at each other with some doubt. Even for a 10th realm powerhouse, it was very difficult to directly locate the position of the Vitality Spring. This had nothing to do with power. Around the Vitality Spring, the heavenly earth vital energy was dense and invisibly suppressed the cultivator's divine sense. Even a 10th realm powerhouse, without the use of divine sense, would be like a blind person searching for the Vitality Spring underground, no better than a 9th realm cultivator.
Just then,
Lin Yuan in front suddenly stopped. Your Eminence. Moyang Demon Lord was about to speak, but saw Lin Yuan raise his hand and gently press towards the front right.
Boom.
A large section of soil collapsed. A dark space was revealed. All could see a milky white spring gushing continuously. The spring was several meters across. It was bottomless, and the surging heavenly earth vital energy was pressurized within the spring water. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that all the water was composed of the highly concentrated heavenly earth vital energy. Moreover, around the spring, several peculiar flowers and herbs were blooming. A vitality spring? Moyang Demon Lord's eyes widened as he instinctively swallowed his saliva. Whether one is a cultivator of the righteous path or the demonic Tao, they can cultivate by absorbing heavenly earth vital energy. However, for practitioners of the demonic Tao, this method is too inefficient. Why bother when directly killing and plundering can achieve fast results? Yet the vitality spring before him was filled with a substantial amount of heavenly earth vital energy, making it a great supplement even for a 9th realm demon lord. This appears to be a mid-sized heavenly grade energy vortex, not bad at all. With this vitality spring, breaking through to the 5th rank shouldn't be a problem. A smile of joy emerged on Lin Yuan's face. The vitality spring of the Tianjian sect was at least large-sized, a level higher than the vitality spring before Lin Yuan. However, Tianjian Zi, aiming for the 10th realm, would not dare to fully absorb the sect's vitality spring, as the future disciples of the Tianjian sect relied on it for cultivation. Therefore, over the past 20-plus years, Tianjian Zi's attempts at breaking through to the 10th realm involved absorbing the primordial qi within 100 miles or more. This method was slow to show results, but there was no other choice. However, Lin Yuan was different. He had no reservations about using this vitality spring. Moreover, the dozen or so spiritual medicines surrounding the vitality spring are treasures, comparable to 4-star or 5-star cosmic rare treasures. Lin Yuan's gaze grew fervent. I will make my breakthrough here. Lin Yuan made up his mind instantly. It would be a waste not to take advantage of such an excellent location for a breakthrough. As Lin Yuan secluded himself for a breakthrough to the 5th rank, the 5 domains mainland was increasingly affected by the emergence of demon venerable Xiahou Yuan. Xiahou Yuan has emerged, and the world is likely to be in turmoil next. Indeed, if I were Xiahou Yuan, after being suppressed for decades, I would definitely seek fierce revenge upon my release. I wonder when the conflicts of this world will cease. Cease? As long as there are people, it will never stop. 25 years ago, the righteous powers started a great war against the demonic forces under the banner of suppressing Xiahou Yuan to bring peace to the world. But what after that? Xiahou Yuan was indeed suppressed, but there was no peace. Those demon lords became like unshackled madmen. The forces and cultivators of the 5 domains quickly exchanged information, especially the powers that had participated in the suppression of Xiahou Yuan. They suddenly became panicked, fearing that Xiahou Yuan might target them first after his escape as a way to collect some interest for past events. This won't do. I must go to the Tianjian sect to discuss what we should do next. Right, if it weren't for Tianjian Zi, we wouldn't have offended Xiahou Yuan so grievously. Let's go and demand an explanation from Tianjian Zi. Cultivators from many different powers, including 9th realm powerhouses, all headed towards the Tianjian sect.
Meanwhile,
Tianjian sect. Mist swirling, resembling an immortal realm. Suddenly, rumbling sounds, a terrifying aura spread, under which even the lofty 9th realm practitioners felt uneasy. Sect leader. the sect leader has emerged. The elders of the Tianjin sect, seeing this, became excited and bowed towards the highest peak's palace. Half a month later, the terrifying aura that enveloped the entire palace gradually dissipated, and a man with white hair slowly walked out. Tianjin. Greetings, sect leader. Sect leader, you have finally emerged. The numerous disciples of Tianjin's sect breathed a sigh of relief. During this time, strong cultivators from the 5 domains came every day, seeking an audience with Tianjin, asking how to deal with Xiahou Yuan. If it had just been 1 or 2 people, it wouldn't have mattered. The Tianjin sect, as the foremost power of the 5 domains, with Tianjin as the world's strongest, could surely hold its ground. But it wasn't just 1 or 2 people. It was hundreds, 200, several hundred thousands. And they were all leaders of major forces or even 9th realm powerhouses. Under such circumstances, the Tianjin sect felt overwhelmed. Especially since Tianjin, a core figure of the sect, was still in seclusion and could not make an appearance. One could only imagine how much pressure the Tianjin sect had been under during this time. But now, it was all over. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 8, The Demon and the Good Person, subscription request. Perhaps most disciples of the Tianjin sect don't realize what Tianjin's emergence from seclusion truly signifies. But the vice-sect leaders and elders of the Tianjin sect are well aware that Tianjin's emergence may very well be the step taken, surpassing the 9th realm, becoming one of the rare 10th realm powerhouses that only appear once every tens of thousands of years. Sect leader. Some elder of the Tianjin sect, looking at Tianjin's figure, had reddened eyes. In this generation of the Tianjin sect, at last, another 10th realm was born. With Tianjin's emergence from seclusion, strands of an aura superior to that of the 9th realm spread and permeated the area. Within the Tianjin sect, those powerhouses who came overdue to Xiahou Yuan's issue changed their expressions abruptly. More than 10 figures soared into the sky, looking incredulously at Tianjin with his hands behind his back. Tianjin, you? These more than 10 figures were naturally 9th realm powerhouses. They had gathered here precisely to wait for Tianjin's response. Tianjin, have you taken that step? An elderly 9th realm powerhouse's voice trembled, unable to refrain from asking. As a 9th realm powerhouse, he naturally could sense that Tianjin's aura had completely transcended the 9th realm. It wasn't just a half step out, and it wasn't just infinitely close. It was a full transcendence. If the 9th realm powerhouses were akin to the moon high up in the sky, looking down at the mortal world, then now Tianjin was like the vast starry heavens, where even the great moon was just a corner in the stars. Indeed. Tianjin nodded slightly, his expression arrogantly proud. We have seen the sect leader of the Tianjin sect. More than 10 9th realm powerhouses from various major forces took a deep breath and bowed in unison. Since ancient times, there have indeed been beings who surpassed the 9th realm and reached the 10th realm. But over tens of thousands of years, such characters can be counted with one hand, and each one is a legend that has dominated an era. And now, in their era, will another such heaven-defying existence appear? The more than 10 9th realm powerhouses looked at each other, with mixed feelings in their hearts. The good news was that since Tianjin had taken that step forward, Xiahou Yuan naturally posed no threat. The concern was that now that Tianjin's strength had truly reached the invincible stage, could the major forces of the 5 domains still maintain an equal status with the Tianjin sect? The more than 10 9th realm powerhouses, along with the cultivators gathered at the Tianjin sect, paid their respects to Tianjin, the newly advanced 10th realm powerhouse. Then they asked how to deal with Xiahou Yuan. Now that I have entered the 10th realm, Xiahou Yuan poses no threat. Tian Jianzi said with a calm smile and continued, however, Xiahou Yuan is cunning and insidious. If we actively search for him, we might startle the grass and scare the snake. With these words, everyone present nodded in agreement. Indeed, the guy is not a fool. If the forces of the righteous sex attacked proactively, revealing their full confidence, it would undoubtedly scare Xiahou Yuan away. Then Xiahou Yuan might check the reason behind it, and, upon learning that Tian Jianzi had broken through to the 10th realm, it would be even less likely for him to present himself willingly. Therefore, in this breakthrough, I used a secret technique to meticulously conceal my aura and prevent the phenomenon of my breakthrough from spreading outside the Tianjian sect. This means that, as of now, only you here are aware that I have stepped into the 10th realm. Tian Jianzi said this, paused for a moment, then continued, to ensure this matter remains a secret, everyone should stay here for the next period of time. In the past, I suppressed Xiahou Yuan and we developed an enmity as deep as life and death. As soon as he recovers his strength, he will certainly rush over to take his revenge. We only need to wait for him to come to us. Tian Jianzi's expression was one of assured victory. Masterful strategy, sect leader. The others present suddenly understood. With Xiahou Yuan's strength, if he truly wanted to hide, even a 10th realm powerhouse might not be able to find him. The 5 domains mainland is vast and boundless. If Xiahou Yuan were to nestle in some corner, how could a 10th realm powerhouse search for him? But leveraging the enmity between Xiahou Yuan and Tian Jianzi, coupled with concealing the information, enticing Xiahou Yuan to come on his own, was indeed the best strategy. By then, even if Xiahou Yuan recovers to his peak, he would still be just a 9th realm in the face of a 10th realm Tian Jianzi, and he probably wouldn't have a chance to struggle. The so-called soul out-of-body parasitism skill, which poses a threat to 9th realm powerhouses, stands no chance before a 10th realm powerhouse. A single strike could shatter the physical body and primordial spirit to dust. Time passed. Years went by in the blink of an eye. In the underground palace, Moyang Demon Lord and the other 8 demon lords were guarding outside the Vitality Spring to avoid any mishaps while Lin Yuan was in seclusion. I wonder how the revered one is doing in his seclusion? Moyang Demon Lord was somewhat curious. Over these years, he had a clear sense that the concentration of heavenly earth vital energy around him was decreasing at a terrifying rate. The cause was obvious. It was Lin Yuan who was absorbing the Vitality Spring. But the more it was the case, the more unbelievable it was to Moyang Demon Lord, because a medium-sized Vitality Spring isn't something common. The daily heavenly earth vital energy emitted by a medium-sized Vitality Spring alone would suffice the daily cultivation needs of several 9th realm experts, and the rapid decline of primordial qi concentration around them clearly indicated that the Vitality Spring was being voraciously depleted. If it were Moyang Demon Lord, attempting to absorb such a high degree of primordial qi from the Vitality Spring in such a short period would probably cause his body to burst from the massive primordial qi influx. There's definitely nothing wrong with the revered one. Yuan Shu glanced at Moyang Demon Lord. She placed almost worshipful trust in Lin Yuan. Seeing Moyang Demon Lord mumbling like that, she thought he was harboring some ill intentions again. The heavens can bear witness that I, Moyang, have no second thoughts towards the revered one. Moyang Demon Lord quickly said, although Yuan Shu's cultivation was not nearly as high as his. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability, Creating and Teaching the Tao in Various Worlds. Chapter 8 The Demon and the Good Person, subscription request, _2. But he could not withstand the other party's high standing in the Lord's heart, especially over the past 20+ years. While other demons hesitated, only Yuan and Situ wholeheartedly devoted themselves to the Lord. In comparison, setting aside demons like Moyang Demon Lord for a moment, the importance of Nuan Shu must have grown significantly in the Lord's heart. If Nuan Shu were to speak ill of him in the Lord's ear, Muang Demon Lord would really struggle to bear it. At this moment, Muang Demon Lord was feeling some regret. Had he known the Lord would emerge from the great abyss, he would definitely have been the first to rescue him. Hope so. Nuan Shu coldly snorted again, not pursuing the matter further. Just then, boom. A vast aura surged out from the space where the vitality spring was located, filling the entire underground palace. In front of this aura, even a strong 9th realm limit cultivator like Muang Demon Lord had to keep retreating, somewhat unable to withstand it. Lord, has the Lord broken through to the 10th realm? Muang Demon Lord was shocked. He had already suspected as much when the vitality spring was being heavily consumed. Other than striking at the legendary 10th realm, who else would consume the vitality spring like this? For a cultivator, heavenly earth vital energy is like food, and consuming too much food can burst one's stomach. Only breakthroughs in cultivation will consume massive amounts of heavenly earth vital energy to replenish oneself. The 10th realm. The other 8 demon lords exchanged looks. Since ancient times, the limit for demonic Tao practitioners has been the 9th realm. No demon had ever reached the 10th realm. 25 years ago, if Lin Yuan had broken through to the 10th realm, there would have been no business for Tianjin sect. The entire 5 domains mainland would have become the domain of the demonic Tao. While Muang Demon Lord and the others were lost in thought, a tall figure emerged from the space where the vitality spring was located. Lin Yuan appeared, his expression calm, strolling out as if an ordinary person, devoid of any detectable aura. Yet Muang Demon Lord and the other demons grew even more respectful, recognizing this as the realm of returning to the primordial state. Lord. Muang Demon Lord followed behind Lin Yuan towards the hall of the underground palace. Next, Muang Demon Lord started reporting on recent events as expected. Once finished, Muang Demon Lord could not help asking, Lord, have you stepped into the 10th realm? As soon as he said these words, everyone perked up their ears. This was about the 10th realm, a domain that all demons from ages past had never entered. Even in the 5 domains mainland, there have been very few 10th realm powerhouses for tens of thousands of years, not exceeding 5 individuals. The 10th realm. Lin Yuan looked down at everyone and shook his head slightly. I am not in the 10th realm. Lin Yuan was indeed not in the 10th realm. He was at the 5th rank, known as a continent-sinking 5th rank evolver in the main world. As for this world's 10th realm, strictly speaking, it is merely comparable to the transition stage between the 4th and 5th rank. If there must be a comparison, then at least the 11th realm would be equivalent to the 5th rank. 5th rank. Lin Yuan felt the immense power within him. It was a terrifying force capable of breaking continental plates and bringing an apocalyptic end to life on a planet. In the main world, a 5th rank evolver is revered as the strongest being on the surface, and the battle between 2 5th rank evolvers could lead to billions of deaths on a planet. Some powerful 5th rank evolvers could even turn a life planet into a dead star, where life would no longer emerge for tens of thousands of years. Just this world. Lin Yuan fell into thought. The world he was in now was far vaster than a middle-grade life planet in the main world, almost comparable to a higher-grade life planet. Its continental framework was vast and robust. Only at the 5th stage peak could one have the assurance to break through. Take it slow. It's only been 30 years. There's still 170 years left. Lin Yuan was not in a rush. He still had plenty of time before he would leave this world. Not the 10th realm? Muang Demon Lord was somewhat baffled. Just by the immense aura Lin Yuan emitted during his cultivation, how could he still be in the 9th realm? It should be noted that Muang Demon Lord himself was at the peak of the 9th realm, yet even so, he could not endure the aura that Lin Yuan had just released. How could this still be the 9th realm? Muang could not understand. But Lin Yuan had no reason to deceive him. Since he said he was not in the 10th realm, then he certainly was not in the 10th realm. Could it be a half step into the 10th realm? Moyang Demon Lord could only guess as much. Just a half step into the 10th realm, at most stronger than him. It couldn't possibly reach the point of absolute suppression, could it? I don't care anymore. Whether the Demon Lord emerged at the 9th realm or the 10th realm, there's no difference to me. Moyang Demon Lord simply stopped overthinking it. Time passed. Half a year went by. One day, Lin Yuan was cultivating. Nuan Shu hurriedly walked in, stopped behind Lin Yuan and whispered, "My lord, someone is looking for you." "Looking for me?" Lin Yuan opened his eyes. "It's..." Nuan Shu also seemed to find this person surprising, even inconceivable. "It's the Supreme Elder of Zhiga Sect." Nuan Shu hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "Zhiga Sect." Lin Yuan fell into thought. Zhiga Sect was a force in the eastern region, second only to Tianjian Sect, a colossal figure renowned across the 5 domains. Each generation of Zhiga Sect had 9th realm powerhouses in charge, with a profound foundation. 25 years ago, during the great battle between good and evil, Zhiga Sect also contributed to the suppression of Xiahou Yuan. And the Supreme Elder of Zhiga Sect, although only possessing 8th realm strength, held a high position within Zhiga Sect, with even the contemporary 9th realm sect master being his disciple. What did he come for? Lin Yuan's expression grew contemplative. He claims to have crucial intelligence that he will share only with the Demon Lord. However, I think there's something off about this old man. It's very likely a ploy. My lord should not trust him. Nuan Shu spoke softly. "Let him in," Lin Yuan casually remarked. According to Nuan Shu, the Supreme Elder of Zhiga Sect voluntarily blocked his own meridians to meet him. Otherwise, an 8th realm powerhouse wouldn't just see Lin Yuan, he wouldn't even have been able to come to the entrance of the underground palace. If Nuan Shu hadn't confirmed that the Supreme Elder of Zhiga Sect posed no threat, she would not have brought him over. A moment later, an old man with white hair and beard entered the Great Hall. On either side, 9 demon lords cast sideways glances, while a towering figure above on the high podium looked down upon him. "I pay my respects to the demon lord." The old man's face remained calm as he slightly bowed to Lin Yuan. "Interesting." A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. "A righteous sect supreme elder coming to see a demon like me, and even bowing?" From a status perspective, the Supreme Elder of Zhiga Sect, upon encountering Xiahou Yuan, wouldn't have restrained himself from attacking right there and then. Bowing? It was nothing short of fantastical. People are ignorant, only knowing that demons thrive in chaos, but you, Demon Lord, are different from the others. The white-haired Supreme Elder of Zhiga Sect confidently began to speak. "Is that so?" Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. "I have lived for 400 to 500 years and have seen what the 5 domains were like before the Demon Lord's emergence." The white-haired Supreme Elder of Zhiga Sect paused for effect, then added solemnly, 280 years ago, the Demon Lord appeared out of nowhere. And before the emergence of the Demon Lord, the demons of the world held no fear." "Old man, what nonsense are you spouting?" Moyang Demon Lord's eyelid twitched. What the Supreme Elder of Zhiga Sect said was true. Before Xiahou Yuan's demonic power fully grew, demons rampaged across the 5 domains, often resulting in the slaughter of entire cities and villages. "What exactly are you trying to say?" Sitting on the main seat, Lin Yuan asked calmly. "I want to tell the Demon Lord that the current Tianjian sect has become a battleground of dragons and tigers, and even if you desire revenge, you should not risk your life by going there." The Supreme Elder of Zhiga Sect said gravely. Upon hearing this, the demon lords on both sides were instantly surprised. What had happened? Was this Supreme Elder from Zhiga Sect here to deliver a message to the Demon Lord? Actually, 25 years ago, when Tianjian wanted to battle the Demon Lord, I advised my disciple against it, but it was futile. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 9, Radiant Yang Spirit and Wandering In Spirit. Please subscribe. Good person. In both sides of the main hall, Muang Demon Lord and a host of other demon lords couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. For demon chiefs like them, Xiahou Yuan was certainly no good person. Before the great war between the righteous and the demonic Tao 30 years ago, why did countless demon chiefs obediently follow orders without revolting under Xiahou Yuan's rule over the 5-domain demonic path? Because those who did not obey were all killed by Xiahou Yuan. The supreme elder of Zhige's sect was right in saying one thing. Xiahou Yuan indeed had his hands stained with blood. But most of that blood belonged to these very demon chiefs. Only then did it belong to those powerful figures in the righteous factions. 3 years ago, my disciple went to the Tianjin sect with other sects' powerhouses and has not returned since, and the life fire left at our sect shows no signs of activity. The current Tianjin sect must have gathered more than 70% of the 5 domains powerhouses, and that Tianjin Z must already have at least half a foot into the 10th realm. If the Demon Lord is still planning to seek revenge against that Tianjin Z, think carefully. The Supreme Elder of Zhige's sect continued. He did not know that Tianjin Z had already become a strong figure of the 10th realm and was now in the Tianjin sect, waiting like a spider for its prey, waiting for Xiahou Yuan to come seeking revenge. It was only because of his sharp intuition and the lack of any news from his disciple for such a long time that he felt something was amiss. He speculated that Tianjin's sect might have set a trap, waiting for Xiahou Yuan to arrive. 30 years ago, he did not stop his disciple, leading to the great war between righteous and demonic forces, with Xiahou Yuan being suppressed and the demon chiefs of the 5 domains losing their shackles, allowing the myriad demons in the world to act without inhibition once again. This time, the Supreme Elder of Zhige's sect felt he should do something. At the very least, Xiahou Yuan must not be suppressed again. The thoughts of the Supreme Elder of Zhige's sect towards Xiahou Yuan, the legendary demon chief, were exceedingly complex. Coming over alone to tell Xiahou Yuan these things was undoubtedly a betrayal of Zhige's sect and a betrayal of the righteous forces. But as long as the situation for the beings of the 5 domains improved slightly, bearing a bit of infamy didn't matter. Are you finished? Lin Yuan's expression was calm. I'm finished, the Supreme Elder of Zhige's sect said candidly. Take him away and keep him confined. Lin Yuan waved his hand, signaling to Nuanshu. Yes. Nuanshu nodded. Immediately, he led the Supreme Elder of Zhige's sect away. What do you all think? Lin Yuan looked around at the various demon lords. Lord, what this old man said makes some sense, Muang Demon Lord said after pondering for a moment, aware from the intelligence he held that years ago, a large number of powerhouses from the 5 domains had indeed gone to Tianjin sect. As for their purpose, it could mostly be guessed that it was due to Xiahou Yuan breaking free from his shackles. Nevertheless, being merely a demon chief, Muang Demon Lord certainly didn't understand the righteous forces like Tianjin sect better than the Supreme Elder of Zhige's sect. In that case, do not send anyone near Tianjin sect for the time being, Lin Yuan said. Actually, even if the Supreme Elder of Zhige's sect had not come to warn him, Lin Yuan would never foolishly rush to Tianjin sect seeking revenge. Xiahou Yuan might have done such a thing, but Lin Yuan was not Xiahou Yuan. Lin Yuan anticipated that Tianjin Z had already reached the 10th realm, and being in his own territory within the Tianjin mountain sect, he could manipulate the preparation left by ancestors, which fully qualified him to be regarded as a peak 10th realm or simply an 11th realm powerhouse. Lin Yuan wouldn't consider revenge until he cultivated to the 13th realm. And the 13th realm probably corresponds to the 5th rank between the 4th and 6th stages. Underground Palace. In front of the Vitality Spring, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Compared to years ago, when it was a medium-sized, premier vitality spring gushing out with a volume of several meters in diameter. The current vitality spring had shrunk several times and was merely half a meter in diameter. In truth, if the vitality spring were not connected to the Earth's veins and constantly drawing in primordial chi from hundreds of thousands of miles of Earth veins, it probably would have dried up. It's fine. Lin Yuan glanced at the vitality spring. After breaking through to the 5th rank, his need for heavenly Earth vital energy had significantly decreased. Now, this evidently regressed small vitality spring was still sufficient for him. 5th rank. Lin Yuan's consciousness submerged into the Niwen Palace at the center of his forehead. There he saw a phantom figure sitting cross-legged at the center of a galaxy made of vast amounts of power of Taiyin and Taiyang. This phantom figure, identical to Lin Yuan, sat in the center of the galaxy, resembling an ancient deity. Primordial spirit. At that moment, the phantom figure suddenly opened its eyes, deep in thought. The phantom was Lin Yuan's primordial spirit, condensed from a tremendous amount of soul power. Of course, primordial spirit was the term used in this world. In the main world, they would call this phantom figure a spiritual body, soul body, and so on. The primordial spirit, being condensed from the essence and spirit of the soul, lacked material form, which is why it was terrifyingly fast when wandering outside the body. However, without the protection of the physical body, the primordial spirit was much more vulnerable. There are still flaws. Lin Yuan's primordial spirit carefully sensed its own condition. He had based his path on the way of Taiji, but at this point, the way of Taiji within his divine body was not very conspicuous. Or rather, the power of Taiyin and power of Taiyang had completely fused into one and could no longer be separated, which Lin Yuan found somewhat unsatisfactory. The martial path, evolutionary path, he pursued allowed control over gathering and dispersing at will. So how could there be a way that only allowed gathering and not dispersing? Continue to refine it. Lin Yuan was not discouraged and focused on cultivation. For pioneers like Lin Yuan, every step taken was into the unknown, requiring continual development and perfection. If he was not satisfied with the primordial spirit, then he would continue to focus on the primordial spirit. If not satisfied with the physical body, then focus on perfecting the physical body. Where there was dissatisfaction, there lay the focus of his attention. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 9, Radiant Yang Spirit and Wandering In Spirit. Please subscribe. _2. Time passed. Another 5 years went by. With the way of Taiji as its foundation, the way of Xian Huang as its framework, and countless evolution paths as its flesh, Taiji primordial spirit emerge. Within the Niwen Palace at Lin Yuan's Glabella, an endless galaxy, composed of Taiyin and Taiyang energies, the primordial spirit sat in the center, suddenly transforming into two distinct colors of yin and yang. Immediately after, the primordial spirit separated into two figures. One figure was shrouded in the yin energy of Taiyin, its face indistinct. The other figure was enveloped in the bright energy of Taiyang, its eyes radiant. This is the primordial spirit I desired. The two primordial spirits gazed at each other. In fact, these two figures, rather than being called primordial spirits, would be more appropriate to term as Yin God and Yang Spirit. To be precise, when divided, they are the Yin God and Yang Spirit. When combined, they are the Taiji primordial spirit. Yin God, Yang Spirit. In the outside world, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. With a mere thought, the Yin God and Yang Spirit separated from the body. They sat opposite Lin Yuan's original form. Does this count as triumph division of the One Qi? Lin Yuan's consciousness split into three, looking at the three versions of himself, a strange expression on his face. Since they all shared the same consciousness, Lin Yuan felt as though he'd opened three perspectives at this moment. No matter if it's the yin god or the yang spirit, since they are made from the power of the soul and aren't restricted by a physical body, they naturally can change their size at will. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Lin Yuan speculated, with the current strength of his yin god and yang spirit, if he were to let go completely, they could probably reach a size of 10,000 zhang. Yin god of 10,000 zhang. Yang spirit of 10,000 zhang. At the underground palace hall, Nuan Shu sat at the position below the main seat, frowning in thought. During Lin Yuan's seclusion, the many affairs of the demonic Tao were all decided by Nuan Shu. None of the 9 demon lords had any complaints, nor dared to have any. It's almost 10 years. Why has there been no news from Sita the Protector? Nuan Shu's expression showed a trace of worry. Sita the Protector, like Nuan Shu in past years, was one of the 36 protectors under the Demon Lord. He was also just as loyal to the Demon Lord as Nuan Shu. After Xiahou Yuan was suppressed at the 18th layer of the Great Abyss Ground, Nuan Shu convened the remaining demon followers loyal to the Demon Lord, thinking of ways to rescue the Demon Lord. Meanwhile, Sita the Protector infiltrated the Tianjian sect, providing support to Nuan Shu by passing on intelligence from outside. In the era when the Demon Lord ruled over the demons of the 5 domains, Sita the Protector was renowned for his ability to transform and conceal his qi. With Situ's methods, if he fully exerted himself to conceal and transform his qi, even a 9th realm powerhouse would not detect him. Thanks to this skill, Sita the Protector did well inside the Tianjian sect and gained access to a lot of intelligence. Before Xiahou Yuan emerged from the Great Abyss, Nuan Shu led the remaining demon followers in avoiding the encirclement and assassination attempts by the righteous forces several times, largely due to the information passed on by Sita the Protector. It was because of Sita the Protector's support within the Tianjian sect that Nuan Shu and the other demons survived through that most difficult time. After Lin Yuan emerged from the Great Abyss and took over the underground palace, subduing the 9 demon lords once again, Nuan Shu then sent word to Sita the Protector, telling him to return and that he no longer needed to hide in the Tianjian sect, fraught with danger. However, up to the present, Nuan Shu had not received any response from Sita the Protector. Could he have been discovered by the Tianjian sect? Nuan Shu speculated in her heart, but then shook her head, dismissing the idea. She held Sita the Protector's life fire, which indicated his life and death. Given Sita the Protector's loyalty to the Demon Lord, if discovered by the Tianjian sect, he would definitely commit suicide without hesitation. Even if he didn't commit suicide, if captured alive by the Tianjian sect, they wouldn't leave him alive after a soul search. Either outcome would certainly extinguish Sita the Protector's life fire. Since the life fire was still burning, it indicated that Sita the Protector was safe for the time being, at least still alive. Hopefully nothing untoward happens, Nuan Shu sighed. Over the years, Sita the Protector had risked his life hiding within the Tianjian sect to rescue the Demon Lord. Now that the Demon Lord had returned, if he could come back alive, his status would at least be no lower than hers. Tianjian sect. Mists drifted aimlessly. It was like an immortal realm. A middle-aged man with an honest face walked along the mountain path, his gaze betraying a hint of anxiousness. Tianjianzi has broken into the 10th realm, yet he deliberately seals off all information. Hiding within the gates of the mountain with other powerful figures from the 5 domains, he must be trying to lure the revered figure to come here on his own initiative. The man with the honest face thought to himself in silence. He was none other than Situ, the Protector, who had been hiding his true identity within the Tianjian sect for decades, treading on thin ice until today. Although he was but a disciple and had not taken part in Tianjianzi's secretive discussions with the powerful fighters of the 5 domains, he had guessed quite a bit from all the abnormalities revealed by the Tianjian sect over the years and the terrifying aura that had pervaded a decade ago. No, this won't do. I must get out and tell the revered figure not to come to Tianjian sect at all costs. Situ, the Protector, steadied his spirit and began to ponder carefully. Other than delivering the crucial information, Situ was even more aware that his identity could not be concealed for much longer. In recent years, Tianjianzi's dreadful sensory perception had enveloped the entire Tianjian sect multiple times, brushing past Situ on several occasions. Situ had a feeling that if this happened a few more times, Tianjianzi might very likely detect something unusual about him. Situ's skill at concealing his presence could fool someone of the 9th realm, but for someone like Tianjianzi, who is of the 10th realm, if it weren't for his good performance in recent years and Tianjianzi not paying close attention to him, his identity would have likely been exposed several years earlier. Situ did not fear death, but what he feared was that upon his death, the revered figure would fall into the schemes of Tianjian's sect. I'll have to try that secret passage. Situ made up his mind. Tianjianzi, in hopes of a successful ambush, had the whole Tianjian sect sealed off, forbidding anyone to enter or leave. Situ, like any other disciple, was no exception. It wasn't simply the blocking of all exits, but over the years, Situ had discovered a hidden path leading outside. It was just uncertain whether it could escape Tianjianzi's perception. However, Situ now had no choice. He could only take the risk and try. At the summit of Tianjian Peak, Tianjianzi, and they might be plant life, elemental life, energy life, etc. Given that this 5-colored lotus, if Situ, the protector, could embrace all aspects of the 5-colored lotus, it would definitely be a great opportunity. Not to mention, life forms like these plants are famous for their longevity. Of course, even if Situ, the protector, couldn't accept it, it wouldn't be a problem with Lin Yuan around. It would merely be about finding another suitable body. Time slowly passed. Before long, several years had elapsed. Lin Yuan had hardly ever left the underground palace, always immersed in cultivation and enlightenment. Heaven and earth. Lin Yuan appeared thoughtful, feeling faintly that this realm's heaven and earth were extremely vast, seemingly not just limited to the 5 domains. Could it be, beyond the 5 domains, there are new great realms and continents? Lin Yuan pondered. Before his transition, he had split a thread of his consciousness to roughly observe the overall view of this realm, catching only a fleeting glimpse without paying much attention, only seeing the most conspicuous 5 continents. However, the fortunes of this heavenly and earthly realm are clearly beginning to burgeon. Is it due to my influence? Lin Yuan's thoughts shifted. The so-called fortunes of heaven and earth are profound and more profound. Lin Yuan had crossed 3 or 4 worlds before he somewhat understood this. To summarize, it can be said that when time and tide are right, all forces align. In a state where the fortunes of heaven and earth are burgeoning, the frequency of geniuses and powerhouses emerging would be much higher. Even the bottlenecks and constraints in cultivation would relax and loosen without a sound. Generally speaking, it's rare for a realm to be in such a state. It might not happen even once in tens of thousands of years. Lin Yuan seemed to have discovered something, looking up towards a not-too-distant place. There was a lotus displaying 5 colors, currently swaying gently. Is the consciousness reviving? Lin Yuan had an idea, having nurtured it for several years. The essence of the true spirit of Situ, the protector, had grown rapidly and was now on the brink of consciousness revival. I'll have a look. Lin Yuan stood before the 5-colored lotus, observing carefully. I didn't die? Situ Ming was somewhat dazed, having prepared for death after deploying the dismantling burning god skill. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 11. The Great Movements of Heaven and Earth. Child of Chi Luck _2. Situ Ming only hoped, before death, he could meet the esteemed one and inform him of the Tianjian sect's plans. But unfortunately, with the continual use of the dismantling burning god skill, Situ Ming's speed became faster and faster, and in the end, he not only had to endure endless pain, but he couldn't even stop. However, just when Situ Ming was in utter despair, he saw the esteemed one appear before him and even made an attempt to save him. It was at that moment Situ Ming vaguely perceived the esteemed one's terrifying strength, an aura so vast that even Tianjianzi, who had already stepped into the 10th realm, was far inferior. Situ Ming died with no regrets.
But now?
Situ Ming attempted to perceive his surroundings. To his surprise, he found that he was now a lotus that displayed 5 colors. Esteemed one. Situ Ming's perception continued to spread out. He discovered a tall man appearing before him, and this tall man was none other than his esteemed one. There's no need to worry. Right now, your soul and primordial spirit are nourished within the 5-colored lotus. Try your best to merge with the 5-colored lotus and take control of everything about it. Lin Yuan spoke, his voice gentle. Becoming the main consciousness of the 5-colored lotus was not an easy task. Even if a strong person from this world were to escape with their primordial spirit and seek a new host, they usually chose another member of the human race. As for using a certain plant as a host, not to mention whether it was possible, even if it succeeded, what would one do afterward? Simply become a plant? Yet Lin Yuan was different. In the main world, he had a complete series of secret techniques, namely the seizure secret technique. The Chikuan Star Lord of the past had seized a juvenile Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan, which led to his later valiant achievements. Yes. Situ Ming had a natural submission to Lin Yuan and immediately began trying to merge with the 5-colored lotus, replacing its main consciousness.
Good.
Seeing this, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. His aid to Situ Ming was actually a kind of test. Moreover, if Situ Ming truly could become the master of the 5-colored lotus, his lifespan would at least explode to several thousand or even tens of thousands of years. It would also count as Lin Yuan's contingency in this world. Tianjian Mountain. Tianjianzi and many strong ones were becoming increasingly irritable. What's going on with Xiahou Yuan? Is he coming for revenge or not? Why has there been no movement for so many years? Even if he was seriously injured from being suppressed in the 18th layer of the Great Abyss ground, but it's been more than a decade. Hasn't he recovered? Aren't demonic practitioners best at healing injuries? Can't they just kill some people, extract their essence and origin source, and be done with it? What exactly is going on? Could it be that Xiahou Yuan knows I've had a breakthrough, so he dares not come? Tianjianzi was reflecting. He realized that for all these years, he had been sitting on Tianjin Mountain like a fool. It wasn't just him. Even the others of the 5 domains were also waiting together. That shouldn't be it. For over a decade, I have blockaded the Tianjin sect. It was only a few years ago that the little demon went out. But after getting hit by my attack, plus activating the dismantling burning god skill, he could only keep flying, getting faster and faster, until he eventually dissipated into nothing, unable to stop at all. How could he have passed on any messages? Tianjianzi was puzzled. But at this point, all he could do was to continue waiting. After waiting for more than a decade, if he stopped now, wouldn't it mean that they were mistaken all these years?
How could that be?
Do not panic, everyone. I believe Xiahou Yuan will come soon. We just need to endure a little longer. Tianjianzi spoke, encouraging the many impatient strong ones present. Meanwhile, as the majority of the strong ones in the 5 domains were still stuck on Tianjin Mountain, hoping to catch their prey and waiting for Xiahou Yuan to come for revenge, they were unaware that subtle changes were starting to occur in the world. Within a bustling city, a small beggar looked at a middle-aged man selling books, eagerly staring at a tattered booklet on the shelf. Scram, 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 where did this little beggar come from? The book-selling middle-aged man waved his hand, his face full of disgust. I want that book. The small beggar mustered the courage to approach, pointing at the tattered book on the shelf. 10 copper coins, do you have it? The middle-aged man said, annoyed. 10 copper coins. I don't have. The small beggar shrunk back a little. But I have 2 copper coins. The small beggar's right hand fumbled in his pocket and brought out 2 copper coins. You actually have money? The middle-aged man was taken aback slightly. He immediately picked up the worn-out booklet and tossed it to the little beggar. I'm in a good mood today, so I'm selling it to you at a discount. In fact, he had fished out these booklets from a bookstore that was about to close, for just a few pennies each. The little beggar couldn't produce 2 pennies, let alone 1, but he would have sold it to him anyway. Thank you. The little beggar hugged the tattered booklet to his chest, placed the 2 pennies on the bookshelf, and hopped away. Idiot. The middle-aged man watched the little beggar's retreating figure with a hint of mockery. An old temple. The little beggar studied the booklet intently. Refining spirit decree? The little beggar mimicked the movements of the little figures illustrated in the booklet. Unbeknownst to him, heavenly earth vital energy slowly began to converge. It slowly merged into the little beggar's body. In just one day, the little beggar had stepped into the first realm. At a cliff's edge, a young man was being chased by dozens of men in black. Even if I die, I will become a ghost and come back for revenge. Filled with deep resentment, the young man leaped off the cliff. He didn't know how much time had passed. The young man woke from unconsciousness. Where is this? The young man found himself stopped by a tree trunk growing at the edge of the precipice. Not far away, on the nearly smooth cliff face, there appeared a pitch-dark hole that was clearly man-made. Assessing his situation, the young man realized that his only hope of survival was to enter that hole. So, he struggled toward the cave entrance. Good for nothing. Where's the talent you showed 3 years ago? For 3 whole years, not being able to sense the heavenly earth vital energy to form a primordial chi vortex inside your body, do you still have the face to continue using the clan's cultivation resources? An old man with a white beard was scolding a young boy. The boy hung his head, grinding his teeth. Unnoticed by others, a faint glimmer suddenly flashed across the black ring on his right hand. As the great tides of heaven and earth surge forth, countless opportunities will arise, and many talents will emerge. Among them, the strongest talents can be called children of fate. Within the underground palace, though Lin Yuan had not gone out, he vaguely sensed the changes in the world. Such changes were profound, and even Lin Yuan felt shocked and amazed. Just then, not far away, the 5-colored lotus suddenly withered. Underground, the lotus root of the 5-colored lotus was taking shape indistinctly. A humanoid figure emerged from the ground. Composed entirely of lotus root, the figure came out and immediately knelt down, saying reverently to Lin Yuan, "Situ Ming, pays respects to my lord." Get up. Lin Yuan thought for a moment. He lifted his right hand, and a slight wound appeared. Then, a drop of blood that looked like mercury, vibrant red, fell onto Situ Ming's lotus root body. Suddenly, the blood dispersed and dissolved. Situ Ming's lotus root form began to change rapidly. Flesh, skin, limbs, and facial features grew. Not long after, a child of about 10 years old appeared. Situ Ming's eyes widened. Just the ability to escape from the 5-colored lotus and crawl from underground had already made him overjoyed. But now, with just a drop of blood bestowed casually by his lord, he had transformed into a real human being? Such means? Were they any different from the divine powers in the myths of gods creating humans? Thank you, my lord. Situ Ming knelt once again, expressing his gratitude. It's nothing. Lin Yuan waved his hand and observed the changes in Situ Ming. He then continued, "You may enter the world now. With the great movements of heaven and earth, opportunities are countless. Go and find one that belongs to you." Understood, my lord. Situ Ming promptly responded. He always executed his lord's suggestions to the letter. Before leaving, Situ Ming seemed to remember something and asked hesitantly, "Should I bring back those opportunities, my lord?" No need. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. With a profound look, he said, "I no longer need those opportunities. All credit goes to the original author." Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 12 Go. Flatten Tianjin Mountain. Lin Yuan watched as Situ Ming left. He had reshaped Situ Ming's body with his own essence blood. There was another effect, too. That was to inscribe his own brand. The hearts of men are fickle. Even the most loyal of subordinates. 100 years, 200 years, their loyalty can be ensured. 300 years, 500 years, loyalty can still be ensured. But what about 800 years, 1,000 years? What about when Lin Yuan's time is up and he is to leave this world? Will Situ Ming still be able to maintain his absolute loyalty to him? Situ Ming, now formed after the 5-color lotus transformation, could easily live for thousands and tens of thousands of years. Over the long years, anything can change. But by inscribing his brand with his essence blood, Lin Yuan eliminated any other possibility. Situ Ming's primordial spirit and body, having been fashioned by Lin Yuan, no longer have the capability to harbor any other thoughts. Continue cultivating. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and resumed his Tao enlightenment. Time slowly passed. 20 years later. In these 20 years, the world had changed more than it had in the previous 200 years, or even 2,000 years. One genius after another emerged, and heritages that had disappeared from history resurfaced. The great powers of the 5 domains underwent several major reshuffles. Of course, the Tianjin sect, with Tianjin from the 10th realm as its pillar, still overlooked the world from above, its status unshaken. However, more than 10 years ago, after the forces of the 5 domains, including Tianjin, realized they couldn't anticipate Xiahou Yuan's return. They could only go back to their respective homes and no longer wait in vain on Tianjin Mountain. There was no other way. If it were another time, they might have persevered a little longer. But now, with the world growing more volatile by the day, with powerful figures continuously emerging, these old-timers, would probably have their foundations uprooted if they did not make a comeback soon. Tianjin had no solution to this. He could only speculate that something unpredictable had happened to Xiahou Yuan. Perhaps Xiahou Yuan had realized that he had entered the 10th realm and defiantly refused to come over at all. Underneath the underground palace, next to a vein of fire, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his body radiating intense heat. 20 years of cultivation had naturally brought him to an entirely new level. Lin Yuan's strength now could be described as approximately comparable to the 14th realm of this world. He was indeed unprecedented and unrepeatable. Even the concept of the 14th realm was created by Lin Yuan because, before him, no being had ever ventured into this domain. For tens of thousands of years, the mightiest being in this realm had been of the 10th realm. Maybe 50,000 years ago or 100,000 years ago, there were beings beyond the 10th realm, but at most they reached only the 11th realm. As for the 14th realm, what a joke. It's almost time. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, his resounding breath causing even the nearby vein of fire to tremble. Huff. Lin Yuan exhaled, the scorching breath breaking through layers of soil, traveling dozens of miles, and striking an underground stratum. The layer burst into dust with a bang, and the terrifying fluctuations spread in all directions, causing tremors on the surface above. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his emanating aura swiftly retracting, and within a few breaths, he seemed no different from an ordinary person.
Tianjin sect.
Lin Yuan slightly raised his head, looking in the direction of the Tianjin sect. Go, and extinguish the Tianjin sect. Lin Yuan's thoughts slightly stirred. An indistinct figure, emanating with the power of Tying, emerged from within the sea of consciousness at his brow. The figure bowed slightly toward Lin Yuan and then stepped out, effortlessly passing through the thick soil to the surface above, and immediately vanished. This figure was none other than Lin Yuan's god, also known as the Tying primordial spirit. Actually, had it not been for Lin Yuan's discovery that the vast current of heaven and earth had surged forth 20 years ago, he probably would have already flattened the Tianjin sect right after stepping into the 13th realm 18 years prior. But now was not too late. No matter how vigorously the vast current of heaven and earth surged, it had its limits. The ceiling of this realm remained fixed, and no matter how much nurturing occurred, it couldn't produce supreme powerhouses like those from the main world. With Lin Yuan's current 14th realm strength, he was more than capable of sweeping through everything, even if it was only a Yin god. More than 20 years ago, Lin Yuan's own Taiji primordial spirit had divided into the Yin and Yang spirits. At that time, if the Yin and Yang spirits exerted their full power, they could grow to hundreds of feet tall. Now, after more than 20 years, the Yin and Yang spirits had grown more than 10 times stronger than before.
Tianjin Mountain.
On this day, the Tianjin sect was in celebration, bustling with activity. Guests came and went without end, because today was the 800th birthday of Tianjin. As the strongest of his time, and the only one from the 10th realm, Tianjin's birthday was naturally a grand affair. Many forces from the 5 domains and numerous powerful individuals wouldn't dare miss it. Even those unruly, adventure-laden younger generations mostly came in a subdued manner. In front of this senior 10th realm powerhouse, no one dared to act recklessly. At the top of Tianjin Mountain, Tianjin sat high in the principal seat. Looking at the many guests below, he was in high spirits. For a 10th realm powerhouse, 800 years was just a minor part of life. A 10th realm being had a lifespan of 2,000 years. Congratulations to Tianjin, Senior, for a life as vast as the East Sea. A middle-aged man strode forward, bowing slightly to Tianjin. This middle-aged man was a 9th realm powerhouse, yet he remained slightly respectful in the presence of Tianjin, who had reached the 10th realm. Tianjin nodded slightly, indicating he had acknowledged the gesture. He would react only when powerhouses of the 9th realm rose to congratulate him. As for those below the 9th realm, he would merely acknowledge them with a glance. These few decades have seen the number of 9th realm individuals skyrocket several times over. Tianjin looked around, silently reflecting. As the sect leader of the world's most powerful sect, Tianjin was naturally aware of the changes within the 5 domains. But to cultivate a 10th realm, it will still take tens or 100 years. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 12 Go. Flatten Tianjin Mountain _2. At that time, perhaps a hint of longing flickered across Tianjin's expression. In another 100 or 200 years, he hoped to cultivate to the peak of the 10th realm. By then, he might even be able to attempt reaching the 11th realm, something that had only been achieved 50,000 years ago. Of course, thinking about this now was still premature. At present, Tianjin was far from reaching the perfection of the 10th realm, let alone the 11th realm. As Tianjin pondered, a veteran powerhouse below spoke out loudly. Sect leader Tianjin's divine might is unparalleled. 20 years ago, Xiahou Yuan was so terrified that he didn't dare to seek revenge and would rather die than come here. As soon as this was said, it immediately sparked a chorus of agreement. Although only 20 years had passed, with the explosive increase of powerhouses from the 9th realm, everyone's fear of Xiahou Yuan had also invisibly diminished a lot. After all, in this era, strong warriors emerge in large numbers, especially those most dazzling ones who have nearly reached the peak of the 9th realm, hardly weaker than Xiahou Yuan back then. If Xiahou Yuan dared to appear again now, it's estimated that he would be swept away by the younger generation of warriors. In today's 5 domains mainland, a new era had arrived, and except for the Tianjin sect, which could maintain its status, all other forces were trembling with fear, dreading that they might be eliminated one day. Xiahou Yuan? Tianjianzi was slightly startled. Had no one mentioned that name, he would have almost forgotten it. A miserable dog, better left unmentioned. Tianjianzi shook his head slightly. The young generation of powerhouses were now his focus. As for Xiahou Yuan, he wasn't even worth another glance now. Exactly. What is Xiahou Yuan anyway? Does he even deserve a mention at sect leader Tianjianzi's birthday feast? I heard that one of the younger generation outside has a close relationship with Xiahou Yuan. So, what if they're close? Even Xiahou Yuan was defeated by sect leader Tianjianzi. What waves can they possibly make? Many guests discussed noisily, expressing their deep scorn for Xiahou Yuan.
Decide Tianjianzi.
Big brother Xiahou. By Qing'er, wearing a white dress, her delicate wrists supporting her chin. After all these years, won't you even look at Qing'er? Hundreds of miles away from Tianjin Mountain, within a secluded forest, Situming gazed distantly at Tianjin Mountain, his expression tinged with gloom. Tianjianzi, if it weren't for the prime god's reluctance to bother, would you still be alive? Situming thought to himself. 20 years ago, Lin Yuan allowed him to enter the world. With the terrifying talent of the five-colored lotus, Situming broke through to the 9th realm in just over a decade, becoming one of the most dazzling figures among the young generation. Of course, the reason Situming had ascended to the 9th realm so swiftly was entirely because he had been an 8th realm powerhouse before becoming the five-colored lotus. Even though he had to start over with his physical and primordial spirit after becoming the five-colored lotus, his foundational depth was still there, quickly restoring him to the power of the 8th realm, and a subsequent ascent to the 9th realm was only natural. One day, even if the prime god does not take action, I will also trample you, Tianjianzi, underfoot. Situming took a deep look at Tianjin Mountain miles away, intending to leave. As of now, he was still far from being a match for Tianjianzi of the 10th realm. Suddenly, at that moment, Situming's expression subtly changed. He looked in a certain direction. He saw a person strolling leisurely from afar. Although described as leisurely, his pace was extremely fast, covering hundreds of yards in just a few steps. This man had ordinary features, but each of his movements exuded an unusual charisma, especially his fiery red eyes, which emitted a scorching sensation. Xiaohua. Upon seeing this man, Situming's mind immediately made a connection to someone.
Xiaohua.
Currently a leader among the young generation of the Five Domains mainland, with the strength at the peak of the 9th realm. It was said that Xiaohua showed extraordinary talent in his early teens, but later, over 3 years, his abilities all seemed to vanish, leading to his suppression by his family, eventually leaving the family in indignation. In the following 20 years, like having a breakthrough boost, Xiaohua rapidly grew stronger, breaking through the 9 realms, ultimately standing at the peak of the 9th realm. Situming. Xiaohua looked calm, smiling at Situming. I heard you have quite a substantial connection with the formidable villain Xiahou Yuan from decades ago. Seeing Situming show a wary expression, Xiaohua shook his head slightly. Don't worry, I have no interest and no hostility towards Xiahou Yuan. There was something Xiaohua left unsaid, and that was he had never regarded Xiahou Yuan highly. In Xiaohua's eyes, his opponent had always been just one person. That was Tianjianzi, of the 10th realm. Xiahou Yuan has a great feud with Tianjianzi, and coincidentally, our visit this time is also to deal with Tianjianzi. In a sense, you're still our friend. Xiaohua said with a smile. We. Situming's gaze slightly condensed. Exactly. Xiaohua paused for a moment, then raised his voice. You too. Won't you show yourselves? As soon as he finished speaking, 2 profound auras silently appeared within Situming's sensory range. Situming looked up. To his left was a female figure, her physique robust. Wonderful mental fluctuations almost led Situming to be entranced. Yang Bixin. A shock crossed Situming's mind. Yang Bixin, also a young generation leader, with peak 9th realm capabilities. Yang Bixin had a pitiful background, a beggar in her youth, but somehow she obtained a refining spirit decree, which was perfectly suited for her training. Afterward, Yang Bixin soared, ascending directly to the peak of the 9th realm.
Ha ha ha.
Since Brother Xiao has spoken, how could I, Shenlang, stay hidden? A loud laugh came, and a figure strode forward, his hair wildly dancing, like a majestic lion.
Shenlang.
Situ Ming was already prepared in his heart.
Shenlang.
Also a name among the young generation leaders, alongside Xiao Hua and Yang Bixin. Unlike the previous two, Shenlang had a distinguished family background, but at the age of 20, his enemies had come to kill him. In a desperate situation, Shenlang had no choice but to leap off a cliff. However, Shenlang did not die from the fall but rather received a heritage from a suspected 11th realm powerhouse from 50,000 years ago. You three. Situ Ming looked at the trio.
Xiao Hua. Yang Bixin. Shenlang.
The most dazzling trio of the young generation on the 5 domains mainland. They could even suppress the vast majority of the older generation at the 9th realm. We are here to challenge Tianjianzi to step into the 10th realm. Xiao Hua spoke gently, yet emitted a strong intent to fight. With the capabilities of the three, only the high and mighty 10th realm could exert pressure on them, and with this pressure, they hoped to advance further, stepping into the 10th realm. Situ Ming, do you wish to join us? Xiao Hua extended the invitation. Xiahou Yuan was once suppressed by Tianjianzi. Such humiliation, let us avenge it for him, Shenlang said slowly next to him. His gaze was fixed on Tianjian Mountain hundreds of miles away, unwavering. It is said that Bai Qing'er of the Tianjian sect is the most beautiful woman under heaven, who once dazzled Xiahou Yuan so much that he lost his senses. I'm quite curious to see what kind of beauty she is. Yang Bixin touched her hair, speaking softly. You. Situ Ming took a deep breath. He realized that these three had never taken him, nor his master, seriously. The so-called revenge was just casual talk. Even without the master, these three would still challenge Tianjianzi. The master's vengeance should naturally be avenged by me, Situ Ming said in a cold tone.
He. Xiao Hu was about to speak. Just at that moment,
Shenlang, who had been standing beside them, his gaze fixed on Tianjian Mountain without a flicker, suddenly stiffened. His body's aura began to uncontrollably surge. What's happening? Xiao Hu furrowed his brows, and, alongside Yang Bixin, followed Shenlang's gaze. But with just one look, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. In the high skies above Tianjian Mountain, a sea of clouds tens of thousands of miles wide churned and hung low. A towering figure, over 100,000 feet tall, stood silently in front of Tianjian Mountain. Tianjian Mountain, a famed peak in the central region, also spanned dozens of miles high, usually shrouded in mist, resembling an immortal realm. However, at that moment, before the towering figure, even the lofty Tianjian Mountain merely reached his ankles. The next moment, under the shocked gazes of Xiao Hua, Yang Bixin, and Shenlang, the towering figure slowly lifted his right foot towards Tianjian Mountain. Then, he stepped down. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability, Creating and Teaching the Tao in Various Worlds. Chapter 13. The 100,000 Zhongyin God. Please subscribe. Tianjian Mountain Peak. Seated high above, Tianjianzi overlooked the many guests with an indifferent expression. As the protagonist of the birthday banquet, Tianjianzi was undoubtedly the most watched person there. Those three little ones, they should be arriving soon, right? A hint of coldness flickered across Tianjianzi's face. As the master of the world's foremost power, how could Tianjianzi not know that the three most dazzling youths of the 5 domains were sharpening their claws, eager to step over him and ascend to the divine throne? This was not because Tianjianzi bore a grudge against them. For decades, Tianjian sect had not oppressed the younger generation. In fact, they couldn't even if they wanted to. It's just that Tianjianzi had been oppressing the strong of the 5 domains for too long, and the 3 leaders of the younger generation wanted to break his myth. By harnessing the pressure from Tianjianzi, they aimed to carve their own paths. Foolish. Today, I shall let you understand what the 10th realm is. Tianjianzi thought to himself. If given enough time, Tianjianzi did not deny that the 3 had the potential to step into the 10th realm.
But now?
Mere 9th realm practitioners, how could they challenge Tianjianzi? This time, I must not hold back. Once these 3 are dealt with, the younger generation of the 5 domains will be greatly weakened, and they won't threaten Tianjian sect for the next 100 or even hundreds of years. With that, I can also set out to that place with peace of mind. Tianjianzi's thoughts surged as his gaze faintly turned in a certain direction. That was the north. North of the northern region, north of the endless sea domain. After stepping into the 10th realm, Tianjianzi vaguely sensed a calling, a summons from the heavens and earth, constantly drawing him northward. The 2 even for cultivators below the 6th realm, 100 years could be considered half of one's life. Especially this century, the changes in the world were far greater than those of the past 1,000 or even 10,000 years. The first and foremost was the leveling of Tianjian Mountain, an impact that was not merely temporary but profound and enduring. What was Tianjian Mountain? It was the mountain gate of the Tianjian sect, the stronghold of the foremost power in the world. For tens of thousands of years, the Tianjian sect had given rise to more than one cultivator of the 10th realm, and its influence in the 5 domains mainland was deeply entrenched. Such a colossal power, even if it were to decline, would do so gradually, only completely falling after thousands or tens of thousands of years. Yet now, it had been flattened in a single stroke. More crucially, it wasn't just the disciples of the Tianjian sect who died. Before the flattening of Tianjian Mountain, it was the time of Tianjianzi's 800th birthday celebration. At that time, the mountain had gathered all the powerful allies of the Tianjian sect. But the outcome? These mighty individuals perished along with Tianjian Mountain. This led to a catastrophic loss for most powers in the 5 domains. Subsequently, when facing the onslaught from the demonic Tao forces, the native powers of the 5 domains simply collapsed. In the first decade of the century, the demonic Tao accomplished the feat of unifying the 5 domains, a feat not even the Tianjian sect in its heyday, despite many powers submitting to them, could claim to have truly unified the 5 domains. And all this was accomplished by the demonic Tao forces. To be precise, the demonic Tao forces were able to do this entirely because of Lin Yuan. Without Lin Yuan's destruction of the major arteries of the righteous powers in the 5 domains, even if the demonic Tao wished to unify the 5 domains, they would have been dragged into a lengthy war, taking far more than 10 years to achieve unity. Of course, the so-called unification of the 5 domains by the demonic Tao was merely superficial. Behind the scenes, there were still many remnants of the original powers of the 5 domains trying to launch counterattacks, attempting to reclaim everything they had lost. But with Lin Yuan present, all resistance was futile. Lin Yuan did not even leave the underground palace, but merely sent out his Yin God and Yang spirit, inflicting heavy losses on the resisting forces. Even so, such resistance continued to occur. Each interval between resistance efforts was getting longer, clearly indicating that the resistors also knew that they were no match for Demon Lord Xiahou Yuan head-on. They could only lurk in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. In the eastern region, Binhai City, inside an inn, a storyteller was fervently speaking. Speaking of recent events, a group of strong individuals arrived in the coastal areas, suspected to be disciples of the Qingshui sect which was annihilated by the demonic Tao forces 100 years ago. The surviving disciples fled overseas, and now they have returned, surely up to no good. This storyteller clearly had a well-informed source, even providing his own insights. From what I see, the eastern region is about to experience unrest, the storyteller said, his words filled with emotion. Great chaos in the world was definitely not good news for common folk like them. Meanwhile, in a corner of the inn, an old man with white hair and beard sipped his wine, savoring it joyfully. If there had been a ninth realm expert present, they would have detected that this old man, with his unfathomable aura, was also a cultivator of the ninth realm. However, this old man was different from other cultivators of the ninth realm. He did not seek power or wealth, but enjoyed traveling through the 5 domains and savoring fine wines. This osmanthus brew from Benhai City is becoming more flavorful. The old man nodded in approval. Oh, Grandpa, you shouldn't drink. Did you hear what the storyteller just said? The eastern region is becoming restless. The young girl at his side tugged at his sleeve. Oh. The old man responded indifferently and continued to enjoy his osmanthus brew. Grandpa. The girl became a bit anxious and couldn't help but ask, do you think the 5 tribes will make a move? What does a little girl like you have to worry about such matters? The old man glared at her and, seeing tears starting to form in her eyes, quickly soothed her. I don't know if the eastern region will be unstable, but a while ago, some folks from Dihua sect sought me out, wanting me to take action and occupy an Earth-grade spirit spring.
Ah.
So, Grandpa, did you agree? The girl's eyes immediately brightened. Of course not. An old man like me should just enjoy his twilight years. The old man shook his head and said, he did not have the courage to oppose the Demon Lord. Who was the Demon Lord? He was the strongest being in 100,000 years. Ordinary cultivator may not understand the concept of cultivating a primordial spirit to 100,000 zhang. But as a ninth realm cultivator, the old man was aware of the immense difficulty and the almost inconceivable awe that it inspired. Besides, the 5 domains under the rule of the demonic Tao forces, it's not much different than before. The old man glanced at his granddaughter, a curious expression on his face. 90 years ago, when the demonic Tao unified the 5 domains, the old man had seen it all. Originally, he thought that the suffering of all beings was about to begin, for how could the 5 domains possibly fare well under the rule of the demonic Tao? Would all beings simply be penned up and used as nourishment for the cultivators of the demonic Tao? However, as time passed, the old man suddenly realized that this scenario never actually happened. After unifying the 5 domains, the demonic Tao forces actively disseminated a cultivation system known as martial Tao. This system, which had a low threshold, was explained in detail by appointees from the demonic Tao forces. This generous act was something that had never occurred in tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years before. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 15. How tall is the Demon Lord? Super large chapter of 5,000 words. _2. The once great powers of the 5 domains, to maintain their own status, would never have passed on their family's cultivation techniques. Not to mention specially sending people to instruct others. This was simply, the elder was unable to describe such a measure. He only felt that the thoughts and considerations of the demon venerable were completely beyond those of ordinary people. Grandfather, I want to go to the central region and visit the sacred land of demonic Tao. The young girl whispered at that moment. The sacred land of demonic Tao was the very underground palace where Lin Yuan cultivated. Over a century, this underground palace had become a sacred site in the 5 domains, with countless cultivators going there to pay their respects. Of course, to avoid disturbing the demon venerable, all cultivators could only observe from 50 leagues away from the underground palace, the sacred land of demonic Tao. The elder was somewhat hesitant, but upon recalling that he had never opposed the demon venerable over the years, his expression quickly became calm. All right. The elder nodded, giving his consent. Beneath the underground palace, Next to the vitality spring, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his aura completely withdrawn, as if he was in an entirely different space. Seemingly illusionary, seemingly ethereal. Name: Lin Yuan. Role: holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Bound talent: heaven-defying comprehension. Current state: consciousness descent. Remaining stay duration: 140 years. 140 more years of staying duration. Lin Yuan glanced at the ethereal text below his line of sight and thought to himself. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been in this world for 160 years. The 300-year stay had almost imperceptibly passed by a large part. The 16th realm? Lin Yuan examined himself. 100 years had elapsed, and Lin Yuan had broken through 2 realms, from the 14th realm to the 16th realm. However, upon entering the 16th realm, Lin Yuan faintly felt that this realm seemed to be the limit of this world. Advancing further might provoke the innate rejection of the world. Perhaps directly expelling Lin Yuan from the world? No, that's not right. The limit of the world should not be merely the 16th realm. Is it because of that black hole to the north? Lin Yuan's thoughts surged as his gaze once again drifted northward. More than 100 years ago, Lin Yuan had detected a massive black hole to the far north, beyond the endless sea domain. This black hole, at every moment, was devouring the heavenly earth vital energy of this world. As a result, the upper limit of the world's powerhouses had been decreasing again and again. 50,000 years ago, even 100,000 years ago, there were traces of 11th realm powerhouses. Yet, in the recent tens of thousands of years, the 10th realm has become quite rare. Perhaps tens of thousands of years later, even powerhouses of the 9th realm will become a legend. It was due to that black hole that the upper limit of this world had decreased and was almost unable to accommodate Lin Yuan anymore. Over tens of thousands of years, whenever a 10th realm powerhouse emerged, they would disappear from the 5 domains within just decades or a century, perhaps heading for that black hole to the north. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. After the demonic Tao unified the 5 domains, he had greatly increased access to historical records, understanding the final actions of those 10th realm powerhouses over tens of thousands of years. While Lin Yuan was pondering over this black hole, he seemed to sense something, emitting a slight sound of surprise, and turned his gaze toward the east. Under Lin Yuan's perception, 30 leagues away from the underground palace, 2 figures were stealthily approaching. One was the form of an elderly man, possessing the power of the 9th realm. The other was a girl in her teens, currently full of curiosity and inspecting the direction of the underground palace. Lin Yuan's gaze fell on the young girl. The Bai family still has descendants. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, feeling a sense of nostalgia welling up within him. The Bai family had significant ties with Xiahou Yuan, who hadn't yet achieved greatness in his demonic practices when he fell in love with the direct daughter of the Bai family. Later, because Xiahou Yuan made too many enemies, the Bai family was implicated and exterminated from top to bottom. The Bai family held a special significance for Xiahou Yuan. Back then, Wan Yi from the Tianjin sect, under the guise of Bai Qing'er, approached Xiahou Yuan, which is how she managed to gain Xiahou Yuan's trust. It was because she pretended to be a descendant of the Bai family's bloodline. Otherwise, how could a cold and ruthless man like Xiahou Yuan invest so much emotion in a woman? Finally, his mental state was forced, and he was suppressed in the 18th layer of the Great Abyss underground. However, now, Lin Yuan once again felt the aura of the Bai family bloodline from that young girl. This type of bloodline was not the disguise like Bai Qing'er's. It genuinely originated from the depths of her lineage. 30 leagues from the underground palace. The elder was somewhat nervous. They were now within 30 leagues from the underground palace, having ventured far deeper than the designated 50 leagues. Xiao Bai, are you sure it's all right to be this close? The elder asked again. Originally, he had come with a young girl, like other cultivators, to slowly view the area from 50 leagues away from the underground palace. But as the girl was exploring, she led the elder along a small path within the 50-league boundary until now, when they were only 30 leagues from the underground palace. This made the elder sweat coldly when he thought that just 30 leagues away was the demon venerable Xiahou Yuan, who could level the Tianjian sect with one step. The elder's legs grew weak. "Grandfather, what are you afraid of?" "I specifically found out about this path. Many people have walked it just to get closer to the sacred site for a better view." The girl led the way in front, her tone brimming with excitement. "Are you sure?" The elder was now somewhat regretting bringing the girl here. Though the girl was not his biological granddaughter, having been found by him in the wild, the elder's affection for her was genuine, always treating her as his own granddaughter. "Absolutely sure. Before us, many have already used this path to visit, and no problems occurred." All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 15. How tall is the Demon Lord? Super large chapter of 5,000 words. _3. The girl patted her chest and said, "I hope so." The old man steadied himself, trying hard not to overthink. He had also noticed that many people had trodden the path beneath their feet. Yet, even being so close to a personage like the Demon Lord, the old man still felt fear from the bottom of his heart. "Grandpa, you're too timid," the girl couldn't help but say. "Timid?" The old man thought helplessly to himself, but didn't know how to retort. Just then, in front of the path that the girl and the old man were traveling, a tall man appeared silently. The tall man stood there quietly, seemingly lost in thought. Upon seeing this, the girl immediately grinned and laughed. "Grandpa, look. It's not just us on this road. There are others who want to get a closer look at the Holy Land." The girl immediately said, "That's good." The old man breathed a sigh of relief. The tall man stood there without a hint of a cultivator's aura. To the old man, this was a sign of safety. If even ordinary people could get close without harm, they probably wouldn't have any problems either. Having walked along this path for so long without encountering anyone, the girl, upon meeting the tall man, immediately went up to strike up a conversation. "Are you here to observe the Holy Land too?" "Observe the Holy Land?" The tall man turned his head, glanced at the girl, and didn't answer. "Don't be shy. Apart from observing the Holy Land, who else would come here?" Thinking the tall man might be shy, the girl approached and said, "It's just as well we met. You can come with us. My grandpa is really powerful, a great master of the 5 domains." The girl extended an invitation. The tall man remained unmoved, neither accepting nor declining. This made the girl somewhat exasperated. What's with this guy, acting like a mute? Did he even understand what she was saying? Let me put it this way. My grandpa is a 9th realm powerhouse. Do you know what the 9th realm is? The girl couldn't help but reveal some home truths. In the 5 domains mainland, there are fewer than 100 9th realm powerhouses, and my grandpa is one of them. If you follow us, you don't need to worry about safety. Were you picked up by your grandfather? Finally, the tall man spoke up, his voice deep and magnetic. He hadn't detected the Bai family bloodline in the old man. "Ah. How did you know?" The girl's eyes widened. She was certain she had not told the tall man about this matter. "Could it be that you are?" The girl's eyes lit up. "Are you a fortune teller? Someone who can divine? Did you realize instantly that I'm not my grandfather's biological granddaughter?" "Bai." The old man vaguely sensed something, and his voice trembled slightly, not even daring to look directly at the tall man. But at that moment, his voice was so faint that the girl did not notice it at all. "I didn't think you actually had some skill. I always thought those fortune tellers were just scam artists." The girl became interested. The tall man's ability to immediately see that she was not related by blood to the old man was obviously no simple matter. Come. Help me see when I can become a powerhouse like my grandpa." The girl stood on tiptoe, patted the tall man on the shoulder, and said, "Don't worry, as long as you're accurate, I won't skimp on your reward." Let me tell you, my grandpa has a lot of treasures. Just take your pick of any.
Bye.
Seeing the girl actually daring to pat the tall man on the shoulder, the old man felt a rush of blood to the head and started to grow dizzy, his legs trembling, nearly collapsing right there, and it was precisely as the girl stood on tiptoe to pat the tall man on the shoulder that the air seemed to solidify. One after another, figures appeared all around. The aura emanating from each figure was that of a ninth realm peak. No fewer than 29th realm peak powerhouses stood quietly a short distance away. The leader among these figures exuded an aura that surpassed the ninth realm. However, all these figures appeared behind the girl, and considering her low power level, she didn't notice anything amiss and remained unaware. But whereas the girl was oblivious, the old man next to her sensed everything very clearly. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, his legs shook uncontrollably, and he was nearly about to kneel on the spot. Retreat. The tall man stood with his hands behind his back, speaking indifferently.
Suddenly,
every figure that appeared vanished swiftly, as if by command. The alley returned to its original state. Only the old man knew what had just happened. He and the girl had nearly walked through the gates of death. You remind me of an old friend of mine. The tall man smiled faintly. He reached out and gently touched the girl's head. Ouch. The girl didn't understand why, but facing the tall man's gesture, she had no intention of resistance and stood there dazed. Go back. Practice well. The tall man raised his right hand. With a gentle wave, the old man and the girl felt darkness before their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves 50 miles away once more. Grandfather, what was that? The girl was a bit bewildered. It took her a long while to react. What had just happened? Wasn't she just talking with the tall man?
Bye.
Only the old man had recovered his senses. He directly grabbed the girl's collar. Then, he sprinted in the opposite direction of the underground palace. Several hours later, thousands of miles away from the underground palace, the old man finally stopped. Fear still lingered on his face. Do you know who that was just now? The old man took a deep breath, raised his hand to slap the girl but couldn't bring himself to do it. Who was he? The girl blinked her eyes. By now she had also begun to realize. Demon Lord. He is Demon Venerable Xiahou Yuan. The old man's voice trembled as he spoke. He is the Demon Lord? Bai's eyes widened once again. After a long while, Bai suddenly remembered a question. It was a question she had been too embarrassed to ask before, but having just met the Demon Lord and survived, she naturally wanted to ask it aloud. Grandfather. Everyone says Demon Venerable Xiahou Yuan is unfathomably tall. So how tall is he really? The girl looked at the old man full of anticipation. How tall? The old man seemed to see the tall figure of the man flashing before his eyes once again. He should be as tall as the heavens, I suppose. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 16 World Consciousness Descent. Please subscribe. It's just. The elder suddenly remembered something. He examined the girl over and over again. If he hadn't seen wrongly just now, did the girl stand on her tiptoes and pat that tall man on the shoulder? If that tall man was the Demon Lord, didn't that mean the girl had patted the shoulder of the Demon Lord? Such an audacious act, and yet they both managed to come out alive, was simply inconceivable. That was Demon Venerable Xiahou Yuan, a ruthless person who could flatten Tianjin Mountain with one stomp. At that moment, when he saw the girl reaching out to pat the other's shoulder, fear clouded his consciousness. However, unexpectedly, nothing happened afterward. She resembles an old friend. The elder remembered a sentence said by the tall man. Could it be that this granddaughter he had picked up was a descendant of an old friend of Xiahou Yuan? For a moment, the elder was puzzled. After thinking for a while, he decided not to think further about it. No matter what the girl's relationship with the demon lord was, she was his granddaughter. Having lived together for over 10 years, their bond was like that of family, if not by blood. The underground palace. Lin Yuan's gaze reached far towards where the elder was. Descendant of the Bai family. Lin Yuan's expression was calm. The descendant of the Bai family was Xiahou Yuan's deepest bond. Just now, when Lin Yuan appeared in front of that girl, he reached out and touched her head, and casually transmitted a strand of primordial qi to her. This strand of primordial qi could subtly improve the girl's aptitude. With this primordial qi, entering the 9th realm in the future would be no difficult task. Lin Yuan's action also served as a complete severance of the original ties between Xiahou Yuan and the Bai family. The 5 domains. Lin Yuan's gaze was profound. Under his command, the demonic Tao forces unified the 5 domains mainland with terrifying speed. It wasn't that Lin Yuan wished to claim the throne of the 5 domains. Rather, he wanted to spread the martial Tao cultivation system as widely as possible. Only by unifying the 5 domains could he openly propagate martial Tao, which was Lin Yuan's true purpose. During the few hundred years he would stay in this world, he wanted to fully integrate the martial Tao cultivation system into the 5 domains. That way, even if he were to leave one day, or even if the demonic Tao forces were overthrown, the martial Tao cultivation system wouldn't necessarily disappear. Just like a star colonizing movement, colonizers would spread their culture and language as extensively as possible on the colonized planet. Thus, even if the colonizers were to be driven out and the colony became independent, it would likely still use the language and culture of the colonizers. There are countless evolution paths in the main world, each standing alongside strong practitioners. Even a martial path evolutionary path, no matter how excellent, couldn't compete with those that had existed for tens of thousands or even millions of years. Therefore, why not open up a new battlefield and spread one's evolution path through other worlds? Even though the scale of other worlds was far less than the main world, like the current 5 regions world, which at most was comparable to a higher-grade life planet in the main world, one could not ignore the sheer numbers. With the door to the Myriad Realms, Lin Yuan could spread it an infinite number of times. Furthermore, even if there are 100 billion citizens on a high-tier life planet in the main world, how many can truly cultivate a certain evolution path? In other worlds, Lin Yuan believed that with his means, he could make the martial Tao cultivation system the mainstream system of cultivation. That is, the first cultivation system that all beings would prioritize to practice. Day after day, as the years accumulate, what do those super strong beings in the main world have to compare with Lin Yuan? Although I'm not sure what use there is in spreading the evolution path I created, or what its relationship with the ultimate leap is. There's no harm in it for me, just a small effort required, thought Lin Yuan privately. After all, no matter how many people practiced the martial Tao cultivation evolution path, it wouldn't affect Lin Yuan. And as for worrying about his descendants surpassing Lin Yuan, the founder, if it were the founder of an ordinary evolution path, there might be such concerns. But as for Lin Yuan, with his against heaven's understanding, not to mention the latecomers, even the trailblazers would be quickly caught up by Lin Yuan. The successors wouldn't even qualify to look up to him, let alone surpass him. My lord. At that moment, a voice came from outside.
Come in.
Lin Yuan said as if he had anticipated it, nodding his head.
Soon,
a figure walked in with utmost respect. It was Situ Ming. 100 years had passed, and with Lin Yuan's assistance, Situ Ming had successfully advanced into the 10th realm. He was the first among Lin Yuan's subordinates to reach the 10th realm. A perfect vessel indeed. Lin Yuan looked at the respectful Situ Ming and thought to himself, all credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 18. Sealing the Eye of the North Sea, 120 years later. Subscription requested. 2, around 800,000 miles in radius. Lin Yuan roughly estimated the range of the Eye of the North Sea. The Eye of the North Sea expands slowly on a regular basis, and 9/10 realm warriors are enough to guard it. But every 100 years, the Eye of the North Sea will expand wildly for a period. At that time, I, along with several deputy island lords, will take action and operate the sealing skill to suppress. But it's of little use. The Eye of the North Sea is still slowly expanding. I remember thousands of years ago, the Eye of the North Sea was only 750,000 miles in radius. Now it's approaching 800,000 miles. As Master Nalen said this, a trace of worry appeared on his face. Following this trend, in another 100,000 years, the Eye of the North Sea will expand to a radius of 2 million miles. At that time, with the Eye of the North Sea displaying an attitude of devouring heaven and earth, they, even if sacrificing their lives, would not be able to suppress and contain it as they can now. I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, having a clear understanding in his heart. Bring me all the secret techniques you use to seal the Eye of the North Sea to examine. From Lin Yuan's observations, the few 10th realm warriors guarding the 4 directions of the Eye of the North Sea were employing suppression techniques that had a very good restraining effect on the Eye of the North Sea. Although the Eye of the North Sea was still slowly expanding, under the suppression of the secret techniques, the speed of expansion was noticeably slower. Lin Yuan speculated that this suppression technique might come from the world consciousness, and even if not, it was formed under the covert guidance of the world consciousness. This is the secret technique used to suppress the Eye of the North Sea. Without hesitation, Master Nalen took out a jade stone which recorded the secret technique Lin Yuan had spoken of. To suppress the Eye of the North Sea as much as possible, Master Nalen had already disseminated this technique widely. Even if Lin Yuan didn't ask for it, once back on North Sea Island, he could easily obtain it. Thank you. Lin Yuan accepted the jade stone. Next, Lin Yuan returned to North Sea Island with Master Nalen. Suppressing the Eye of the North Sea was not something that could be done overnight. To Lin Yuan, visiting the Eye with Master Nalen and then returning to the island was nothing out of the ordinary. North Sea Island. A grade cave mansion. This cave mansion was the one with the most abundant primordial chi on the entire North Sea Island. It should have belonged to Master Nalen, but with Lin Yuan's arrival, it was naturally to be occupied by Lin Yuan for the time being. This is really comfortable. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, and a large amount of the heavenly earth vital energy, which had condensed to substantial form, flowed into his nostrils. Although for someone at Lin Yuan's level, this amount of heavenly earth vital energy was a drop in the bucket compared to the barren 5 domains mainland, it was undoubtedly dozens, no, hundreds of times better. All right. Time to get down to business. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly more serious. From his observation during the day, Lin Yuan knew that the Eye of the North Sea was beyond the power of humans to contend with. Even if Lin Yuan were more powerful, he could not directly resolve the situation with the Eye of the North Sea. The best method, just like what Master Nalen and others were doing, was to use the sealing skill to suppress the expansion of the Eye of the North Sea. With this in mind, Lin Yuan's consciousness merged with the jade stone, beginning to browse the sealing skill. The Eye sealing skill, the name is pretty straightforward. Lin Yuan glanced over the name of the secret technique and shook his head slightly. The Eye sealing skill was divided into 4 levels. Entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, perfection. Generally, only those who cultivated this secret technique to the state of major accomplishment were qualified to go and suppress the Eye of the North Sea. Like Master Nalen and the 5 deputy island lords, they had cultivated this technique to the state of perfection. Lin Yuan began to repeatedly observe this secret technique. Your comprehension is against heaven's understanding, observing the secret technique, Eye sealing skill, and you have comprehended the innate Eye sealing skill. Several days later, Lin Yuan comprehended the innate Eye sealing skill from the original Eye sealing skill. Beihado. Another, a grade cave mansion. Master Nalen and the 5 deputy island lords sat facing each other. That person, what exactly is his background? One of the deputy island lords couldn't help but ask. They didn't doubt the instructions of the heavenly Tao for a moment. It was just that Lin Yuan came from the side of the five domains mainland. In their eyes, the heavenly earth vital energy of the five domains mainland was long since mostly drained by the eye of the North Sea. It was extremely difficult to even give birth to a 10th realm warrior, so how could someone possibly emerge who could completely resolve the existential threat posed by the eye of the North Sea? Are you questioning? Master Nalen glanced at that deputy island lord. Not at all, not at all. I'm just curious. The deputy island lord quickly shook his head. What a joke. Who dares question the will of the heavenly Tao? There's no need to be curious. Since we have received the heavenly Tao's instructions, our full cooperation with that person is imperative. There's no need for further thought. Doing our best is all that's required. Master Nalen said indifferently. Upon hearing this, the other vice masters immediately cast their eyes downward and fell silent. Exactly how should we cooperate? After issuing the warning, even Master Nalen couldn't help but mutter to himself. From receiving Lin Yuan until now, the latter had behaved in a perfectly regular manner. From every aspect, he didn't seem to have the capability to solve the eye of the North Sea issue thoroughly. Half a month later, Lin Yuan followed Master Nalen to the eye of the North Sea once again. Gazing at the pitch-black void of the eye of the North Sea, Lin Yuan's gaze was calm. After half a month of comprehension, with his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan had not only cultivated the eye-sealing skill to the state of perfection, he had also founded the innate eye-sealing skill and flawless innate eye-sealing skill based on that secret technique. In particular, the flawless innate eye-sealing skill was many times more ingenious than the original eye-sealing skill. Of course, the flawless innate eye-sealing skill required cultivation above the 15th realm to be activated. That's also why, for tens of thousands of years, the practitioners of the 10th and 11th realms of the North Sea Island had always used the eye-sealing skill. It was certainly because their understanding fell far behind Lin Yuan's. Another reason was that, with their strength, they were utterly unable to promote the transformation and fundamental change of the eye-sealing skill. All right. Have them all withdraw. From today onward, the eye of the North Sea is in my hands. Lin Yuan spoke up. At these words, Master Nalen's pupils shrank slightly. Ordinarily, guarding the eye of the North Sea required at least 9 10th realm powerhouses to stand guard from every angle and direction. In doing so, they could contain the eye of the North Sea's expansion as much as possible.
But now?
If Lin Yuan made the 9 10th realm powerhouses withdraw, wouldn't that leave the eye of the North Sea to expand unchecked? It wasn't that Master Nalen doubted Lin Yuan's strength, but the eye of the North Sea was too huge, spanning a full 800,000 miles in radius, and the strength of a single person simply couldn't cover it all. My lord. A vice master at the side was about to speak up and dissuade. Do as he says. After pondering for a moment, Master Nalen directly instructed. Yes. The other vice masters, seeing this, immediately stood up and cleared out the 10th realm powerhouses from around the eye of the North Sea.
Boom.
As they ceased their guard, the diffusion of the eye of the North Sea noticeably sped up. My lord. Upon seeing this, Master Nalen's heart bled internally. Given the current size of the eye of the North Sea, even if it expanded by a meter, the rate at which it devoured the heavenly earth vital energy would dramatically increase. This is bad. The eye of the North Sea is beginning to expand wildly. The vice master, who first spoke, seemed to sense something, and his face turned pale. However, before he could say anything more, he witnessed an unthinkable scene. Lin Yuan, who had been standing beside them, instead of backing away, suddenly took a step forward and swiftly ascended above the eye of the North Sea. Immediately after, he released his radiant Yang spirit and wandering Yin spirit, his formidable Taiyin primordial spirit and Taiyang divine spirit, tens of thousands of feet tall, stood at either end of the eye of the North Sea, while he himself sat enthroned above it. An overwhelming suppression power surged out, enveloping the entire eye of the North Sea, preventing it from expanding even an inch, no matter how much it tried to. Even as time passed, the eye of the North Sea was actually shrinking. The Vice Masters were dumbstruck. For tens of thousands of years, the eye of the North Sea had always been expanding, and no matter how hard they tried, it had never diminished in the slightest. The world has been saved. Master Nalen looked up at the figure above the two monumental primordial spirits and murmured to himself. Such rich heavenly earth vital energy. Atop the eye of the North Sea, Lin Yuan felt enveloped by boundless heavenly earth vital energy. Throughout the suppression of the eye of the North Sea, the heavenly earth vital energy from the entire world hadn't dissipated, but continued to flow towards the eye of the North Sea. However, since the eye of the North Sea was suppressed and couldn't absorb the heavenly earth vital energy, it naturally all went to Lin Yuan. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 120 years had passed. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 19. Return, please subscribe. North Sea Island. The 10th Realm powerhouses chatted leisurely, occasionally glancing at the eye of the North Sea, which had shrunk to 100 meters across. Over these 100-plus years, their lives had been both comfortable and shocking. It was comforting that they no longer had to guard the eye of the North Sea and didn't have to face the profound depths that seemed as unfathomable as the abyss. And watching the eye of the North Sea shrink day by day was a pleasure to their spirits. As for the shock, it all came from one person, the mysterious superior being who surpassed their tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years of achievements with his own power alone. Over these 100-plus years, that mysterious superior being sat above the eye of the North Sea, his two primordial spirits having reached 1,000,000 zhang tall, each standing on opposite ends of the eye of the North Sea. I'm telling you, I almost personally received the superior being. If it wasn't for Master Nalen and the Vice Masters taking the limelight, I probably would have been the first to speak with the superior being, a chubby man boasted proudly, not mentioning his initial thought, which was to remind Lin Yuan to keep a low profile when coming to North Sea Island. Who knows what background this superior being comes from, how such a powerful being was born? A slim 10th Realm powerhouse couldn't help but mutter. True dragons can't be raised in shallow waters. This is common knowledge to cultivators. But the mysterious superior being who completely suppressed the eye of the North Sea, relative to them, was much more than a true dragon, wasn't he? Let alone the superior being himself. Just the 2,000,000 zhang tall primordial spirits he had sent out made them tremble in their hearts and minds. All right, Master Nalen and the Vice Masters have already said not to discuss the superior being in private. Violators will be punished, a stern-looking 10th Realm powerhouse said in a low voice. I was just saying, I didn't speak ill of the superior being. The slim 10th Realm powerhouse immediately shook his head. Besides, if Master Nalen and the Vice Masters forbid us from discussing him, do you think they don't talk about that mysterious superior being themselves? He couldn't help but say. If Master Nalen and the Vice Masters have forbidden it, they definitely abide by it themselves, spoke the stern-looking 10th Realm powerhouse earnestly. What do you think? How strong is the superior being? 14th Realm or 15th Realm? Inside the Beihado, a great cave mansion, Master Nalen and several Vice Masters also gazed in the direction of the eye of the North Sea. One of the Vice Masters thus expressed his astonishment. The higher their strength and realm, the more they could feel the terror of Lin Yuan. Such a dreadfully powerful force, far transcending the limits of this world, curbed any thought of resistance in them. Not sure. But I think the superior being must have already transcended the divisions of realms. The heights at which the superior being resides are indescribable and incomprehensible to us, said another Vice Master in a low voice. No wonder Heavenly Tao hinted that we should comply and heed the superior being's words. A third vice master pondered with a contemplative expression. Master Nalen looked calmly at the distant eye of the North Sea. Most of his time over the past 100+ years had been spent watching the eye of the North Sea slowly vanish, and Master Nalen's concerns faded little by little. After our generation, countless generations of descendants will never have to face the threat of the eye of the North Sea. Master Nalen's awe for Lin Yuan grew greater, almost to the point of outright reverence. It's just, there was always one doubt in Master Nalen's heart. Why was the heavenly earth vital energy still flowing unceasingly towards the North Sea even though the eye of the North Sea had been completely sealed? Above the eye of the North Sea, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Ever since the eye of the North Sea had shrunk to 10,000 li, he recalled his yin god and yang spirit back into his body because he alone could suppress the eye of the North Sea at this scale. This is really comfortable. Lin Yuan looked quite pleased. He didn't fully suppress the eye of the North Sea, but left a small gap, allowing it to continue inhaling and exhaling the heavenly earth vital energy of this world. As the boundless heavenly earth vital energy arrived here, it was naturally snatched up by Lin Yuan for cultivation. In other words, for these 120 years, the eye of the North Sea had been working entirely for Lin Yuan, gaining not the slightest benefit and continually shrinking. 18th realm. Lin Yuan breathed out softly. By then, he had reached the 18th realm. Of course, the 18th realm is a term from this world. According to the Human Civilization Alliance of the main world, it would be considered 6th rank, 12th level. What a pity! Stepping into the 6th rank isn't something that can be solved just with primordial qi. Lin Yuan mused silently. In the main world, advancing from the 5th to the 6th rank is harder than the combined difficulty of advancing from the 1st to the 5th rank. The 5th rank is the continent-sinking rank, while the 6th rank is the fallen star level. A qualitative change exists between them, and bridging that gap is no easy feat. While there is the 4th rank as a cushion between the 3rd rank city destroyer grade and the 5th rank continent-sinking rank, there is no such cushion between the 5th and 6th rank. The evolver must break through on their own. Even with a complete evolution path to guide them, it is incredibly challenging for ordinary evolvers, let alone Lin Yuan, the founder of the martial Tao evolutionary path. Although Lin Yuan had many evolution paths for reference, including those transcending the 6th rank and even the extremely mysterious Xian Huang evolutionary path. Taking reference is one thing, but continuing to create the 6th rank chapter of the martial path evolutionary path is another matter entirely. It's about time. Lin Yuan glanced at the eye of the North Sea beneath him. In fact, Lin Yuan had the power to completely seal the eye of the North Sea already 30 to 40 years ago. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 19 Return, please subscribe, _2. However, in order to continue enjoying the vast heavenly earth vital energy brought by the inhalation and exhalation of the eye of the North Sea, Lin Yuan had forcibly dragged on until now. It seemed that the world consciousness of this realm had noticed, but it had no way to intervene. The world consciousness still relied on Lin Yuan to deal with the eye of the North Sea, so it was impossible to fall out with him at this time. Only now, Lin Yuan had already reached the 12th segment of the 5th rank, and his subsequent cultivation had little to do with the external primordial qi. Moreover, with only a little more than 10 years remaining until his stay limit, there was no need to continue lingering here. Suppress. With this thought, Lin Yuan looked down at the 100-meter radius of the eye of the North Sea below.
Boom, boom, boom.
Under the terrifying suppression, once again it cascaded downward. The 100-meter wide eye of the North Sea immediately began to shrink again. 90 meters. 80 meters. 70 meters. Just as the eye of the North Sea had shrunk to 10 meters. A terrifying consciousness pierced through the eye of the North Sea, reaching Lin Yuan's ear. Cease your actions. This terrifying consciousness emitted psychic fluctuations that allowed Lin Yuan to intuitively understand the meaning it conveyed. Cease your actions? Lin Yuan let out a slight smile, unconcerned. Over the years, he had long surmised that behind the eye of the North Sea stood a powerful being. Because when he observed the eye of the North Sea carefully, with his against-heavens understanding, he would occasionally enlighten himself to some devouring secret techniques. Of course, these devouring secret techniques were not comparable to the devouring heaven evolution path, but it was obvious that they belonged to the unique skills of some powerful existences. Lin Yuan originally thought that the existence behind the eye of the North Sea would remain silent until it was completely suppressed. Only he did not expect that the other party would ultimately lose patience. As long as you cease your actions, everything is negotiable. The terrifying consciousness sounded somewhat urgent. We can make a deal. The terrifying consciousness continued to emit psychic fluctuations. I'm not interested in deals. Lin Yuan did not cease his suppression, and the eye of the North Sea continued to shrink. To be precise, Lin Yuan had little interest in making deals where there was too great a disparity between the parties. The existence behind the eye of the North Sea was at least a powerhouse beyond the 6th rank, and making deals with such a being was akin to negotiating with a tiger for its skin. Who knew when he might fall into the other party's hands? Lin Yuan was willing to make deals with the world consciousness because the world consciousness was not a sentient being, without emotions like joy, anger, sorrow, or personal feelings. Moreover, Lin Yuan had means to contend with the world consciousness if necessary. In the worst-case scenario, he could just destroy this world, and nobody would benefit. But the existence behind the eye of the North Sea? Lin Yuan didn't think he had any means to restrain it. Instead of worrying about fear, it was better to avoid contact altogether.
Boom, boom, boom.
The eye of the North Sea continued to shrink. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. At last, the terrifying consciousness that originated from the depths of the eye of the North Sea began to curse. Hum. An invisible psychic attack swiftly penetrated Lin Yuan's primordial spirit. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan's yin spirit and yang spirit had united as one, forming the Taiji primordial spirit, immensely stable, augmented by the psychic defense secret technique, Mind Palace Tower. Faced with a psychic attack that originated from the depths of the eye of the North Sea, its power unknowably weakened by many times, he naturally had nothing to fear. Ultimately, several days later, the eye of the North Sea shrank to a speck finer than a strand of hair. With a slight motion of Lin Yuan's mind, the speck fell into his hand. With such a size, the eye of the North Sea no longer posed any threat. It couldn't even perform the inhalation and exhalation of heavenly earth vital energy anymore.
Whoosh.
Lin Yuan's figure vanished. He appeared above North Sea Island. By this time, Master Nalen, along with the 5 deputy island masters and many 10th realm individuals, had long been waiting in their place. When the eye of the North Sea continued to shrink down to 10 meters, Master Nalen and the others realized that the greatest threat looming over countless powerhouses in this world might become a thing of the past. Therefore, they had led everyone to wait here early on. After all, once the eye of the North Sea was fully dealt with, the mysterious, powerful individual would naturally appear. You have lived here for thousands, tens of thousands of years. Lin Yuan looked towards Master Nalen and the other powerhouses. The thousands, tens of thousands of years here referred not to a single generation, but to generations upon generations. Since hundreds of thousands of years ago, when the eye of the North Sea first appeared, under the implications of the world consciousness, one powerful being after another arrived here. After hundreds of thousands of years of proliferation, even Master Nalen was a descendant of some of the early generations of powerhouses. However, everyone will need to continue staying for another 500 years before you can go to the 5 domains, Lin Yuan said indifferently, surveying his surroundings. Currently, the demonic Tao forces that Lin Yuan had left on the 5 domains mainland were enough to suppress everything. But if the powerhouses from North Sea Island were to swarm into the 5 domains, it would be a different story. Dozens of 10th realm powerhouses and 6 11th realm powerhouses could completely disrupt the situation in the 5 domains. Therefore, Lin Yuan set a 500-year period for everyone. With this buffer time, losing the inhalation and exhalation of the eye of the North Sea, the 5 domains' heavenly earth vital energy will recover, and it's possible for some 10th or even 11th realm powerhouses to emerge after 500 years. Yes, Master Nalen and the other powerhouses agreed without hesitation. They had managed to wait for thousands, tens of thousands of years. Naturally, a mere 500 years was not a problem. In that case, with a wave of his hand, Lin Yuan sent out specks of light that flew into the foreheads of each powerful being. These specks of light were formulated by Lin Yuan using the aura of the North Sea Island combined with his own power. If anyone left the boundaries of the North Sea Island region, it would trigger the light to self-destruct. Remember, you can go to the 5 domains only after 500 years. Lin Yuan reminded them once more before his figure disappeared from view. 5 domains. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 19 Return. Please subscribe. _3. Great Xia Empire. For 120 years, Nuan Shu and the various demon lords, strictly following Lin Yuan's instructions, governed the 5 domains in an orderly manner. And thus, they established a vast empire, named the Great Xia Empire. The Xia here is taken from the word Xia in Xiahou Yuan's surname. Great Xia Empire. Imperial Palace. Nuan Shu rubbed her brow, her expression revealing weariness. The Great Xia Empire had no emperor, only 12 ministers assisting the state, led by Nuan Shu, formerly under the command of demon Venerable Xiahou Yuan. The concentration of heavenly earth vital energy is increasing again. Nuan Shu walked to the window, murmuring to herself. Over the years, she too had stepped into the 9th realm, and with her keen senses, she had naturally noticed that across the entire mainland of the 5 domains, the heavenly earth vital energy was slowly becoming more concentrated. In the future, the heavenly earth vital energy will continue to increase until 50 years from now when it recovers to the environment from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Just then, a deep voice suddenly sounded, startling Nuan Shu. When Nuan Shu turned around and saw the owner of the voice, her eyes immediately began to redden. "My lord." Nuan Shu immediately knelt down, speaking excitedly. "Rise." Lin Yuan shook his head. "These 10 tokens contain the power I have left behind." No sooner had Lin Yuan's words fallen than 10 wooden tokens floated in front of Nuan Shu. In the future, should you face an insolvable predicament, you may shatter a token, and then the power within the token will grant you temporary strength of the 13th realm. Lin Yuan said indifferently. This was also the safeguard Lin Yuan had left for the Great Xia Empire. Even if hundreds of thousands or millions of years passed, the power of the 13th realm would still be able to sweep away and crush everything. Yes. With some hesitation, Nuan Shu couldn't help but ask, "My lord, are you leaving us?" The words Lin Yuan said had led Nuan Shu to an unsettling speculation. With Lin Yuan's strength, why would he need to leave tokens as a last resort if he were still in the world? Where in the world is there no separation? Lin Yuan shook his head, clearly consenting. "Then where are you going, my lord?" Nuan Shu gathered her courage to ask. "Where to?" Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. "From whence I came, there I shall return." Lin Yuan's figure vanished, leaving behind only Nuan Shu still kneeling on the ground, her face a portrait of confusion. Southern Domain. In the midst of a dense forest, the figure of Lin Yuan appeared. Lin Yuan glanced. He noticed at a distant mountain village, Xiaohua, Shenlang, and Yang Bixin, disguised as commoners, We're playing with children there. The children of destiny. Lin Yuan sighed. If it weren't for him, Xiao Hua, Xinlang, and Yang Bixin would probably have become the most dazzling trio in the 5 domains mainland. After all, these 3 were favored by the world's consciousness, intended to be the principal force to resolve the eye of the North Sea. But now, these 3 were clearly stricken hard by Lin Yuan, directly retreating to live in seclusion in a remote forest. Western Domain. In the midst of a desert, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the sand. It's time to leave. Lin Yuan let his thoughts wander. This moment was only a short while away from the end of his time here. Martial Tao. Lin Yuan's perceptions spread infinitely, faintly feeling the force of life carried by the martial Tao cultivators spread across the 5 domains mainland. If one day, the martial Tao cultivation system disappears from this world, Lin Yuan suddenly murmured to himself, then a second eye of the North Sea will appear. Lin Yuan's thoughts flickered slightly, and the eye of the North Sea, fine as a strand of hair, appeared before him. Then he swallowed it in one gulp. Next he began sinking into the desert. Sinking continuously, without end. Meanwhile, on the other side of the desert, heavenly earth vital energy coalesced, forming a figure. This figure had eyes of pure gold, lofty and aloof, cold and unfeeling. It glanced at the spot where Lin Yuan had sunk in, then its form once again turned into heavenly earth vital energy and disappeared on the spot. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 20 Chikuan Star-Lord. I just went into seclusion, and you're already 5th rank? Please subscribe. Main World. Kanglan Star, Central Continent Manor. In a daze, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Back already? As consciousness returned, Lin Yuan quickly woke up. Nearly 20 days have passed. Lin Yuan checked the time. 300 years had passed in the 5 regions world, but only half a month had gone by in the main world. The final arrangement. Lin Yuan stepped out of the nutrition pod, went to the balcony, leaned on the railing, and fell into deep thought. Before leaving the 5 domains mainland for the last time, Lin Yuan left a contingency with his own body. It was that if one day his body no longer sensed the unique vital energy fluctuations emitted by the martial Tao cultivators on the 5 domains mainland, then the body submerged beneath the endless desert of the Western domain would self-destruct. In the 5 regions world, Lin Yuan's strength before departure was at the 18th realm. Converted to the main world's realms, that would be the 5th rank, 12th segment. Such level of powerhouses, with the vast energy contained within their bodies, if they self-destructed, then it's estimated that the entire Western Domain continent would fall into ruin and collapse. It might even affect the other domains' continents, of course, to the high and mighty world consciousness. Losing a few continents would have no impact, but before leaving, Lin Yuan transformed the eye of the North Sea into a black speck as thin as a strand of hair and swallowed it as well. Once his body exploded, the terrifying release of energy might very well tear that speck open again, forming a new eye of the North Sea. When that happened, whether the world consciousness could find a second Lin Yuan was highly doubtful. This was also the final warning Lin Yuan left for the world consciousness. Keep your promises,
or we all go down together.
As for whether the world consciousness could perceive Lin Yuan's warning, after leaving the eye of the North Sea, Lin Yuan vaguely felt a sense of being watched. That was the world consciousness. To the 5 regions world, Lin Yuan was a world-ending level threat and was always under the focus of world consciousness wherever he went. Therefore, the last few words Lin Yuan said to himself, others couldn't hear, but the world consciousness definitely could. Even to make the world consciousness understand, Lin Yuan purposely took out that black speck from the eye of the North Sea and swallowed it again right in front of it. This dimensional travel. Lin Yuan began to examine himself, organizing the gains from this travel. First off, it was the realm of strength. From the 4th rank 12th segment to the current 5th rank 12th segment, he had crossed an entire great realm, giving Lin Yuan's strength a qualitative leap. Next was the comprehension of other evolution paths. In addition to the Xian Huang evolutionary path, Lin Yuan had comprehended more than 100 evolution paths in the 7-star cave world, including those 16 that surpassed the 6th rank. Lin Yuan had already grasped them all. He had even comprehended the 5th rank chapter of the Xian Huang evolutionary path and was now pondering the 6th rank chapter. This Xian Huang evolutionary path. Lin Yuan's expression turned contemplative. Even with his against heaven's understanding, after pondering for 300 years, he had only reached the 5th rank chapter. How could other evolvers comprehend it? Lin Yuan speculated. There were 2 possible ways to cultivate the Xian Huang evolutionary path. One was that the evolvers suited for the Xian Huang evolutionary path might comprehend it at an inconceivably fast rate. It should be noted that Lin Yuan wasn't actually suitable for the Xian Huang evolutionary path. His understanding of it was purely forced, a mere entry forced by his against heaven's understanding. The other possibility was that comprehending the Xian Huang evolutionary path required some auxiliary item. Lacking such an item, Lin Yuan's comprehension was so slow. Lin Yuan felt the latter was more likely. Or perhaps both possibilities existed. After the Qikuan Star Lord took him as a disciple, he only gave a brief explanation before going back into seclusion. He hadn't had the time to explain in detail the origins and cultivation methods of the Xian Huang evolutionary path to Lin Yuan. Of course, it was also possible that the Qikuan Star Lord never imagined Lin Yuan's progress would be so rapid. Never mind that. As long as I can comprehend it, that's good enough. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and decided not to think too much about it. After all, the Xian Huang evolutionary path had indeed helped him greatly. The martial path evolutionary path had been smoothly developed to the 5th rank 12th segment, and the Xian Huang evolutionary path, along with other evolution paths, had played a significant role. Even the forthcoming 6th rank or even the 7th rank, these evolution paths had given Lin Yuan plenty of inspiration and direction. 6th rank. Lin Yuan muttered to himself. Since he had reached the 5th rank 12th segment, naturally the next consideration was the 6th rank. In the main World Human Civilization Alliance, the transition from 5th rank to 6th rank was a watershed. Below the 6th rank, as long as there were sufficient conditions, evolvers could freely change their evolution paths. For example, Lulan He from the Thunder Rain Star region replicated his physique to change from one evolution path to another. Or like some cosmic rare treasures that once ingested would cleanse many evolution marks on the body, returning it to its initial state and allowing a choice to cultivate a new evolution path. But reaching the 6th rank, the evolution path seeps into the soul, and changing it becomes no easy task. Even if a great price is paid to switch the evolution path, one can only switch to a similar source evolution path. For instance, a water system's 6th rank evolver who wants to change paths can, at most, switch to another water system evolution path. As for cultivating a fire system evolution path, impossible. So, before cultivating to the 6th rank, one must be prudent. Because once at the 6th rank, some aspects become irreversible. First, restore my strength. Lin Yuan had already grasped a rough direction for the 6th rank, but the specifics of how to develop the martial path evolutionary path's 6th rank chapter still required careful consideration. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 20 Qikuan Star Lord. I just closed the gate for a bit, and you're already 5th rank? Subscribe, please. _2.
Bang!
Lin Yuan returned to his room. He took out the bottle of Scarlet Spirit Liquid. This was a privilege exclusively for the peak masters of the Red Koan lineage. As a disciple of the Qikuan Star Lord, Lin Yuan didn't need to waste time on basic energy accumulation. As long as he reached the realm required, he could directly transform his physical soul with this scarlet spirit liquid. Before the fourth traverse, Lin Yuan had applied for a bottle of scarlet spirit liquid as preparation for this moment.
Gulp. Gulp.
Lin Yuan picked up the bottle of scarlet spirit liquid. He tilted his head back and started drinking. Or is it better to perceive multiple rules? Over the years, people had occasionally added their insights under this question. But none of the answers had satisfied the elderly man. Let's see. He immediately went into the thread. Since he was idle, looking back at the question he once faced during rest was also a gain. It's naturally to perceive one rule, as the universe has so many rules, to perceive every one of them. Even those residing high in the evolution tower wouldn't manage it, right? Perceiving just one rule will ultimately have its limitations. If possible, one should naturally perceive multiple rules. The elderly man skimmed through the recent replies, shaking his head constantly. Obviously, none of the replies had satisfied him. Until he came across the very last reply. This was the most recent reply, just over a month old. Perceive a certain rule, then use this principle to command all others. The elderly man was slightly stunned, his face showing surprise. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 1. I don't think your view on the martial path evolutionary path is comprehensive. Please subscribe. To command 1,000 paths with a single one? The old man's eyes quickly flickered with vast amounts of data. Clearly, he was computing the feasibility of such a method. In fact, whether it's better to comprehend one rule or multiple rules, there has been a near-standard answer for 20,000 years. It depends on oneself. If you are naturally close to multiple rules, then it is naturally better to comprehend multiple rules. If you have a higher affinity for a certain rule, then it is naturally better to focus on comprehending that rule first.
But now,
this latest response gave the old man a different direction. No, that's not right. To command 1,000 paths with a single one, first and foremost, this single path must be overwhelmingly suppressive towards the 1,000 paths. If it's just a path on the same level, why would it command 1,000? The old man deduced for a long time and hit a dead end. But this method is indeed possible. Reinvigorated, the old man ignored the data that kept appearing on the nearby screen. No, I have to have a good chat with this fellow. The old man immediately clicked on the avatar of the person who gave this response, trying to obtain their contact information directly. Not enough permission? The old man blinked his eyes. I'm at least a level 8 citizen. How can I not have enough permission? The old man muttered. Let's see if I can. Many streams of data once again flickered through the old man's eyes. However, the next moment, a solemn and cool voice came through. Great Scholar Tai, your actions violate Article 13 of the Human Alliance's Constitution. If you continue, you will receive the corresponding punishment. Haha, Goddess of Wisdom. I was just trying to see if there were any loopholes in the information blockade set by you 3 goddesses, with absolutely no intention of violating the Constitution. The old man quickly explained with a chuckle. Great Scholar Tai, whether there are loopholes or not will have corresponding handling measures. It's not your concern. The Goddess of Wisdom's tone remained unfluctuating. All right then. The old man sat back down. By the way, Goddess of Wisdom, why is there such extensive information lockdown on the citizen who offered that response, to the extent that even I cannot inquire about their information? The old man paused for a while, immediately asking probingly. It should be known that the old man was a level 8 citizen, and also a rare evolution scholar, whose status could rank in the top 3 among dozens of surrounding star domains. Great Scholar Tai, you don't have enough permission to know about this matter? The Goddess of Wisdom answered indifferently. Oh. Great Scholar Tai fell into contemplation. Could it be that the other party is also a great scholar and one of those researching top-secret achievements? Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for their information to be completely inaccessible. Forget it. I'll play it straight. Great scholar Tai thought for a long time, and realizing there was no shortcut, he left his own question under the to command 1,000 paths with a single one response. As long as the person who gave this response logs in and enters the founder's world, they will see it. Kanglin Star. Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Many pieces of information about the Marshall Path evolutionary path appeared on the screen before him. First tier chapter. 36,783 people. Second layer chapter. 494 people. Third rank chapter. 0. Lin Yuan was looking at the number of evolvers at each stage of the Marshall Path evolutionary path. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, evolvers need to purchase the evolution path under their real names, and after becoming an evolver, they must register with the Evolvers Association. If they make any breakthroughs, they also need to go to the Evolvers Association to update their rank information. As a result, the human civilization's official data will naturally reveal the number of evolvers at each rank. Of course, there will be discrepancies, like if an evolver breaks through to the second layer but forgets to update their rank information because of other matters. However, such cases are relatively rare and fall within the margin of normal error. To date, not a single person has cultivated to the third rank chapter. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The third rank chapter of the Marshall Path evolutionary path already involves the shallow understanding of rules. When Lin Yuan first created this chapter, he was in the divine arms world, had many divine weapons to contemplate, and possessed against heaven's understanding. For other evolvers in the main world, it was evident that they did not enjoy the benefits that Lin Yuan had. Therefore, even with a complete guide such as the Marshall Path evolutionary path that Lin Yuan had developed, stepping into the third rank chapter was not going to be easy. I could make a tutorial video when I have the time. Lin Yuan secretly thought to himself. Since spreading his own evolutionary path would be beneficial for his ultimate leap in the future, Lin Yuan naturally wanted to lower the difficulty for other evolvers to cultivate the Marshall Dao cultivation evolution path. This action would serve two purposes. Not only would it increase the number of evolvers on the Marshall Path evolutionary path, but it would also create more revenue for him. With dedicated tutorial videos, other evolvers who are on the fence could have an epiphany and step into the realm of the Marshall Dao. Another 100+ people have purchased the 5th rank chapter. Lin Yuan glanced at the sales numbers of the Marshall Path evolutionary path and saw the number behind the 5th rank chapter was 126. This meant that 126 people had purchased the 5th rank chapter. When uploading the 5th rank chapter, Lin Yuan set the price at 500 million. First tier chapter, 10,000. Second layer chapter, 500,000. Third rank chapter, 5 million. Fourth rank chapter, 50 million. Fifth rank chapter, 500 million. With more than 100 copies of the 5th rank chapter sold, that equated to selling over 50 billion. Even after a split of proceeds and the deduction of related taxes, Lin Yuan would still take home over 10 billion. And this was just a few days after the upload. As time passes, the number of buyers would only increase. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 1. I don't think your view on the Marshall Path evolutionary path is comprehensive. Please subscribe. _2. Even many evolvers, despite not training, would buy it to study. After all, the Marshall Path evolutionary path is currently ranked 53rd on the Chikuan evolution rankings. In terms of fame, the Marshall Path evolutionary path is bigger, as making a leap of several tens of ranks in a short period of time can further spark the curiosity of other evolvers. Evening. Lin Yuan finished training. He went outside the main building, preparing to dine with his parents and sister. Since Lin Yuan spent most of his time training, even though the family lived in the same estate, They didn't see each other often. Thus, Lin Yuan made it a point to come out for a meal every so often. "Brother, I am now a first-rank evolver," Lin Yi boasted while eating. Actually, Lin Yi becoming a first-rank evolver so quickly was quite normal. When Lin Yuan entered the 4th rank, he had performed marrow cleansing for Lin Yi. With Lin Yuan's strength, under marrow cleansing, a strong foundation was laid for Lin Yi. Therefore, no matter which evolution path she took, it was easy, given that the foundation was there. Of course, this ease was only apparent in the 1st rank, at most the 2nd layer. From the 10th or 11th segments of the 2nd layer, she could only rely on herself. "Xiao Yuan, you are not young anymore. Even if your main focus is on the path of evolution, you should also consider having a child," Mrs. Lu Qiong couldn't help but say. Nowadays, because of Lin Yuan, the Lin family had leapt from being an obscure family in Dongning City to becoming one of the top families on Kanglin Star. Mrs. Lu Qiong occasionally also connected to the virtual world, unaware of how many families and powerful forces on Kanglin Star wanted to introduce their precious daughters to Lin Yuan. "There's no rush on this matter. We can talk about it later," Lin Yuan said casually. The powerful evolvers of the main world had different attitudes towards progeny. Many evolvers focused on the path of evolution felt progeny was superfluous. Lin Yuan held a similar view. No matter where or when, personal strength is always the fundamental base. As for offspring, they are just a numerical accumulation. As long as Lin Yuan was there, even if alone, it would still be the most top-tier family nobility. If one day Lin Yuan was gone, even if they had many descendants, it would be of no use. It would be just like monkeys scattering upon the fall of a tree. As the family was chatting, "Master, someone has come to visit." The voice of the digital assistant sounded in his ear.
"Who?"
Lin Yuan asked. "Kanglin Star Governor Song Weiyang." Inside the main building's reception room, Lin Yuan and Governor Song Weiyang sat facing each other. Truly a once-in-millennia evolutionary genius of our Kanglin Star. Governor Song Weiyang was very pleased with Lin Yuan. Recently, in the arena competition, Lin Yuan had dominated the whole event with his 4th rank strength. To think, a 4th rank evolver under 100 years old being born on Kanglin Star was also a nice boost to his governance performance. It was merely by luck. Lin Yuan shook his head. Luck. In tens of thousands of years on Kanglin Star, could Mr. Lin be the only one lucky? Governor Song jokingly said. However, regarding the trial of the Chikuan Star Lord, Mr. Lin need not worry. Governor Song comforted. Lin Yuan not passing the 7-star cave trial was no secret. Though Lin Yuan was a 4th rank evolver at that time, tens of thousands of 4th rank evolvers participated in the 7-star cave trial, and very few passed. The 7-star cave trial initiated by the Chikuan Star Lord targeted the comprehensive aspects of a challenger's, where strength was only one aspect and not even the most significant. What a pity! Lin Yuan slightly shook his head, displaying a hint of regret. In the arena, Lin Yuan simply showed his 4th rank strength, but the Chikuan Star Lord was able, through his own judgment and the source video sent by the Goddess of Wisdom, to confirm that Lin Yuan had begun to comprehend the rules, ultimately becoming a golden pattern challenger. As for the others, even among beings on the same level as the Chikuan Star Lord, without the source video, one still couldn't confirm the true extent of Lin Yuan's abilities. He was just perceived as an ordinary 4th rank. Such a 4th rank, among the tens of thousands of evolvers entering the 7-star cave trial, was quite common. As a result, it seemed quite normal to outsiders that Lin Yuan had failed the 7-star cave world trial. It was very inconspicuous. Governor Song came this time for. The two exchanged pleasantries for a moment before Lin Yuan took the initiative to ask. There is something I need Mr. Lin's help with. Song Weiyang paused for a moment, then tentatively asked, Mr. Lin is the youngest 4th rank evolver on Kanglin Star. Would you consider our invitation to become an honorary professor at Kanglin Evolution Academy? Don't worry, it's just honorary. Apart from showing up for the first few classes, afterwards you can come and go as you please. Even if Mr. Lin leaves Kanglin Star in the future, as long as you don't renounce the honorary professor title, you can always enjoy the many benefits that come with it. After finishing, Song Wuyang carefully observed Lin Yuan's reaction. Kanglin Evolution Academy, being the highest institute on Kanglin Star, gathered the most promising of the younger generation. Since they were the younger generation, they were naturally not very old, and Lin Yuan, as a fourth-rank evolver under 100 years old, had great influence among the youth. If Lin Yuan could become an honorary professor of Kanglin Evolution Academy, it would undoubtedly be a significant inspiration for those students. After all, having their idol in the school, who among those students wouldn't be fully motivated to study and practice? No problem. Lin Yuan contemplated for a while, then agreed. Primarily because this honorary professor role was really very liberal, having no binding force on him, and even when teaching students, it was in the virtual world, no need to leave his estate. Besides, he could also collect a salary of 100,000 civilization coins per month. Of course, with Lin Yuan's current fortune, he wasn't concerned about the money. However, occasionally providing guidance to other evolvers was also a form of self-reflection for Lin Yuan, and with his against heaven's understanding, there might be unexpected gains. Since that's the case. Then it settled. Song Wuyang breathed a sigh of relief. He had been genuinely worried that Lin Yuan might refuse before his arrival. Since he had agreed to become an honorary professor at Kanglin Evolution Academy, Lin Yuan also felt it improper to not even show his face. In the virtual world, the president of Kanglin Higher Evolution Academy, alongside various professors and experts, personally welcomed Lin Yuan. Professor Lin is young and promising, making us old fellows truly ashamed, Professor Chu said with a laugh. He was also the most senior among the professors, not only a professor but also the vice president. I never thought I'd live to see such a talented evolver, Mr. Liu couldn't help saying as he sized Lin Yuan up. After chatting for a while, naturally the topic shifted to evolution paths. After all, everyone was either an expert or a professor, regularly engaging with knowledge in the field of evolution, which made it easy to find topics for discussion. And since the topic had shifted to evolution paths, it was impossible not to mention the recently popular Martial Path evolutionary path. Even on the main world of the Chikuan star domain, the Martial Path evolutionary path had caused quite a stir, and as Kanglin Star was the initial world for this path, its popularity was naturally higher. All the experts and professors present had basically purchased the first 3 ranks of the Martial Path evolutionary path for study. Seeing that Lin Yuan sat there silently while the professors and experts discussed enthusiastically, Professor Chu, not wanting Lin Yuan to feel isolated, took the initiative to ask, "Professor Lin, what are your views on the Martial Path evolutionary path?" As soon as the question was asked, everyone quieted down. They were all looking forward to hearing Lin Yuan's opinion. They also wanted to hear the perspective of the most talented evolver in the history of Kanglin Star. My view on the Martial Path evolutionary path. A hint of amusement crossed Lin Yuan's face. If it had been any other question, he might not have had an answer. But regarding the Martial Path evolutionary path, naturally, there were no issues. The Martial Path evolutionary path is based on vital energy. Lin Yuan roughly shared his views, but only limited to the first and second layer. The higher ranks were difficult to articulate merely by speech. The surrounding experts and professors listened intently, nodding occasionally. Once Lin Yuan finished, everyone started discussing in low voices.
Moments later.
Professor Liu and a few other professors discussed for a bit and then spoke up. Professor Lin, your understanding is good, but somewhat one-sided and fails to reflect the true profundity of the Martial Path evolutionary path. My understanding of the Martial Path evolutionary path is one-sided? Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 2 Rule Crystal. Subscribe please. Looking at Mr. Liu, whose eyes were shining brightly, Lin Yuan felt a flicker of oddness in his eyes. When it came to understanding the martial path evolutionary path, not to mention Mr. Liu, even those top-tier evolvers from the human civilization wouldn't surpass Lin Yuan. After all, the martial path evolutionary path was created and pioneered by Lin Yuan himself. How could others compare? It was as if Lin Yuan had set the questions, and he alone decided what the answers were. Could outsiders dare challenge the question setter? Of course, the identity of the founder of an evolutionary path was immensely significant, especially for the currently popular martial path evolutionary path. Naturally, Lin Yuan would not admit his identity here. You should know, in the Qikuan star domain, most evolvers and high-ranking citizens unanimously believed that the martial path evolutionary path was developed as an experimental product by some top-ranked evolver scholar. What is an evolver scholar? They are the absolute elite of human civilization, unchallenged both in terms of personal strength and contributions to human civilization. Those from different species outside human civilization were all desperate to assassinate an evolver scholar. An evolver scholar might have never been to the frontier battlefield, but their influence on it was profound through the evolutionary paths, secret techniques, and even technological achievements they developed. This could even decide the outcome of local wars. Unfortunately, the importance of evolver scholars was known to the different species and naturally to the human race. Every evolver scholar was tightly protected. Moreover, evolver scholars were not weak. They too had their own means of protection. The different species couldn't even pin down where an evolver scholar was, let alone assassinate one. If Lin Yuan were to expose himself as the founder of the martial path evolutionary path, the different species would certainly launch an assassination without hesitation. Even if it cost several sixth-rank powerhouses who had infiltrated human territories, they would still fiercely target Lin Yuan. Why was the martial path evolutionary path considered an experimental product by an evolver scholar? Why hadn't other evolutionary paths been subject to such speculation? It was because of the high potential of the martial path evolutionary path, which was astonishingly high. A regular founder of an evolutionary path simply couldn't create such a high-level path. Only evolver scholars, who transcended through time, possessing vast knowledge and also stood in high positions, could create such potent evolutionary paths. If the different species knew the martial path evolutionary path was created by an evolver who wasn't even 6th rank, they certainly wouldn't allow Lin Yuan to continue to grow. The martial path evolutionary path has the potential to grow into an 8th-layer evolutionary path, and Lin Yuan had a slim chance of becoming the next evolver scholar of human civilization. Assassinating Lin Yuan, even at a great cost, would be much lighter than facing the consequences on the battlefield due to Lin Yuan's research and inventions, which could lead to the fall of untold numbers of alien strong ones. Lin Yuan's thoughts converged. Listening to Mr. Liu's opinions, I think the martial path evolutionary path is not purely based on vital energy but integrates spiritual power, soul power, and mental strength among others. Mr. Liu spoke eloquently. The president of the Kenglin Evolution Academy nodded slightly, feeling that what Mr. Liu said made sense. Of course, this did not mean that what Lin Yuan said was not reasonable. Studying the martial path evolutionary path, everyone has their own views and insights. That's completely normal. Indeed, Lin Yuan's evolutive talent could be regarded as the best in Kenglin Star. He had reached the 4th rank before the age of 100. But precisely because of this, most of Lin Yuan's time was undoubtedly spent practicing. In contrast, although Mr. Liu's evolutive talent did not match Lin Yuan's. In recent years, since the martial path evolutionary path entered the Kenglin evolution ranking, he began his research. A deeper understanding of the martial path evolutionary path was only natural. All right. Both Mr. Liu and Mr. Lin have their valid points. Although everyone has different views, we are all serving human civilization. Mr. Lin, please don't mind. Mr. Liu is like that, sometimes even daring to challenge the president. Professor Chu chuckled, smoothing things over. It's okay. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He actually didn't mind Mr. Liu's questioning earlier, mainly because Lin Yuan found it hard to care, as every word Mr. Liu said was praising the martial path evolutionary path, and praising the martial path evolutionary path was essentially praising Lin Yuan as its founder, right? That's good then. Professor Chu nodded approvingly. Returning to the virtual world personal space, Lin Yuan contemplated the discussion he just had with those professors, mentioning their views and understandings of the martial path evolutionary path, which in turn gave him more insights and feelings. Practicing and learning are never done in isolation. Occasionally, one must also interact with the outside world. Against Heaven's understanding is based on the depth of understanding and enlightenment Lin Yuan reaches at his level. The more Lin Yuan knew, and the broader his vision, the greater the effect of his against Heaven's understanding. After examining himself, Lin Yuan noticed a little red dot on the founder's virtual world category. Someone contacted me? Lin Yuan instantly understood what this red meant. During his fourth traversal, in order to avoid disturbances, he had shut down any means to contact him. Message alert in Founder's World was naturally included. Who would contact me? Lin Yuan was curious. He was a newcomer to Founder's World, knowing no one and having no friends.
Soon.
Lin Yuan entered Founder's virtual world. Is it the person who posted that post? Lin Yuan's expression became slightly serious. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 2 Rule Crystal. Subscribe request _2. The problem with this post was, is it better to understand one rule or multiple rules? At the time, Lin Yuan gave an answer based on himself, never expecting a reply from the owner of the post. After all, the post had been published 23,000 years ago. The owner of the post might have long since died. How can one rule govern 10,000? Is it the time great Tao or the space great Tao? Lin Yuan looked at the reply from the owner of the post and fell into deep thought. He used his own Taiji Tao to govern the myriad Taos, but as for the time great Tao and the space great Tao, they were too remote for Lin Yuan. Whether it was the rule of time or space rules, both were among the supreme rules, only accessible to existences beyond the 6th rank. Lin Yuan was merely at the 5th rank. Even with his against Heaven's understanding, he could hardly perceive time and space. With the rules mastered as the framework and many other rules as the flesh, naturally, one can govern 10,000 Taos. Lin Yuan thought for a while before voicing his viewpoint. In the distant reaches, a massive research planet. Great Scholar Tai was just yawning. His research work was now at a halt, and he was free for the next few decades. A reply? Great Scholar Tai immediately perked up. To be informed the moment his question was answered, Great Scholar Tai had marked the Founder's World as special concern. He would receive notifications the moment there was any news. Framework? Flesh? Too vague. Great Scholar Tai frowned slightly and continued, how exactly do you build your own framework of rules? Central Continent Manor on Kanglin Star. Lin Yuan had just replied when he received a new question. This person is just squatting there, huh? Lin Yuan scrutinized the inquiry before carefully responding, combining the power of Taiyin with the power of Taiyang to form a stable microdomain, accommodating myriad Taos. Is he planning to open a realm? Great Scholar Tai marveled, following his brief exchange with Lin Yuan. Great Scholar Tai determined that Lin Yuan was not another scholar. To become an evolver scholar, one must at least create and cultivate a new, stable 8th rank evolutionary path. This meant that an evolver scholar was at least a 8th rank evolver. The answers Lin Yuan gave him, while not wrong, didn't seem to come from an 8th rank evolver. At least, the formation of a stable domain combining the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang was akin to a nascent form of opening a realm. Impressive, preparing for opening a realm before reaching the 8th rank, and without any teacher's guidance, such limitless potential. Great Scholar Tai murmured to himself. No wonder the goddess of wisdom guards him so closely. Great Scholar Tai glanced around. He was well aware that, as a scholar like him, He was constantly under the surveillance of the goddess of wisdom, as much for protection as to prevent him from acting out. An evolver scholar going mad could have unpredictable consequences. Let's ask a few more questions. Interest peaked. It had been a long time since great scholar Tai had encountered such an engaging junior. Following that, great scholar Tai and Lin Yuan talked for over half an hour. This great scholar Tai watched in astonishment as, through his subtle guidance, even discussed other methods of opening a realm. Great scholar Tai clearly felt that the so-called methods of opening a realm were completely unknown to Lin Yuan, who didn't even know what the methods of opening a realm were. But as the conversation with great scholar Tai deepened, Lin Yuan quickly grasped the understanding of several other opening a realm methods, terrifyingly improving. So much so that even he, an evolver scholar, was shocked. Is he pretending, or does he genuinely not know? Great scholar Tai was somewhat baffled. From Lin Yuan's tone while answering, great scholar Tai was sure he was genuinely unaware and had never encountered the methods of opening a realm. Yet if he truly didn't know, how could his grasp of the principles of opening a realm advance so rapidly? He understood them after just a few hints. A genius, a peerless genius. Great scholar Tai immediately rose and paced back and forth. Has he logged off? Great scholar Tai discovered that Lin Yuan had suddenly disconnected from the virtual world. Kanglan Star, Central Continent Manor. His chat with great scholar Tai had deeply impacted Lin Yuan, forcing him to disconnect and return to the real world to focus on the martial path evolutionary path. With Taiji governing 10,000 Daos. But what if it isn't Taiji? Can it still govern 10,000 Daos? Lin Yuan's mind burst with countless spiritual lights. You have against heaven's understanding. You analyze one Dao that controls all other Daos and continue to refine the martial path evolutionary path. You have against heaven's understanding. You analyze one Dao that controls all other Daos and continue to refine the martial path evolutionary path. You have against heaven's understanding. You analyze one Dao that controls all other Daos and continue to refine the martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan fell into deep cultivation. He even blocked most of the external perceptions. Fortunately, Lin Yuan often did this, and his parents had basically gotten used to it. As long as Lin Yuan didn't come out, they wouldn't actively disturb him. Several days later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. This period of seclusion had a significant impact on him, even causing him to start rethinking the foundations of martial Tao. That person, at least a high-rank evolver, is no weaker than my teacher. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Through just a few conversations, Lin Yuan had learned a great deal. While Lin Yuan continued to ponder, the alert from the smart assistant rang out. Master, you have a delivery. It's sent by Shuntong Group. It's S-level encrypted. A delivery? Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. But upon hearing Shuntong Group and S-level encryption, he was immediately shocked. Shuntong Group, the largest transportation group in the cosmic human civilization, its business scope is not limited to the human alliance. In the cosmic starry skies, human civilization dominates far and wide, encountering numerous enemies, but also many allies and affiliated races. Anywhere the human civilization can reach is within the transport range of Shuntong Group. As for reliability and secrecy, Shuntong Group is an officially endorsed group by human civilization, absolutely confidential and reliable. It is of the same echelon as the Central Galaxy Bank. Of course, Shuntong Group's fees are very high, starting from billions at the very least. The price for S-level encrypted delivery begins at 100 billion. As a fourth rank under 100 years old from a middle-grade life planet, Lin Yuan, with great potential and a relatively low price tag, is extremely welcome. As for these Forces invitations, all credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 4, The Heiyu Family, please subscribe. _3. At first, Lin Yuan still managed to make time for a meeting. He clearly expressed his attitude. But in the end, the frequency was simply too high. Lin Yuan simply stopped meeting with them, leaving it to the intelligent assistant to cope. If it had been announced initially that I had passed the 7-star cave test. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. If it were only like Fong Qing, merely passing the test and becoming an official member of the Red Kuan lineage, perhaps these powers wouldn't have invited him so insistently. After all, as an official member of the Red Kuan lineage, where's the sense in working for other powers? The Red Kuan lineage itself is the most powerful force. However, doing so would require Lin Yuan to take a spaceship battleship to the Qikuan main star with those like Fong Qing, who had passed the test. This was the normal procedure for each batch joining the Red Kuan lineage. Lin Yuan was able to stay on Kanglin's star all this time, entirely because he was the peak master of Shursan, enjoying many privileges. Even the gift from the Qikuan Star Lord had to be delivered through the express efforts of the Shuntong group, costing hundreds of billions of civilization coins.
On this day,
Lin Yuan had just finished cultivating. The voice of the intelligent assistant then came through. Master, the person who is visiting this time comes from the Heiyu family, namely the subordinate of Heiyu Ao, who is the 3,821st son of Heiyu Mo. The Heiyu family? Lin Yuan's eyebrows slightly furrowed. The Heiyu family is a force within the Qikuan star domain, ranking within the top 5 among the many powers beside the Red Kuan lineage. The strongest of the Heiyu family, Heiyu Mo, is an existence that surpasses the 6th rank. The Heiyu family? Lin Yuan pondered for a while. Let's meet. He could ignore other powers and financial groups, partly because most of them are 6th rank forces, and Lin Yuan, on the path to becoming a 6th rank evolver, saw it only as a matter of time. Secondly, most invitations were from groups from outside the Qikuan star domain, with no need for excessive intimacy. But the Heiyu family was different. As a native force of the Qikuan star domain, when Lin Yuan would step into 6th rank and reveal his identity, he might have to interact with them.
Whoosh.
Lin Yuan connected his consciousness to the virtual world. His personal space. Lin Yuan agreed to enter. An old man dressed in a black suit, as elegant as a nobleman, appeared before him. Bei Zhao, on behalf of my young master Heiyu Ao, greets Mr. Lin Yuan. The old man in the black suit, Bei Zhao, had a very low posture, and his tone was slightly respectful. He then stated the terms for inviting Lin Yuan to join under Heiyu Ao. I'm not really interested in arena battles at the moment, sorry. Lin Yuan tried to soften his tone as he spoke. Is that so? The expression of the old man in the black suit, Bei Zhao, showed no change. After standing up to take his leave, he disappeared on the spot. Quite reasonable. Lin Yuan slightly nodded. The representatives of those powers who had invited him, upon being rejected, most would usually hint at or outright threaten him. Inside a splendid palace, Heiyu Ao was seated on the throne, deep in thought. At that moment, the figure of the old man in the black suit, Bei Zhao, appeared. Which tier contract did that Lin Yuan choose? Heiyu Ao said casually. Before sending Bei Zhao to invite Lin Yuan, Heiyu Ao had set 5 tiers of contracts. The higher the tier of the contract, the more support for Lin Yuan, and also the greater the restrictions. He left it to Lin Yuan to choose any tier he desired. Young master. The old man in the black suit, Bei Zhao, bowed slightly. Lin Yuan has declined the young master's invitation. The old man in the black suit said softly. He declined my invitation? On the throne, Heiyu Ao felt slightly taken aback. He looked down at the old man in the black suit, Bei Zhao. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 5 Target. 6th rank. Please subscribe. Young master, I have made all the terms clear. But that Lin Yuan, he still refused. Says he's not interested in the competitive arena. Bei Zhao, the elderly man in black dress, immediately said, "Is that so?" Heyu Ao rose from the throne, frowning slightly. He believed he had been more than generous, offering very high terms in all 5 tiers of the contract. Especially the lowest tier of the contract, which required only 100 years of Lin Yuan service to Heyu Ao, would enable him to receive ample resources for nurture. For a 4th rank or 5th rank evolver, 100 years is not a long time, and to serve Heyu Ao? That is a blessing most ordinary evolvers could only dream of. Yet Lin Yuan had refused. This was an outcome Heyu Ao had never expected. Heyu Ao, exceeding 6th rank within the Heyu family and a direct descendant of Heyu Mo, didn't know how many evolvers would take the initiative to pledge loyalty to him. But Heyu Ao didn't regard them highly. Now, having finally taken a liking to Lin Yuan, the latter didn't reciprocate the interest? What exactly is going on? Has the reputation of my Heyu family fallen to such a degree? Heyu Ao was somewhat vexed. Kanglan Star, Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan emerged from the underground training ground and called over Ho Ming, the captain of the guard troops. "Greetings, Mr. Lin." 6th rank evolver, Ho Ming said respectfully. "I want to ask you about something." Lin Yuan sat in his seat, lightly tapping the armrest with his right hand. That member of Heyu Ao's forces had left directly after being refused by him, which piqued Lin Yuan's curiosity. "Are you familiar with the Heyu family?" Lin Yuan looked at Ho Ming and inquired. "The Heyu family?" Ho Ming was slightly stunned, then nodded, saying, "I know them, one of the 5 major powers in the Qikuan star domain. The strongest force in the Qikuan star domain is undoubtedly the Red Kuan lineage, which the entire star domain was named after. Beneath the Red Kuan lineage, there are 5 major powers, and the Heyu family is one of them. When the Star Lord had not long taken over the star domain, Heyu Mo brought his family, crossing several star domains, to settle in the Qikuan star domain. The Star Lord, acknowledging Heyu Mo's plight, handed over some of the trade in the star domain to the Heyu family, which paved the way for them to become one of the 5 major powers today." Ho Ming spoke rapidly. Although he was an evolver secretly cultivated by the Red Kuan lineage, he was not oblivious to the outside world. Moreover, having lived long enough, he was aware of some information that had ceased to be common knowledge. "I see." Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He understood now. In summary, that Heyu Mo was nothing more than the teacher's lapdog. "Have you heard of Heyu Ao?" Lin Yuan continued to inquire. If he remembered correctly, the one who had invited him to join was Heyu Ao. "Heyu Ao?" Ho Ming thought for a moment and replied, "Is he Heyu Mo's youngest son?" Heyu Mo had thousands of descendants, and it was only due to the exceptional memory of evolvers that one could remember so many names. Especially the names of the Heyu family, which sounded quite similar, were easy to confuse for outsiders. "Right. Just now, he invited me to join his battle team to participate in the arena competition," Lin Yuan said, shaking his head. "But I refused." "That Heyu Ao dares." Ho Ming clicked his tongue in amazement, for Lin Yuan was one of the 13 peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage. Even Heyu Mo, the Ding High Divine Needle, would have to show respect upon meeting Lin Yuan. I guess it was Mr. Lin's performance in the arena that caught Heyu Ao's eye, hence his initiative to invite. After pondering for a while, Ho Ming said with a hint of emotion, "The Heyu family is a massive force, but the competition is also fierce." As Heyu Mo's youngest son, Heyu Ao was born thousands or tens of thousands of years later than his brothers. Even with the family support, it's hard for him to catch up to his brothers, so he set his sights on the arena competition. If he can support a dark horse into the top 100 of the star domain level competition, Heyu Ao will undoubtedly earn a massive fortune. At that time, his position within the Heyu family will rise along with his profits, and if he gains the favor of Heyu Mo, inheriting the position of the family head of the Heyu family might not be impossible. Ho Ming whispered, "I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Those major families and forces appeared glamorous on the surface, but in reality, the internal struggle was extremely severe. It was even to the extent of dying if one didn't advance. Unless Heiyu Ao completely gave up and didn't care about power or wealth, he would have to compete with his thousands of brothers. It wasn't only the Heiyu family. The competition within the Red Kun lineage was also extremely ruthless, with numerous standards set amongst the official and core members. Failed to meet the standards? Then step aside and let someone who can meet them take your place. Lin Yuan felt less strongly about this because he started at the level of a peak master, immediately standing at the very top of the Red Kun lineage. Most of the Red Kun lineage's hereditary resources were open to Lin Yuan. His task wasn't to compete with other disciples, but simply to continue his cultivation. Of course, Lin Yuan's such treatment was also won through competition. Millions of heirs competing in the 7-star cave world. Even though Lin Yuan's starting point wasn't the highest, and there were 3 individuals with red patterns above him, in the end, only Lin Yuan became one of the 13 peak masters. By the way, the outside world doesn't have a very good opinion of that Heiyu Ao, who will stop at nothing until he gets what he wants. Mr. Lin, since you've rejected his invitation, I'm afraid he won't let it go easily. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 5 Goal. 6th rank. Please subscribe. _2. If Heiyu Ao really goes too far, Mr. Lin can have the other peak masters step forward, then Heiyu Mo wouldn't dare to disobey the peak master's orders. Homing reminded in a low voice. In front of the Red Kun lineage, the Heiyu family is subservient and humble, which isn't to say that the Heiyu family isn't strong. Rather, it's because the Red Kun lineage is too powerful, so the Heiyu family can only act in this way. But without the Red Kun lineage, the Heiyu family would be the overlord overlooking a star domain, and of the 5 major forces, the other 4 wouldn't want to offend the Heiyu family unless absolutely necessary. I understand. Lin Yuan nodded. Unless it's the last resort. Lin Yuan wouldn't ask his senior brothers to intervene. At the level of the Heiyu family and the peak masters of the Red Kun lineage, every action was watched by countless eyes. If Lin Yuan, hiding his true identity, was practicing on Kanglin Star and got involved in the vortex of the peak masters and the Heiyu family, it could lead to certain beings deducing something. There are myriad evolution paths in the main world of the human alliance, among which is a type named divination. This type of evolution path can deduce conclusions from known information. The appointment of the 13 peak masters of the Red Kun lineage just took place, and countless forces from outside are guessing the true identity of the 13th peak master. If at this time, a peak master intervenes and suppresses the Heiyu family, it would be a very obvious signal to those who are proficient in the divination-type evolution path. Even if the senior brothers were extremely secretive, if in the end Heiyu Ao inexplicably backed off, there would still be loose ends. Of course, those who evolve through this type of divination usually lack combat power and are mostly employed by the think tank of some major forces. Why exactly did Lin Yuan refuse me? Is it because the conditions I offered weren't high enough? On the throne, Heiyu Ao was still pondering. During this time, while he was recruiting other evolvers, he couldn't stop thinking about Lin Yuan. He couldn't help remembering when he left his family to venture outside. His own father, Heiyu Mo, once gave him 2 choices. The first option was to take 10 trillion civilization coins from the family treasury. Afterward, the Heiyu family wouldn't provide much support, and if he wanted to return to the family and run for the position of clan leader, he must turn these 10 trillion civilization coins into 100 billion cosmic coins. The conversion rate between civilization coins and cosmic coins is 10,000 to 1. Meaning, Heiyu Ao needed to earn 100-fold of 10 trillion civilization coins in wealth to qualify to return to the clan. The second option was to let the family's think tank plan out a complete business map for him. Heiyu Ao only needed to eventually make 10 trillion civilization coins to return to the family and compete for the position of clan leader. In the end, Heiyu Ao chose the second option. And the think tank of the Heiyu family planned a business map for him, rooted in arena competitions. The business map was detailed, with the think tanks of the Heiyu family painstakingly picking 223 evolvers under 100 years old. These 223 evolvers all have potential not discovered by ordinary people. As long as Heiyu Ao signs these 223 evolvers and trains them for future tournaments, they are very likely to shine. And among these 223 evolvers, Lin Yuan was listed. Lin Yuan. Heiyu Ao echoed the think tank's evaluation of Lin Yuan in his mind. Just over 20 years old, he stepped into 4th rank and is in the mid to late stage of the 4th rank. Trained and nurtured, he'll reach the pinnacle of the 4th rank before the next tournament, with hopes to step into the 5th rank before reaching 100 years old. With the strength of the 5th rank, participating in the star domain level arena competitions, it's quite easy to break into the top 1,000. Heiyu Ao, must have this Lin Yuan. Heiyu Ao looked down at his subordinates and said, I've heard that geniuses are proud. You went to invite him and were rejected, but if I personally invite him, might I succeed? Young master. Dressed in a black suit, the elder Bei Zhao was slightly stunned. I'm not sure, but if the young master personally invites him, that Lin Yuan would surely be very moved. With Heiyu Ao's status, personally inviting an evolver with no background and no power, the latter would indeed be moved. After all, a personal invitation signifies importance and gives face. Virtual world. A small world specially opened up. All 12 peak masters of the Red Kun lineage had gathered here. At that moment, a figure appeared. It was Lin Yuan. My fellow seniors, my cultivation delayed me, and I lost track of time. Lin Yuan's tone was apologetic as he apologized immediately. Since becoming the 13th peak master of the Red Kun lineage, to maintain the bond among the peak masters, the eldest senior brother took the initiative to invite the other peak masters to gather together from time to time. Since it is in the virtual world, it's very convenient. A connection of consciousness is enough, and everyone usually arrives on time. Ha ha ha, our little junior brother is truly remarkable. He's not yet 100 years old and has already reached the 5th rank. Stepping into the 6th rank is just a matter of time. The eldest senior brother laughed heartily. Lin Yuan's advancement to the 5th rank was no secret, known to the Chikuan Star Lord and all 12 senior brothers. Our junior brother doesn't possess any special physiques or bloodlines, so breaking through to the 5th rank before the age of 100 is truly rare. The second senior brother nodded in approval. Within the Cosmic Human Alliance, there indeed are many inconceivable geniuses. Not to mention 5th rankers under 100, even 6th rankers have appeared before. But these geniuses all have various physiques and bloodlines. Some are born at the 3rd or 4th rank, or even the 4th or 5th rank. Their starting points are so high that there is no need for comparison. But Lin Yuan is different. Even though the 12 peak masters had not seen Lin Yuan in person, they knew from what they heard from the Chikuan Star Lord that Lin Yuan's physique and bloodlines did not have anything special. Given the pace of our junior brother's cultivation, he could attempt breaking through to the 6th rank in at most a few decades. Before breaking through to the 6th rank, our junior brother must be careful to choose a fundamental evolution path. The more suitable it is for oneself, the higher the soul's resonance, and the faster the transformation, the eldest senior brother earnestly advised. It might even aid significantly in the breakthrough from the 6th rank to the 7th rank in the future. Lin Yuan was firm in his heart. The eldest senior brother had always emphasized choosing the evolution path that was most suitable for oneself to transform through soul resonance, not necessarily the strongest. And what evolution path could be more suitable for Lin Yuan than the martial path evolutionary path from among the vast array of evolution paths mastered by human civilization? Given our junior brother's speed of cultivation, it's very possible for him to break through to the 7th rank. By then, I don't know whether we should change how we address him. The 3rd senior brother glanced at the 4th senior brother and the other 9 senior brothers. This. The 4th senior brother blinked. If our junior brother can break through to the 7th rank, it will strengthen the foundation of our red Cohen lineage. I would be willing to change the way I address him. Ha 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 ha, old 3. Stop teasing them. The 2nd senior brother shook his head. For a 6th rank evolver to break through to the 7th rank, they need a particular kind of opportunity. Even if Lin Yuan manages to break through to the 6th rank in a few decades, the step further into the 7th rank is not something easily achieved. Many extremity 6th rank evolvers remain stuck at this bottleneck for thousands or even tens of thousands of years until they die of old age. After an hour of conversation with his senior brothers, the gathering ended. Lin Yuan disconnected his consciousness from the virtual world and returned to reality. Central Continent Manor, underground training facility. Let's see the progress made during this period. Lin Yuan carefully sensed the degree of transformation of his soul. 20%.